Hello. I don't. That's. I don't know if that's the ideal stream start, but that's how we started it. What's been on my mind? That's the ideal stream start. Is what is poisoning my brain today? And what's poisoning my brain today is that fucking Mario Judah song that went viral like probably north of a year ago. Um, yeah, I I can't play it. I can't sing it. But it's like this light earworm that's just been in my brain corrupting me or whatever. Uh so yeah, there's that update. Okay. And then importantly, let's get a crossword going. Huh? Yeah. We'll play some Balatro while we watch all the latest happenings. Alright, where Caitlin Clark played college hoops. No idea. I'm just gonna guess Duke. RV guy. I have no idea. I don't know. RV guy. R to V guy. No clue. Adds to a timeline. Say dates? Maybe? One who's off base? No clue. Library figure. Oh, the Dewey Decimal? Dewey. Maybe? Red State? Utah? Refuses to. Unacceptable. I don't think Duke is correct here because Red State might be like in a state of anger. Where did Caitlin Clark go? Refuses to. Dodges, devoids, denies. No clue. Cephalopods. Something. Cephalopods with a name derived from Greek mythology. Cephalopods. I don't know. I don't know. Show as of appreciation. Thank. Visit. See. I don't know. Shortening of a city that omits Onto. Tor. Toronto. RV guy. John, who wrote the National Book Award for his novel The Centaur. Dude. Instrument with a neck. A guitar. A ukulele. A uke. Sport. UTV. Maybe. In days. I don't know that. Sellout letters? I don't know. You tell me. Huh. Okay. Player or piece of equipment at the Barclays Center. Player. The Barclays. I no clue. Visit. Oh shit. Uh-oh. One who's off base. What do you call a reservist? Someone in the military that's not currently off duty, non-active duty. One who's off base. Land sailor? Library figure. A librarian? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Well, you can't have the... Whatever. Red state. Ire. Fugue? A fugue state? We're gonna have to do an auto check here. Oh my god. Sport Ute? Okay. Is this not Duke? This is Yale. This is Ohio. This is UC. This is I don't, Iowa? Oh. I library figure. I see. Oh, it's the codes that are attached to books. Oh, why am I just chatting? Whatever. Just chatting works. Refuses to. Won't. Unacceptable. Not okay. Oh, yeah, alright. ISBN. Clearly, I don't fucking read enough. or go to the library enough, at least. Accessory with a grid of numbers? Okay, sure. One who's off base. Short stop. Oh, yeah, okay. I thought they were... See, this is the problem. You can never tell how cute they're trying to be or how clever they're trying to be, because sometimes it's very literal, like baseball. Or they were trying... I thought they were trying to be cute and have it be like, oh, it's actually a military base. Or like a moon or a lunar walker or something, like off the moon base. I don't know why this would be stew, but I'll take their word for it. Bine chart? Binary accessory with a grid of numbers. Artho. I would think this is like pods. John is just making major progress. Grown up, adult. Oh Jesus. Aged? No. Mature? No. Makes sense. Group that began in the 2010s? I don't know. There's probably a lot of groups. Book of Mormon figure? Oh my god, I'm trying to remember the Eric Andre bit where they talk about a guy in Mormonism, but I don't remember. Pussyfoot sneak? Sure. Something often hit without you seeing it. I couldn't tell you. CIA Forerunner. Where's the conspiracy theorists? Fella, guy, pal, man, fella. In days, knee, ear. Maybe. Who knows? Sellout letters. Outfit for G.I. Joe. What are they called? Fatigues? Unit? Games organizing org. Who? Oh, the Olympic Council? The UFC. Doc? Well, yeah, I guess. The Pan Olympic Council, the National, the Global, the International. That would make sense. Given the nature of the Olympics. You're not just imagining. I see it too. I don't know. Harry Styles song? That's shit. Now that's something I should know. No. Oh my god. I don't know why that was all intuition there. I couldn't tell you. They're not up to much. Idlers? Like, sure. Tool built and used in building some castles. Say, I have no idea. Elizabeth Olsen. That one I can do. To repeat. I said? Sure. Sad. Notes? Adds to a timeline. A pail? Oh, a sand. I get it. Oh. The millennials are back. Phrase spoken by a dog in a burning room. This is fine. Alpha. Oh. Group started in 2010s. Gen Alpha. Oh, I get it. General, so... Gorsuch. Spare tires. Reno. Lotto. I hear it. Okay. Palladius Prize? Do you win anything when you do Pilates? Oh, affiliates. I have no idea what that word is. Saver's asset. Patience? Interest? Ugh. Man. Luke's on Stranger Things. No. Air. Art. Oh, God. Football roster planning depth charts. Okay. Liverpudlians. Britons. Okay. Bed frame part. Overseer of Artemis. Hey, dude. Onus. Max score of 1520. Is that the PSAT? Oh, I thought that went up to 1600 like the SAT. Job for a driller. Make shitty music. I'm joking. Kind of milk. Oh. I've been brain broken. It's not raw milk. Whoopsies. Um. Job for a driller. NASA, that would make sense. Seat? Slat? Nuts. Job for a driller. No clue. Cheese? Loud cheese? that's definitely not. Ars Technica? I've never heard of that. Rarest cap? Rarest top? Erica? Oh, okay. Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa. Rarest Tamp? I have no clue. Root canal. That makes sense. Oat milk. Financial report. I actually... Outfit for G.I. Joe. What? U.S. Army. Oh. I guess year to date. Alright. Blue cheese. Oh my god, I am incredibly dumb. Fella, bub. Can't be calling people bub. That is for a bad time. Adds up. Thank God. Grown up? Of age? Sure. Book of Mormon figure. No clue. Something often hit without you seeing it. I swear they hide some of the like clues until you get later into the crossword. OSU, OST, Office of Special Services, right? Is that what it was? Or Secret Services? Burdened. Laden? Yeah. Okay. FDA approved form of this to treat anxiety. LSD? Yo. Hello? Largest Bengali speaking city in the world. Steak Apwa? Paul, no clue. Who knew? Idea? I had no idea. Eros, Amos, Enos, sure, why not? I could not tell you what this is. Someone who might be led on the way... Oh. Shit. Where someone might be led. Path. The hidden. The Magnum PI settings. Oahu? Oh. Dude who might be in a row? Frat bro? Sure. Sellout letters? I have no idea. Garden path? I am unfamiliar with that one. Give giant steps. Oh, okay, sure. Token? Oh, yeah, sure. A net? Oh. Oh my god. Okay, yeah. Argonauts. Yep. Bingo card. Savers asset thrift. Pinata. DACA. Another tragic one for the timeline. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's cleanse our palates with some Scrandle after that crossword. That's another one I can't upload because it's too rough. Let me just make sure. Hello, am I crackly? Am I crackling? Am I crackling? Hello. Okay. Seems fine. Okay, so the problem with erection fallout, that's a good one. Dr. Monarch. That got me. Nice. I'd guess this is probably, I mean, like, this is more, the heuristic of this has more color doesn't apply here because this clearly is going to have more flavor. Hopefully. Oh, right. Forgot it's the first one. They don't tell you the answer. I'm sorry. That's too fucking wet. That's too wet. Right? Who's carrying this back to a seat to watch a fucking soccer game? This seems like a recipe for disaster. Okay, good. Thank God. The people understand. You think world is flat? Okay. The pro burger mafia is still gonna have this one, yeah. Sorry, I just had to replug my mic. Corned beef and this is... probably this, because this just looks disgusting. I don't think this is... It probably tastes just fine. It does look like a piece of shit, so... Flat and thin like a pizza. So how far down do you have to dig before you break through? Onions, jalapeno. Yeah, this just doesn't have enough going on. Hot dog versus... Oh, sausage baguette. My God. I mean, that... What? Nah. About 9 feet? Have you ever checked? I feel like that's... If that's your assertion... You did? Oh, that's how you know for sure. And what's on the other side? It's just too goddamn wet. This loses every single time it's brought up. Hairy balls. Ah, interesting. Well, nice to know that under all of us, there's hairy balls. I didn't know what to do. I'm sure. I don't know. Would you call like NASA or something? What did they have to say? Doner kebab with a drink, meat and potato. I will say that is a very clean looking dish. But it's but mm. I They said don't tell anyone or you'll deal with unforeseen consequences. Alright, well now you're spreading the message on Twitch. They're after you, man. I Meat and potato. Honestly, this looks so clean. I'll make her. Okay. I think the people are crazy for that one. Let's try food guesser. Red wine, lemon, soda, ice, lemons. I'm in Nevada. No one can get me. Maybe, but isn't that where? Isn't that where Area 51 is? I thought they'd have a presence right there. Yeah, I thought this was pile of peppers with onions on it. Area 69 is fake. True. Fresh tomatoes and onions. So what are you planning to do with this information now that now that you have it and you decided to spread it? Pizza is nice. That's okay. I, if I'm meant to get something, you're alluding to some. Best drink is. Okay, well, I'm interested to see where this bit ends up. I don't know, Greece? But the peppers, no, way off. Argentina? Oh. Okay, sure. That's not Turkish coffee. My bad. That's green. That's certainly green. I I want to say like, oh, maybe actually sleeper pick. No. Okay. Figured I'd try. All right. Still above average. The most plain looking sauce. And people get grossed out when the sausage has too much variation in color and too little. This is scary. I don't know what this is. Spicy chili paste. It's just chili paste. So my options are to pick between just chili paste and the most bland looking. So all flavor and no flavor. I feel like everyone's taken. These people are lying to themselves. That is such bullshit. Just by the nature of not being mostly gray, people are gonna pick that. Ants climbing a tree. I more color, slightly off-putting name, less normal color, but I don't know what's in here. Pork blood, people stopped reading after that. Yep. Anything that says blood or tongue, people aren't going to vote for. Yeah. See, that's this will be a microcosm of our political stances, is deriving heuristics on food guessing games to see how the populace think. They both look wet and gray, but this is wet and gray thing Japan, wet and gray thing Indonesia. Yep. Thing Japan. Indian street food. Yeah. Death guarantee. Maybe. It depends on what you get and where you get it, I guess. But this is Myanmar. Bosnia Herzegovina. Batter, rice flour, and chickpeas. Poured into a takoyaki pan. Additions like quail eggs. Honestly, that sounds pretty good. What's in this? Yeah. That is just true. Yeah. Begin by cleaning lamb or goat intestines. I feel like people are going with this. Red tortoise cake. Yeah. I don't know where you're headed with that. This is too wet. What? I don't know what. Okay, surely the beef Wellington. Okay, that's pretty close. Braised pork belly has to win. Okay, thank God. Okay, let's try out Kinda Hard Golf. What are we going for here? What is the best dish you can't eat? I don't know, the one you just ate? I mean, you can. If you're into it, you can absolutely do that. God damn it. Oh my god. Do I just need to... Okay. Then I don't know what we do. I guess just rocket it. Yeah. Then... Oh my god, that was almost crazy. God damn it. Get down. Not that way. No. Not there again. Stay. Okay. Now this is mission critical. Okay. Okay. Then thread the needle. Oh, it's so tempting because the consequences of this fall are not good, but nope. Nope. This one might have to take off the rotation. Alright, let's see what Worldle's got in store for us today. This is... You're a pro at pussy? Okay. I'll take your word for it. Ooh, this is... No. Shit. Where is this? South of St. Lucia. Oh my god. Just... Sure. God damn it. Alright, let's see what global has got for us. Ooh. Okay. Not bad, not bad, not bad. El Salvador to French Guyana. Fuck. El Salvador. Okay, so we're gonna have to go through Panama. And we're gonna have to go through Colombia. And Brazil, most likely. Yeah, okay. So now we just need to get up to El Salvador. So we're going to do Costa Rica and Nicaragua. Oh my god, it's so close. Does Guatemala touch both of these? Does not. Then we want Dominica, Honduras. Yeah. Not bad, not bad, not bad. Alright. That is the dills for today. So we can either go making Kelly, lunch with Erdogan. Or no, Orban, sorry. Also, I never watched the video of the guy collapsing. So we started this one, but we never actually... I can't believe I cut this one off early.
It's truly exciting.
Like
You to know
with the Republican control drugs and medicine is a tremendous
they cut it out.
liability for the country. I thought she was an evil woman who did a poor job.
They cut it out. Let's go Trump. Yeah, pussy neck Trump. I cannot put a thumb on what your political ideology might be. 2 days ago, 2 weeks ago, 3 days ago. No. I want the one yesterday where the guy fucking collapsed.
Well, thank you. A state lowest. You're in damages and.
What the fuck?
Nobody talks about it.
No, they didn't cut it, did they?
A question from a reporter to get that out. We should be talking about it because they talk about
Fine,
affordability.
I'll just look up.
They don't have affordability. We had the highest inflation in the history of our country.
This didn't come to me in a dream, right? This happened.
Emergency at the White House today.
Okay, thanks.
Received medical care on this news that.
Okay, just show me the fucking video, man.
Talking to
million high.
if you the right thing to do
Okay,
for your
thank
health is
you,
right there, but
Jesus.
you can't afford to get it. Folks need to be able to utilize these life-saving medications.
Well, the deal is.
Oh
part
my
of
God,
Democratic
these
Trump-
cowards! Jesus. It's true Trump posts where he shits on. Yeah. So I'll show you that. So. Here. Yeah. This was bizarre, to say the least. And these are just people protesting peacefully, like. It's bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre. Very, very bizarre. I don't really. Yeah, it's just quite odd. Tim Pool, what a fucking joke. Okay. CEO collapse in Oval Office. Please, I don't want the Access Hollywood one.
From Lily, and then Mike Dustar from Nova.
Imagine
Great. Thank
shitting
you,
on
Chris.
Democrats.
It's
I
truly an honor to
mean,
be here.
I am a Democrat, so that's a Democrat's favorite activity is to shit on other Democrats.
Today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonist that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, oh, are you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Oh boy.
Yeah.
I mean,
Thank you very much.
bizarre.
The representative.
All right. Well, yeah, that was a odd thing. So, let's do
Thank you
this.
very much. It's an honor to have a friend of mine here, Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, and he's done a
That's a good start to anything. I'm here with my buddy Viktor Orban.
fantastic job. He's a very powerful man within his country, but he's also beloved. They love Victor, and people that know him do. He's run a really great country, and he's got no crime. He's got no problems like some countries do, but probably has a couple of things that I don't know about, maybe that I don't want to know about. But he's a very special person. I've known him for a long time. We're going to be talking trade. We're going to be talking a little bit of Russia, Ukraine. We'll be talking about energy and energy prices. We have energy down to a pretty low point right now in the United States. We're drilling, drill baby drill, we call it. But energy costs are very low. Our general costs are very low. And I just saw that Walmart came out with a statement last night. They've done it for many years. That Thanksgiving this year will cost 25% less than Thanksgiving last year under Sleepy Joe Biden. So that's a big difference. That's a big difference. 25% less Thanksgiving. And I think that's a very good chart. They include everything that you need for Thanksgiving. So it's 25% less this year than it was last year. And that's true. That's emblematic of...
Yeah, I mean, you could be successful, but not like a good person. It's not... It's not like being successful and absolves you of anything. You're President Donald yeah, I mean, he is the president. It's a mistake the American people made, I believe. Alright, whatever.
Of the rest of prices. Energy prices are way down from what
Like,
they were
did he?
last year.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Inflation is almost
Sorry.
non-existent. We have inflation down to a very
Seems
low
like
number.
salesperson.
Whereas Biden, as you know, is the worst
That
inflation
is
in the history
a
of our
good
country.
example.
So we're doing very well. We have a shutdown, as you probably know, because the Democrats have gone. They're crazy. They're crazy, but they don't care if they hurt the country. But
This is the guy, okay, I don't know, literally the guy, but also, like, they just appealed and lost to not pay out SNAP benefits that the court said you gotta pay out. Like, wow. Really, those evil Democrats, huh?
we've approved it 14 times.
Would
We've
you
approved
shut up, man?
Hey, thanks for the
opening
follow.
up 14
Appreciate
times,
that,
and they keep
Dr.
rejecting
Monarch.
it, and, I guess maybe they will again. Let's see what happens. They want to have a lot of bad things happen, bad things for our country. We're not going to give $1.5 trillion to people that can't.
First of all, the difference, so the Democratic proposed CR, I think the difference is roughly $300 billion over 10 years, all of which is for Medicaid and funding underserved hospitals in rural areas and poor areas. This talking point about illegal immigrants, it's not that no illegal immigrants will be helped. It's just that by nature of funding underserved hospitals, you will incidentally help some illegal immigrants because we don't ask you for your papers when we decide to treat you. We treat you and then figure that out. So I think the estimated spend that might go to illegal immigrants is in the tens of millions annually, if that. It's like a percent of a percent.
Came into our country illegally. We're not going to do it. To people came from prisons. They came from mental institutions. They're drug dealers. They want to give them
All of
medical
this is
care.
BS. Yeah, okay. If you're in the U.S. and you're going to a hospital, you get medical care. That is part of the deal of just being a country and having hospitals. I don't think anyone's going to say no. Actually, we have to start doing immigration checks before we treat people in the emergency room. Like, no.
$1.5 trillion.
That's ridiculous.
And we're not going to do other things that they're requesting also. So I just want to
Like
welcome
funding
this,
SNAP, by the way. That's what he's
really
referring to there.
good person. I know him very well. He's a good person. And he's a great leader, and he's loved in this country. And Victor, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you very much, President.
Thank you.
First of all, I can say that thank you very much for the invitation. It's good to see you, President, back to the White House. And good to be back after 6 years, anyway, again, to see you here,
Yeah.
as we have met last time. The reason why we are here to open a new chapter between the bilateral relation of the United States and Hungary, basically because during the Democrat administration, everything was ruined. So after your leaving president,
Every single leader. I want him out more than anything. I cannot wait. Now, this is something that I differ from a lot of people on. I can't wait for him to be out. I want to go back to talking about what the correct marginal tax rate is, what the correct levels of regulations are. I don't want to be talking about how much fascism is fine. Like, it's boring to have this be the discourse. I want to go back to the right levels of taxing, the right levels of regulation, what government spending we should do, what we shouldn't do. But now the dialogue is so poisoned that we're asking questions that have been settled hundreds or like decades ago. Or tens or hundreds of years ago. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, I don't want this to be it. I want to have an argument about what the proper way to tax land is. Like,
everything was basically broke, ruined, cancelled, a lot of harm done by the previous.
No, I just remember the time before he was here when the argument was about, like, the ACA and whether or not that should be a thing. He's here. That is the fact. He will be gone. That is also a fact. I'm saying I preferred it when he wasn't here.
Administration. In the last 10 months, President, what you have done, we are very much grateful for that. You restored the old level of the relationship. You improved the bilateral relation. You repair what was done badly by the previous administration. So now we are in quite a good position to open up a new chapter, let's say a golden age between United States and Hungary. And we have plenty of suggestions for today: economic cooperation, military cooperation, and political cooperation. And the main issue, probably, President, you know, we are neighboring Ukraine.
What about High and I?
Sure.
Which is in war. It's the most important issue for us, and we would like to discuss with you how we can contribute to help you in your peace efforts.
Yeah. I think Biden was an effective president. I like the infrastructure bill. I like the CHIPS Act. I like that he was able to bring inflation down from 9% to 2.5% as we were recovering from COVID. We recovered faster than anywhere else in the developed world. So, yeah, it was a grand old time.
And
That's why we are here
you've
as
taken
well.
a lot of Ukrainians that needed your help, and you've taken a lot of them in your country, and everybody appreciates that.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we do our best.
Thank you very much. Any questions, please? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Orban has requested an exemption as it relates to oil that is coming from Russia. Is that something that you are prepared to?
Yeah, I mean, look, if Trump's able to get him to stop buying Russian oil, that's great. Like, I'll give Trump props in that regard. Like, now it shouldn't be a question as to whether or not we support Ukraine. That should have been automatic. But since we're in the spot now, there's a right choice and a wrong choice. So.
And may I ask Mr. Orban a question in regards to that very issue?
Tragic run.
We're
Holy
looking
shit.
at it because it's very difficult for him to get the oil and gas from other areas. As you know, they don't have the advantage of having sea. It's a great country. It's a big country, but they don't have sea. They don't have the ports, and so they have a difficult problem. There's another country that has that same problem, by the way. But when you look at what's happened with Europe, many of those countries, they don't have those problems, and they buy a lot of oil and gas from Russia.
Well, I don't think, but if that was Biden's ability to run, then no, he probably shouldn't have run. Should have stepped aside earlier. But I would have, like, was out of state, but would have voted for Kamala happily, and I'd do it again. I think more and more people are realizing, fuck, that probably was the right choice. Don't think she was a great candidate. Don't think she was as bad as people say. Hell of a lot better than Trump. I would have taken Biden in that state, too, over Trump any day.
And as they know, I'm very disturbed by that because we're helping them and they're going and buying oil and gas from Russia. So that question could be really asked maybe more accurately if you talked about many European countries, not Hungary necessarily, because Hungary is in a different position. But many European countries are buying oil and gas from Russia, and they have been for years. And I say, what's that all about, right? Thank you.
Look, if you want to talk about different flubs that, if you want to talk about different flubs that Biden's had, like, dude, the flubs from Trump, like Azerbaijan, oh my god, the whole fucking acetaminophen, which I'm just learning is Tylenol. Like, this guy has yeah, like, I'm sorry, Trump beats Biden in flubs any day. It's like...
So that will be one of the issues for today, to explain clearly what would be the consequences for the Hungarian people and for the Hungarian economy not to get oil and gas from Russia because we are supplied by pipelines. Pipelines.
Yeah, I would take the amorphous Democratic establishment over Trump any day. Yeah.
Not an ideological or political issue. It's a physical reality because we don't have port, exactly as the president explained to you. So we will negotiate on that point. It's vital for us anyway.
Mr. Orban, there are two pipelines, as I understand it. There's a pipeline from Ukraine and there's a pipeline from Croatia. And my understanding is that the pipeline from Croatia can provide all of Hungary's energy.
Oh, man. Well, Biden might fall asleep, but Trump might have a heart attack, so... Trump's definitely got the mass, but... Biden was able to tank that bike fall, so... I don't know, it's a rough one.
As a result, why would you need an exemption?
Oh my god, these are terrible.
So when we discuss that issue, you should separate the gas and the oil. On the gas issue, which is very important.
If that's what you think, you're more than welcome to go watch someone else. Like, I've arrived that there's 30% of the country that is diehard Trump that will never leave it. These are people that actually think their prices for groceries are down when they are just demonstrably not. People that are willing to ignore their own eyes to support Trump. Like, if that is you, then that's fine. I just... You're probably going to be better served from someone else.
For us, 90% of the Hungarian households based on heating system based on gas. So
all the polls suggest that it's 30%.
We have only
I'll put together a document of all of it, but it's about 30%.
one pipeline delivering gas to Hungary, which is the main pipeline, the Turkish one. What we got from Croatia is a very small volume supplementary gas pipeline. Okay, that's gas. Oil is another issue. So oil is coming from the Druzhba pipeline, which is the main supply, and that is a Croatian one, which is the secondary and supplementary pipeline. We would like to convince the Croatian government to enlarge it and make it possible to deliver more. Under these circumstances, it cannot be the main pipeline. It's just supplementary. But later on, with some big investments, it could serve better the interest of Hungary.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Many people see this meeting not just as an encounter between two countries, but as the symbol of the strengthening.
What is she saying?
Alliance.
This as unintelligible as it is on y'all's end, I'm sure it's just as I can't understand it at all here.
Interpretation and how do you see the future of Europe in the light of leaders like Viktor Orban stand up to Brussels bureaucracy and the globalist agenda?
I cannot make
Are
one
you
out.
from Hungary? I figured. The fact is that he's a great leader, and he's respected all over. Not necessarily liked by some of the leaders, but, you know, those leaders are proven to be wrong. If you look at his stance on immigration and other things, you know, if you look at Europe, they make tremendous
Completely functional. My ass.
mistakes on immigration. It's really hurting them very badly.
Good luck.
He has not made a mistake on immigration. So he's respected by everybody. He's liked by some. And I can tell you, I like and respect. I'm a double. I like and respect him. And that's the way Hungary is being led. They're being led properly. And that's why he's going to be very successful in his upcoming election.
May I have a comment on that? You know, language is important because the Anglo-Saxon terminology is different from the European one. So to use categories can create some misunderstanding. So I would like to be clear as much as we can. We are the only government in Europe which consider itself as a modern Christian government. All the other governments in Europe are basically liberal leftist governments. So we...
Yeah. Is that points to you or against you?
We try to do something from 2010 which is different from what the others are doing, even at the philosophical level and at the level of practice as well, as just the president described it. Like,
look, yeah, I don't think obvious. Like, okay, on this stream we condemn political violence wholeheartedly. Yes, hurting people over politics is not good. And if you're Turkish, yeah, you definitely understand that one. Yeah, no, I mean, we can always talk about it, and until that erodes, there's no reason to be violent. The real problem of U.S. citizens hidden by media, I don't know if I'd say that, because, like, under Obama, we were able to get, like, what, 24 million people insured? I'd say that's serving the people. Bringing inflation down under Biden, that's serving the people. Revitalizing infrastructure, bringing us out of COVID, I'd say that's serving the people. I think there are things that politicians do that definitely don't, but I think, you know, zero credit and some credit is like night and day when you bring these things up. But I do think some presidents deserve some credit for serving the people.
Migration. So we are kind of a special island of difference in a liberal ocean in Europe. And we consider...
Yeah, I mean, like... Yeah, so non-interventionism, that's... Some people would say that there's service to the American people for that, and some would say that it's not in our interests. But it's a disagreement we can have. I would say that some wars we've been involved in do serve our interests, and some don't. No, not really. Again, Trump is pretty fucking old. So... I'm good.
Consider ourselves as a modern Christian government. That's the proper category to describe what we are doing.
To both of you, immigration.
We're talking, but we'll report on that later. Meetings with Putin. We were talking about that with Victor. He understands Putin and knows him very well. And I feel that, I mean, I'm going to let you say what you think, but I think that Victor feels we're going to get that war ended in the not-too-distant future. Victor, do you want to talk about that?
Well, I'm strongly convinced. So
Probably
the question
play
is
the
whether
flush
we
there.
Westerners are unified or not. The problem is that the president has huge peace efforts, which are just splendid and very positive for the European continent and all the peoples of Europe. But at the same time, we are not unified because Brussels and the Europeans have a different approach to the war. So the only pro-peace government is the United States government and the small Hungary in Europe anyway.
Again, there's a difference between peace and a just peace. You can't just say peace is the end goal. Like, if Ukraine has to give up all of the territory, that's not a just peace. It's not really a peace worth having in the minds of a lot of people. Like, it's got to be a peace that is worth taking.
All the other governments prefer to continue the war because many of them think that Ukraine can win on the front line, which is a misunderstanding of the situation. So it's a complicated issue. We will discuss it. It requests not just 2 minutes to respond to your question, but rather than our lecture. Sorry, not to continue more than that.
To both of you.
So you would say that Ukraine cannot win that war?
You know, miracle can happen.
Yeah, that's right.
To both of you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Summit.
Thank you, Mr. President. What is your message to the EU? Because from Hungary and the EU want to impose their...
Again, Trump's policies being determined by whoever he talks to last. So coming up here, we're going to see a lot less pro-Ukrainian rhetoric and a lot more pro-Russian bullshit. I'm so tired of this.
What policies in Hungary? What is your message?
Well, I think they should respect Hungary and respect this leader very, very strongly because he's been right on immigration. Look what's happened to Europe with the immigration. They have people flooding Europe all over the place, and it's hurting it. It's
Wasn't Hungary's policy just, like Texas, ship them further into Europe? That's not addressing a problem. That's not dealing with a problem. That's offloading it to someone else. It's like what Texas does. That's such bull. Come on.
the crime rates are way up. A lot of bad things are happening. His crime rates are very low. They're the same as they always were, which is very little crime, because he's kept it the way it should be. Europe, I mean, I don't want to go into individual countries. They're all friends of mine, everyone. As you know, in NATO, they voted to...
So my take on immigration is that, yeah, my name is Dustin. Okay, well, Gray is my last name. Well, yeah, if you're doing Mr., then it would be Mr., but I don't go by, just Dustin's fine. So my take on immigration is that in order for a country with a modern economy to survive and it's not at replacement rate from its current citizens, it needs immigration to sustain both its economy and its social programs. All right? So the U.S. does need immigration purely economically to sustain our government, our Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. We need immigration to do that. There has been a kind of ignoring of the problem at the border of unvetted people. That is true. Biden's approach was closer to what I would have liked, which was increased spending on processing claims, increased spending on safe pathways, create systems in place that allow for both time. Yes, it does, but again, it's not about the current levels, it's the level at which it's growing. And our current population, it's not, like, without immigration, we don't have a large enough replacement, younger, like, we don't have enough youth entering the workforce to fill our economic needs and our growth. So you're seeing this a lot in Japan, which is very anti-immigration. They're having a lot of trouble funding all their social programs. Their economy is stagnating. Now, they're homogenous, and people will point to that and be like, see, look at this homogenous society. And if that's what you want, then that's fine, but there's a lot that you have to give up. And I don't know if people fully are able to reckon with what you have to give up for homogeneity. I would argue that homogeneity isn't really a goal in and of itself. It doesn't matter really to me what the average person in my country looks like. It just, yeah, that doesn't really weigh to me. So I want safe, effective, efficient pathways to immigrate here legally. But also, you know, like spend on it. Make sure people do it right, and make sure people are vetted. But long story short, I'm pro-immigration. The Democrats didn't get it right for a while. Let's get it right this time. If you think that, if your takeaway from that spiel was that I want open borders, you have holes in your brain, man.
Go from 2% to 5%, and you know that nobody thought that was possible, and we had just about almost, other than Spain, a unanimous vote. No, I think that I think they respect him a lot.
I'm not German. I'm just a mashup of Europe. Sure.
They don't agree with him, but actually, inwardly, I think they...
I think I'm mostly English/Australian. I think I have some French and some Nordic. But it's just just like a mutt of Europe. But I don't really care too much about my genetic, like, lineage. It doesn't really weigh that heavily on me. No, I'm American born and raised. My parents are American born and raised. Like, yeah, I think you have to go back a couple generations before someone immigrated here. So, some Italian too. Like I said, it's a mutt. Yeah, his dad is German, right?
They probably do agree. He was right on immigration. They were wrong. They are flooding Europe with people from all over.
Okay, people go through Hungary to get to the rest of Europe, and Hungary's solution to their immigration was ship them further into, like, come on. That's not solving anything. That's such a brain-dead take.
Of the world, and Europe is becoming a different place. And I tell the leaders all the time, you better stop or you're not going to have Europe anymore. It's a very dangerous thing they're doing.
May I have a reflection on that? So on migration issue, just for clarification, in Hungary, the number of illegal migration is like that.
Also, let me know. Let me know if my mic is like crackly, because that's been a problem that's coming up. Hello, testing. Oh, we're good. So that's the difference between U.S. immigration and European immigration. Is the U.S. does a lot better, like, integration. Like in Europe, there's a lot slower ability to work. So there's less integration within communities. Like the Muslim population in the U.S. and the Muslim population in Europe is assimilation. Thank you. That's what I was going for. Is a bit different. Like in the U.S., like it's really not a like we've assimilated people pretty damn well. As much as people will say against that, like we're pretty fucking good at it. In Europe, they're having trouble. Yeah, the Sharia law thing doesn't weigh to me. It's like it won't happen. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Zero, because we have a crystal clear system. If somebody would like to come to Hungary, first he should ask for that. If he gives the permission, they can step in. Nobody can step on the territory of Hungary without having a permission from the Hungarian authorities. This is the regulation, simple, well working. What is the consequence of that? We are under sanctions, financial sanctions of European Union, because we don't let the illegal migrations to come to Hungary and to the European Union as well. So we have to pay, just to inform you, we have to pay every day €1 million as a punishment to the Brazilian budget, because we stopped the migrants. This is the absurd world we are living now in Europe.
So most countries are party to a refugee convention, which is like, hey, if people are fleeing, seeking asylum, you gotta take them. Because, you know, if your country falls apart, you'd want other countries to take you. Like, that is a convention that almost everyone has signed. I need to read it, but more.
To both of you.
Go ahead, please.
Bill,
Yes, go ahead.
so much. Thank you. I'd like to ask what do you think, what do you believe? After this meeting, can you have maybe, or the European Union will have another opinion about, just because of this penalty, another opinion about Hungary because of the immigration and because of this kind of politics, which is not that strictly as the European Union directs. What do you believe?
Yeah, where are you from?
I'm from Hungary.
Okay.
Where do you think,
I do
brother?
have that conversation with them, and I respect it.
It's like he had I think it was the Turkish press. It was like, oh, you're from Turkey? Wow, a lot of people from Turkey. It's like, no shit.
And like that, yeah,
Hang on, I think I made a
pretty
clip
much
about
every
it.
single leader in Europe is a friend of mine. We get along really well. They've done everything I've asked them to do with NATO, etc. The only thing they continue to do is buy oil from Russia. That's not too good. But I told them they should respect this man. They can also learn from Victor. Victor has had a very hard stance on.
Dude, Vance is. Vance is a special case. Like, his early stuff, he was able to talk so eloquently to the issues of, like, the Rust Belt and Middle America, and he has sold those people out for a sliver of political power, and it's really sad. Like, if you ever have time, look up old J.D. Vance talking about the issues of America. I don't know why he does it. I think he wants to, like, be the next face of the MAGA movement, because it is a powerful movement, but he doesn't have the charisma for it, and he's had to give up so much of his soul for it.
Package would be in US production.
Where are you from?
Turkey.
I see. We have a lot of people from Turkey here.
It's almost like you had the fucking Turkish president. Yeah, that was my. I was on one that day.
More than anything else, immigration or even illegal immigration, he literally has accepted no one over the years. Think of how much greater these countries would be if they didn't have the tremendous.
Okay, without immigration, none of Europe's social programs, which people love, would be able to support themselves. I'm not arguing for less vetting or anything like that. I'm just saying you do need immigration, and refugees are pretty, like, they're a part of that immigration. I mean, like, yeah, it is. The glaze is crazy, as the kiddos say.
Tremendous crime that is coming with the immigration. People just flowing into Europe. They've got to stop it. And not only stop it, they have to reverse it. They have to get them out. We've done that here. We have 0 people coming in now. The borders are closed.
Again,
we
that's
take
not
people,
a good
but we
thing.
take them legally. But we've done it very strongly, and we're moving hundreds of thousands, millions of people out. We had, of the 20 million people, 25 million, nobody knows even what the number is. They never knew. Biden had no idea. He had no idea. I don't believe he had any idea what was happening because he wasn't about open borders. But we had open borders, and we had millions
What about WikiLeaks?
of people come in, and they were coming in from jails. They were coming in from mental institutions. They were coming in as drug dealers. We had 11,888 murderers. Half of them committed more than one murder. We're getting them all out. We're getting them out. He doesn't have that problem, but Europe does have that problem.
If that comes out, okay. If the JD Vance Trump video comes out before on WikiLeaks, I'll cover that on stream. I'll get banned for it, but that'll be a hell of a way to go out.
Other parts of Europe have that problem. So, I tell them all the time, I stick up for Viktor Orban. Not a lot of people do because in many cases they're jealous. They wish they did what he did. They would have no problem
Okay,
if he did what he did. And I have a bigger heart than anybody, but, they've destroyed some
Okay, we know your doctor told you that, but that's not a good thing.
of those countries. Some of those countries had no crime 10 years ago, and now they have quite a bit of crime. And I would say that I don't know anything about your crime levels, but I would imagine they're very low.
Down.
Huh?
Very
Not
down.
too high, right?
No, it's very down. One of the best in Europe.
I had a feeling.
Sorry, may I have one remark?
Sure, please.
No. Just a clarification as well.
Fuck.
I'm not here to ask how President Trump to manage my conflicts or our conflicts with the European Union. This is our matter, so we will do it. What we need is a golden age, to open a golden age of the United States-Hungary relationship. That's the biggest hub.
So, what, he's here... Do we currently have sanctions on Hungary? Or is he worried that we'll put sanctions on them?
Can get from United
And maybe
States.
Europe too. We can include Europe. It's going to get more difficult.
So inside the European Union, we will manage all of our affairs. To be the most possible humble guy, yeah? But I'm the longest-serving Prime Minister of Europe. I survived all the Prime Ministers who attacked us. And I'm sure we will survive next years as well. So we will manage our conflicts successfully.
Mr. President,
one question for you, Mr. President. One question for the Prime Minister. Speaking of Europe, last month you said that you would not withdraw U.S. troops from Europe. Yet, 2 weeks later, the Pentagon decided to withdraw significant number of troops from Romania. So have you changed your mind, or the Pentagon ignored your assurance?
I don't ignore anything that I say.
I love the questions that are like, hey, square these two policies. And he's like, whoa, that never happened. Shit. Fuck.
What they do is that we make changes.
Doo-doo.
We move It's the same number, total number, but we move people around. I happen to like the Romanian people. I think they're great people. And Pete, you may want to suggest something right there, please.
Absolutely. No, nothing was uncoordinated with the White House. It's all part of the view that we have of Europe, and there will remain troops in Romania, but there's some change in how we rotate and how many we rotate.
And the relationship with Romania is very good, right?
It's very good, and we've coordinated all this with Secretary General Ruta, throughout UCOM, throughout our allies. Everyone was notified in advance.
The relationship with Romania is very good. The relationship with Europe is very good. I disagree with what Europe is doing having to do with immigration, but I agree with them on many other subjects. We just signed the biggest trade deal ever made with Europe, $950 billion. We were able to do it because of tariffs. It was a deal that was good, very good, but we had a very unfair deal. We were treated very badly before I came into office, but we just signed. It's the single biggest trade deal ever signed. So we have a very good relationship with Europe. Yeah.
What is the main dispute with the Russians which prevent the Budapest summit with
Yeah, Trump, why aren't the Russians coming to negotiate?
Putin
the basic dispute is they just don't want to stop yet. And,
wow. Okay, he's so close to getting it.
It's taken a big toll on Russia, a big toll on both countries, obviously, but it's taken a big toll. They're losing 7,000 soldiers a week. That's a big toll. And between the two of them, divided.
Start giving me them.
You know, with Russia losing more soldiers. Actually.
So getting that Russia is not interested in peace. Russia wants to keep fighting to take more land. And Ukraine doesn't want to give them their land. I'm sorry. Sometimes peace isn't the option. It's a just peace, a peace that people are willing to accept. If both parties are still going to fight, they are not satisfied where the thing is now, they're not going to come to the table. They're still both incentivized to fight.
Actually, but they're both losing a lot of people. And that's the primary thing that with me, it's not economic, it's not money. In fact, we don't spend any money. We send it to NATO. They pay us for our missiles and for our military.
Yeah, that's also, this is just an abdication of duty. We have someone who's trying to westernize their country to Ukraine, is trying to clean up their corruption, try and change their legal system to match the EU, to get everything ready to be part of NATO, part of the EU. They want to leave Russia's sphere of influence and join ours. And under Biden, we were like, we will help you. We will prevent this territorial occupation from Russia on your stuff because they're doing a last grasp trying to keep you in their sphere of influence. We're going to help you join ours because you asked. Trump is like, whoa, whoa. Fuck you guys. You got to stay in Russia's sphere of influence. It makes no fucking sense.
And everything else, we don't. It's not a question of money. It was with Biden. He spent $350.
I am happy for my tax dollars to go to Ukrainian support. That is something I want. Okay? I don't want our allies to have to buy weapons from us to what? To defend their sovereignty? Sovereignty? Like, no. This is... what are we talking about here? How is this a question?
$50 billion. He got nothing for it. The war would have never happened. If I were president, the war would have never happened. I think you would agree with that. This
Putin had Crimea the whole time.
This war would never have happened if I were president. It's stupid that it happened. But it did happen. I inherited the war, and I think we're going to get it ended. Now,
yeah, this is Viktor Orban. Sorry, can you give me like the brief synopsis on Orban? I'm not terribly familiar.
Not too distant future.
Please. So no question that if
I feel like I could do a lot more commentary. I haven't done enough reading on Orban. I don't want to talk out of my ass because I'm a Twitch streamer. Why do I not talk out of my ass more?
that time, the name of the United States president would have been Donald Trump, there would be no war between Ukraine and Russia. That's clear. But what we are speaking about here is more than that. Because without the pressure coming from the United States government, I'm speaking 2022, the Europeans would not take that hard line, what they have today on the war. Remember that big countries of Europe rejected to be involved more than just sending some, humanitarian issues. So the pressure coming from the United States to be more pro-war in Europe. So that's the fact of the history anyway. So we have to restore something which was.
Okay, that's what I figured. That was my high level understanding of him. I didn't know about the wasting aid part though.
Ruined and created from here, and that's the reason why
I've also heard. I don't
devotion
have
of the
the
president
full
now
facts on
to
that.
do everything to stop the war, because that would be not that deep without the previous government pressure from here.
Is it pro-war or is it anti-invasion to fund the defense of a country that's being invaded? Is that pro-war? Yeah, he did say it's not that deep. As Russia is flying drones over Poland and Estonia. What do you mean it's not that deep? And even without that, it's Russia violating the sovereign territory of a country that's trying to westernize. I'm 14, and that's deep.
The reason why I'm here to be as much as helpful I can to contribute to the peace efforts of the president, because that was an enormous mistake what we have done, the Western world, several years ago, and we have to stop it, and it's common responsibility.
Biden actually pushed for that war to happen. Okay, if you can believe it. Nobody can believe it, but it's one of those things. And now look what happened. Look what's happened to Ukraine. It's much smaller.
Biden pushed? As in Biden said, hey, look, if you guys get invaded, we'll help? Because we signed a treaty that said if you get invaded, we'll help? That was our agreement. We said, give up your nuclear weapons, and we'll come help you if you get invaded. Now they're getting invaded. Biden helped. And Trump's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Fuck. What's America's refund policy on nukes? Good question.
Country, a lot of people are dead. You take a look at it's a whole different world over there, and Russia has not been helped very much by that war either. They lost a tremendous number of soldiers and people. And, look, that war should have been a 1 week war. I don't know why it's taken. This is 4 years.
Because the Ukrainians are badass, man.
Should have been 1 week.
That's
should have been
why.
over with, but it would have never started. Should have never started. And I would have solved the problem without giving up anything. Ukraine would have remained as is. So there were tremendous mistakes long before I got there. I inherited that mess, and we're getting it solved, along with the 8 wars that we've already ended.
Okay. 1 week war sounds like a war. Yeah, well, there's the 6-day war, the 12-day war. I don't know much about the Yom Kippur War.
Mr. President,
What is America's interest cultivating better relations with the EU leader or Orban?
I think I can do both. I mean, there's no reason why I can't. I get along well with the...
Again, this is something, too, about Trump, is that he's unable to reckon with the idea that sometimes you do have to give something up. Sometimes there is a give and take. Every single thing he says, he's like, no, this will be both ends of the benefit. And it's beyond Trump, too. It's a lot of Republicans that are like, we will keep Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, all of our defense spending, but also we'll cut taxes. And the deficit will be fine because we said so. Like, no. Like, you have to give something up to get something. Can't have your cake and eat it, too.
European nations.
We are still a member of the European Union, so it's easy.
Yeah, and by the way, he's a member in good standing, I guess, although they penalize him every once in a while. But he's a member in good standing with the European Union, so he's a member. He's a part of it. But I get along great with him. I get along very well with them. I agree with him on immigration much more than I agree with them. But I agree with, a lot of the things in Europe he also agrees with. But he had a.
Can I call you Dustin Apple? Why not? You know what? Go for it. I don't care. It's funny.
Difference, I would say, primarily on immigration more than anything else. And I happen to think he was right because their whole fabric has changed. I mean, you go to some of the countries, they're unrecognizable now.
Uh-oh. The Fuentes stuff has been in his ear. The cultural fabric, the photo of an average picture. Hold on, I'm fighting the 2003 Iraq War. I'll be back in a second. That's what Bush said.
Because of what they've done. And Hungary is very recognizable. Yes, ma'am.
Man, you really got one thing on your mind.
Peace summit in Budapest still this year. What do you think?
You mean a meeting with President Putin?
Yes.
You mean in Hungary? Well, I'd like to keep it in Hungary, in Budapest. That meeting, it turned out I didn't want to do that meeting because I didn't think anything was going to be happening.
Sorry, who canceled that meeting?
Of significance, but if we have it, I'd like to do it in Budapest. Yeah, it'd be good.
Mr. President, you said many times to support Viktor Orban. Why is it important to win the next election, for example, for the United States, Hungary, and also Europe? Why is it important?
Well, I don't know his opponent. I don't know if he has an opponent yet. At some point he will, I guess. You know, we always have opponents, right? Not much of an opponent, but I'll be supportive of him. He's done a fantastic job. We've had a great relationship.
That's a wild chat
the
message.
United States, look, we had a country that had no leader. It had an auto pen, illegal auto pen, totally illegal.
You're gonna have to give me. We'll find out. Do you want to give me the synopsis on that?
And that's coming out stronger.
Wait, that's for shit. Yeah, that's the same-sex marriage one, right? I saw an AP article about them like it's on the docket for them to consider whether or not to overturn same-sex. That's what has our fucking country become? This is the thing. This is a big thing. Instead of moving forward and advancing and, like, you know, working on policy to bring us to the future, we're asking questions that were answered, like, decades ago. It's, dude, actual Chungus country.
Stronger, but we had no leader in the United States. I mean, Hungary, as an example, had no relationship with the United States, even though we do, you know, billions of dollars in trade with.
Decade ago. Yeah. I just don't know why bring this up again? Like, sure, but if you poll Americans on should same-sex marriage be legal, that's gonna be overwhelming. That's got to go through Congress, no?
With Hungary. Hungary's a big country economically. We do, you know, billions of dollars in trade with Hungary. Why would they give that up? And they gave up so much else. Look, they gave up everything. This country was poorly run. I think.
Okay. Marriage is considered a local thing? Yeah, okay. I mean, if that... Just... That's the thing about textual versus, like, social advancement of law. Under right of license, but full faith and credit clause prevents selective recognition of marriage. So it should be fine then? Right?
If I didn't win the election, we might not have a country, if you want to know the truth. Not a recognizable country. But our relationship was immediately...
Hey, the white nationalist talking
points.
points.
Because
Nice.
Victor's one of the people that's highly respected, and we had a great relationship with Hungary. We do again. That was an easy one. Yeah.
Do you and Prime Minister Orban agree on ways to put pressure on President Putin to come to the negotiating table to end the war in Ukraine?
I think we agree that the war's going to end. Sometimes people have to fight it out a little bit longer, but I think we agree that the war is going to end in the not-too-distant future. You want to talk about that, Victor?
Okay, also consider how far this promise has gone. It was gone for... I will have this war ended on day one. One phone call. Now it's, at some point in the not too distant future, it'll maybe it'll end, but I can't do anything.
I have some ideas, and I will present it to the president. How to stop it.
His idea is, please, don't fund Ukraine. Please, I love Putin.
Mr. President, since you brought up the Walmart Thanksgiving meal, and it is cheaper, but it also contains less. As affordability.
Well, I haven't heard that. You're telling me. Who are you with? Fake news. NBC. You're fake news. What?
Okay, so just let's do that segment again.
I have some ideas, and I will present it to the president. How to stop it.
Mr. President, since you brought up the Walmart Thanksgiving meal, and it is cheaper, but it also contains less. As affordability. Well,
I haven't heard that. You're telling me.
That is true. We looked this up on stream yesterday. It contains about 75% of the items that instead of being like name brand items, they're now all great value ones. Walmart stated explicitly that they were doing this so that people could actually afford their Thanksgiving meal deal. Okay? The Walmart is recognizing the affordability crisis in the US. And look how Trump handles this shocking information.
Who are you with? Fake news. NBC. You're fake news. What a NBC's gone down the tubes along with most of the rest of them.
Why do you think there's such a disconnect between the economy that you're describing day to day and the way many Americans say are feeling and they're concerned about?
Well, they feel better about our country right now, other than the shutdown, obviously, which is caused by the Democrats, could be ended by the Democrats in 2 minutes. They feel much better. We have more jobs. We just set a record on jobs. You do know that?
From what reporting? The government isn't reporting we're shut down, right? And ADP, or is it ADP? They reported that jobs are down. Excuse me.
We have more investment in our country than any country in history.
FDI is also
$18
down.
$18 trillion as of this moment, and we're going to be maybe at 20 or 21 trillion by the time I finish up my first year. And there's been no country, China, no country in the world that's done anywhere even close to that number. Your friend Biden, as an example, in 4 years was less than $1 trillion. We'll be at 21 trillion in 1 year. So there's no country that was even close to that.
Again, I don't want to go through and just bring up the stats every single time. I don't have them on hand. We looked this all up yesterday. It's such horseshit. This 21 trillion is just people giving lip service. Ground hasn't broken, and the places ground has broken is because the planning was done during the fucking CHIPS Act because of Biden.
That and our country was a laughing stock all over the world. We have more jobs, we have more potential than any other country, and frankly, we're the hottest country right now. Victor said to me before, we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of it. We'll have $21 trillion invested. We have auto plants pouring back in. We have AI pouring back in. We're leading China in AI by a lot.
Wait, they helped create what?
We're leading everybody in every category. There's no category that we're in second place. So I just heard this yesterday that Walmart said that the Thanksgiving was 25% more expensive under Biden. That's to me, that's a big number because
They also halted the order to fund SNAP. I thought that the Trump admin appealed it, and then the appeals court was like, no?
Walmart's respected. I mean, Walmart is Walmart, and, they're giving you prices. So that would mean that the whole series of pricing and costs, the groceries and everything else, it was a con job. It was a con job. Affordability, they call it, was a con job by the Democrats. The Democrats are good at a few things, cheating on elections and conning people with facts that aren't true. It was 25%. Walmart just announced it 2 days ago. 25% cheaper this year, will be cheaper to have Thanksgiving than it was a year ago under Sleepy Joe Biden.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Say it.
You said affordability was a con job, and you didn't want. You said last night you didn't want to talk about affordability.
I talk about it. When did I not want to talk about it? I talk about it all the time.
Dude, literally yesterday, it's like, I don't want to hear about affordability.
Are much better than Biden and all of them. Now, just so you understand, do you remember that the Biden administration had the highest inflation in 48 years, but most people say ever recorded? Do you remember that?
Do you remember COVID, dipshit?
Right? Do you remember it? Did they have the highest inflation in 48 years? Did they? Just answer me the question. You know the answer. The answer is yes. They had the worst inflation in 48 years. We have almost no inflation. We're down now to 2%, and we'll be at maybe...
And you ought to be on your knees thanking Joe Biden for that. You fucking disingenuous motherfucker.
1%. You want to always stay above 1%, actually. You want a little tiny bit of inflation. We're at a perfect number. They were at the highest level in recorded history, okay? And when you talk about affordability...
Recorded history is 47 years.
Let's talk about the second biggest subject after inflation, energy. We're going to be at $2 gasoline. We're going to be approximately $2 very soon. We're a little bit above...
The court has no power of the purse. They can only say if they have violated the law and issue then a specific separate thing that compels the executive to do something within certain limits. True. The executive also doesn't have the power of the purse. They just disperse the funds. So,
$2 right now for gasoline. Now, under Biden...
Yeah, no, what I'm saying is the executive does not have the power of the purse.
It was $4.50. It even hit $5, but it was $4, $3.50. We're going to be at $2 a gallon. So gasoline's much less. Energy costs are less. When you have energy and when you have gasoline less, everything else follows. It's such a big category. So
it's
when you
not
have,
following.
Lower energy prices, which I think you admit we do substantially, that means everything else. So we are the victors on affordability. But if I watched that election, which I was not much involved in, I didn't support Virginia, the candidate, didn't do a lot of support for the other candidates. They asked me about Cuomo, and I said, well, it's a question, do you want a thug or do you want a communist? I mean, that was my response. So I wasn't involved in that stuff too much. But
yeah, no, I got you.
I will say this. If you look at affordability, which they campaigned on, they lied because they talked about, oh, prices are up. No. Prices are down under the Trump administration, and they're down substantially. Energy prices are down by 30, 35, 40%. Gasoline is way down. And the other big thing is inflation is way down. The biggest thing is inflation. The second biggest thing is energy. Energy is way down. And what's also down? Gasoline. Also, the biggest thing is inflation. And
it's just everything. I don't know if he's told the truth in his life. Energy prices, true. They shot up under Biden. And then they fell. Under Trump, they're exploding. This is average retail price of electricity. How? I don't. Like, they were falling. Maybe. They're on their fucking way up. Dude.
Way down. We took over a mess.
Literally, like, the only thing you have to do if you want to break out of MAGA is Google something.
The highest inflation in recorded history. Some people would say 48 years. I'll take either one of them. But I believe it's the highest inflation in recorded history. That alone makes it impossible for them to have done a good job affordability-wise. And one other thing. When I came into office, Victor, 2 days into office, they were screaming at me about the cost of eggs. I was there for 2 days. Eggs had quadrupled. And I said, listen, I just got here. Let me check it out. And they were right. Eggs had gone up by 3-4 times. Within a period of a few months, we had eggs down to a normal cost. We did a great job on groceries and affordability. The only problem is the fake news. You people don't want to report it. And, in fact, I'd like to ask Caroline. Where's Caroline? I'd like to ask Caroline a question. Where is she? Can she? Uh-oh.
Fetch her from the press dungeon. She's on the streets of Washington, D.C., biting cats or something.
She deserted us. She deserted me. Our great Caroline superstar deserted me. Anyway, she's right outside. She was going to talk about, because the fake news yesterday, they talked about that. They said, oh, I don't want to talk about affordability. The reason I don't want to talk about affordability is because everybody knows that it's far less expensive under Trump than it was under Sleepy Joe Biden. And the prices are way down. Caroline,
Oh, fuck, we might be
could
fucked.
you discuss
Alan.
that question that was asked, and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news?
Oh, my God. What the fuck? Okay, just so we can go into this with a clear head, let's watch what Trump actually said. Trump, I don't want to talk about affordability. Where this is from Trump. It was in this summit. Okay. Let's go to the affordability thing. Before we rip into this, okay.
So we talk about affordability. I think that's the best chart. That's better than a poll. That's better than anything I can think
He's talking
of.
about the Walmart
so
thing.
Walmart, which everybody trusts, and I trust, and everybody trusts Walmart, they're not looking to do anything except give the numbers. And they have for many years. They talk about the cost of Thanksgiving and the cost of
Walmart.
living through Thanksgiving,
Walmart.
and enjoying Thanksgiving. For Joe Biden, it was 25% more than it is for me at a later time. Our energy costs are way down. Our groceries are way down. Everything is way down. And the press doesn't report it. The press reports whatever the con people say. You know, I call the Democrats con men and women. They make
That's
up
a
numbers.
great comment.
But when
These
you
two
look
in
at
tandem.
25% reduction in costs for Thanksgiving between Biden and me, meaning this administration, that's a tremendous number. It's the biggest reduction in cost in the history of that chart or whatever it is they do. That they do a synopsis of everything. They cover every element of Thanksgiving meals. 25% down. So I don't want to hear about the affordability, because right now we're much less. If you look at energy, we're getting close to $2 a gallon gasoline. With Biden, it was $4.50, $5. Another thing,
he's
inflation. We had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now we have virtually no inflation at all. It's down at a very low number and a very normal number. So the affordability is much better with the Republicans.
Okay. That's the context. Now, let's see what they say here.
That question that was asked, and how it was asked in such a fake, disgusting manner by the fake news.
Yeah, and I just saw it asked again here, and it's very unfortunate that the reporters in this room refused to address, sir, what you just said, which is that you inherited the worst inflation crisis in modern American history, and you are fixing it in 10 short months. And your entire administration has been tasked with this effort, from Treasury Department to Agriculture Department to the National Economic Council right here at the White House. They are slashing regulation. He signed the largest middle-class tax cut in 6 months. In 6 months, in record time, putting more money back into your people's pockets. So,
Okay, you want to know what Trump inherited, by the way? Okay. Here's what Biden was able to do. 9.1% down to 2.4%. Trump gets in. It's at 3%. It goes down for a second, and now we're back up. All right? Like, Trump ought to thank his goddamn lucky stars that Joe Biden was the fucking GOAT. Motherfucker.
Affordability is what the American people elected this president to do, and he is doing it, and you guys refuse to cover it, and you refuse to cover that the previous...
The problem is that he's doing it. I was having this argument yesterday, is that he's passing some stuff. The big, beautiful bill, the tariffs, they all went through, and they suck, and people hate them. The approval of the BBB and tariffs is like 40%. Okay? The problem is the legislation, is the actions he's taking. People fucking hate it.
Administration created the worst
No, Republicans don't. Like, 60% of Republicans do.
affordability crisis in American history. And I've been watching the TV all day saying that he doesn't want to talk about affordability. That's what he's working on every day. And
That's what I'm talking about right now. But you know why they refuse to cover it? Because they're fake news.
Dude, Orban, no.
Caroline.
What is she?
That's why. Go ahead. Right now. But you know why they refuse to cover it? Because they're fake news. That's why. Go ahead.
Can I get her someone?
Sure. Caroline.
All right. Orban wants a Caroline Levitt.
The Prime Minister would like you to work for him in Hungary.
Please consider.
You know what? That's a very good decision you just made. Please don't leave us, Caroline. Yeah, please.
You spoke to Republican senators. They do not seem interested right now in getting rid of this filibuster.
That's too bad. They're making a big mistake. That's right. No, but they're coming my way. You're right. Wait a minute. The way to do it for the Republicans is to terminate the filibuster. They call it the nuclear option. This is the second form of nuclear. Very good, very good. This is a good form. This is not a bad form. I would have been in favor of that a long time ago. But you know the Democrats are going to do that. And most of you will admit the Democrats are going to do that. So why aren't we doing it? And I think only a fool...
Is that true? What you just said, or about the filibuster? So the filibuster being taken away, I think, is pretty unpopular. I think some Democrats are in favor of it. I can't tell you one way or another whether or not they would. That Democrats would. But Republicans in Congress are, the 69th, they probably.
Foolish person would be against that, especially when you realize that these are crazed people. These people are absolutely crazed, Trump derangement syndrome, whatever it may be. And I am totally in favor of terminating the filibuster, and we would be back to work within 10 minutes after that vote took place, and lots of other good things would happen. And it doesn't make any sense that a Republican would not want to do that.
If they're not going to do that, then it seems like you'd have to make a deal. Because there are some Republicans with principle, and I'm grateful. There are some Republicans that won't pass my filibuster, and it's quite terrible, and I fucking hate them. I wish we could abolish Congress altogether. It's supposed to be my rubber stamp. Something like that.
Here's some of the things that we'd pass if we terminated the filibuster. Voter ID, no mail-in voting, no cash bail, no men and women's sports, no welfare for illegals. You could go on and on. This is 2 pages of things we'd do if you did that. Without it, I don't know that you passed anything because you can't deal with them. They're really irrational. They really are. But I was happy to see that a tremendous liability to this country, a woman that made herself rich in this country, Nancy Pelosi, is...
Okay. Any other time, I would have cared about Nancy Pelosi's husband's stock trading. I do think Congress people and their spouses should be banned from trading stocks. Or at least just, have to hold their positions when they enter. I think that's great. I'm sorry, but I don't want to hear it from the guy that's made $2.5 fucking billion off crypto schemes while in office. I'm sorry, I could not give less of a shit about Nancy Pelosi in that context.
Quit, and she'll be out of here pretty soon. And that I consider that to be a great asset for America, getting her out. Yeah, please go.
Are you really going to deal with Democrats? They're not interested in the
I don't know. We'll see what they have. I mean, we'll see. But they're very destructive for the country. NBC, fake news.
I think our founders were very smart. They put together a great system, and it's our duty to maintain it. And right now, Trump is doing his darndest to erode it. I think we've slowly eroded over time, but Trump has pushed us from like 20%, 30, 40% erosion to like 95% erosion. So, yeah. I could do without the slavery.
Well, normally I would say, well, a little bit, but the reason that I'm not is because if they ever took over power, they'll do it. Look, Joe Manchin and Sinema.
But no, the founders were
people
based.
that are no longer in politics because of this issue.
I like this. Sorry. I fucking love this country. I love our system. I think we have to do right by our system and our founders.
were opposed to what the Democrats wanted to do. They wanted to terminate the filibuster. They were opposed to it. They're no longer in politics. They're gone. The Democrats will do this. So if the Democrats are going to do it, I'm saying Republicans should do it before they get a chance. It's very simple. And if we do it, we will never lose the midterms, and we will never lose the general election.
That's what's funny, too, is even, like, if the filibuster is abandoned and Trump is able to pass all the shit he wants, that almost might end up better for Democrats, because the legislation he passes is so ineffective and so unpopular and makes people's lives so much worse that they'll never vote for him ever. In the midterms, in the general, Republicans are going to have a horrible time.
Because we will have produced so many different things for our people, for the country, that it would be impossible to lose an election.
Are you worried about an AI bubble?
No, I love AI. I think it's going to be very helpful. So many things are happening with it. And in addition to which, we're leading China, we're leading the world in AI. We're building massive electric plants that the companies themselves are building for their plant. I've given them the right, because we need so much electricity for that. The word is electricity, believe it or not. Double the electricity that we currently have in the country.
Doesn't believe
for
it?
The AI plants. And I've allowed those companies to rebuild and build electric plants along with their facility. We're getting approvals done in less than a month, sometimes in 2 weeks, for massive, beautiful, massive buildings. And no, I'm totally in favor of it. I think it's really going to be the wave of the future, and we're leading the world. We're leading everybody by a lot.
How long do you think the shutdown will last? Mr. President, how long do you think the shutdown will last?
I don't know. It's up to the Democrats. The Republicans have voted 14 times to open up the country, and the Democrats have voted 14 times to hurt the country, really. They should approve it, but they might not. That's why I like the fact that we terminate the filibuster. If we terminate the filibuster, the country will be open within 10 minutes after that termination, because we'll take a second vote, which is the opening of the country, and the Republicans will vote to open the country. That's one of the reasons, not the major reason, by the way. I think it's less important than the other things that we get. But if we terminate the filibuster, the second vote that we will take will be to open up the country. It'll take 10 minutes, and the country will be open.
Is there any room for bipartisanship? Because it seems like that's the main purpose of the filibuster.
Not the actual question at hand. What are you doing?
Well, it didn't work, obviously.
Because you're not. Oh my God. When I want to be president, I don't think I have the temperament for it, but I would do it.
You're right. That was the purpose of the filibuster, bipartisanship, but that didn't work.
Because you're not letting it work. It worked for Biden. Biden respected it. He's like, okay, we have the filibuster. Let's negotiate with Republicans with pass legislation. That's what an effective leader does. Doesn't just listen to his ideas and his majority party. It has to be some sort of input from the minority.
Are you saying the next 3 years in Washington there shouldn't be?
Well, no. If the filibuster is terminated, we will have the most productive 3 years in the history of our country. if the filibuster is not terminated, then we will be in a slog with the Democrats, and very little for either party will be done. So it's a good thing. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
I love our democracy. Man, sometimes things go crazy. All right, well that was only sign. No, you can't do technocracy. Sorry, it's got to be, has to be. Everyone has an equal say. That is the system we have. And that is the system I want. I don't want someone with the ability to decide who does and doesn't, within reason, get to vote. It's just not happening. Whew. All right, what else do we got on the docket today? We could do Pierce Morgan having some, oh my god. Look, that's the country. We have to, that's what our system is. If you're part of the system, you get a say in it.
Does the Trump administration have a credibility problem in the court of law? Well, this morning, several cases.
Where's Adam
around the country are
Mockler?
pointing
I thought I
exactly
saw
to
him
that.
here.
A federal
Yes, he is
judge in
here.
Chicago says a
The
top federal
Mockler.
agent was lying Thursday when he said he was hit in the head with a rock before deploying tear gas on protesters. Judge Sarah Ellis called the government's portrayal of Chicago untrue, finding the evidence presented by that agent simply not credible.
Oh.
In another embarrassment for
Is that
Trump's
just me,
DOJ
or is
this
this
week, a man who
from
threw a
CNN?
Subway sandwich at an officer in Washington has been found not guilty of the only misdemeanor assault charge that he was charged with. And prosecutors were
Forgot
initially
about
seeking
that.
a felony charge for that man, and they failed to secure an indictment. Lastly, a magistrate judge is slamming prosecutors in James Comey's trial for their handling of
On my end, play good cards. Hello, testing on CNN. Okay, cool.
of evidence accusing Trump's handpicked attorney and prosecutor of taking an indict first and investigate second approach. There's a lot in the courts happening, and I will say Trump is winning in some cases, but on the question of can the government's word be trusted, that's being called into question many times. And I'm actually flabbergasted by this, because let me play for you what Gregory Bovino, he's the Border Patrol agent that has been sent over to Chicago. This is the exchange where he is asked about the use of force, and particularly his use of force, and here's what he says.
You said on October 30 that from what you have seen, all of the uses of force by yourself and the men under your command have been more than exemplary, your words. You still stand by that?
Yes.
So when you tackled Scott Blackburn as shown in the
you
video,
shut up?
Hey, thanks for the follow.
Exhibit 8,
Thank you, Emiliana Cage. Appreciate that.
use of
I don't know if that's how
force
you
on your
pronounce
part
that,
was more than
so forgive
exemplary?
me.
Objective form lacks foundation.
As we talked earlier, that was not a reportable use of force. I
Not a use of
placed
force.
him in under arrest.
Johnny Cage.
I placed him under arrest.
Gotcha.
New person. We're getting lots of new people.
Looked at that
And it's in the
said,
just chatting
"That's
category,
why
which is
There's a
nice.
video. You clearly tackled him.
Because the people are a lot more sane outside of the political category. And I actually make like a cent a day off ad revenue in this one.
I think it is really ballsy, frankly, to go to a court and then straight up lie like that.
Okay, so
what is happening?
You know what I do with my day job, right? When I'm not
Yes.
playing a lawyer on TV.
Yes.
Of course, I couldn't agree with you more. That's what I do all day long. Is I cross-examine law enforcement officers and I try to say that they're either exaggerating or blowing things out of proportion, and that my client is not guilty. So this is like nothing new. I mean, this is being, look, I bleed blue because I need them to protect us. But law enforcement officers lying in a
I know, but there's a difference between talking shit and just being like insane, I guess. MAGA is welcome here to argue with, but at a certain point, if we can't agree on basic facts, or if someone's just here to call or insult other people, then it's like, what's the point?
The court of law is not exactly
But
something
I
that's
love
unique and
disagreeing with people.
I mean, it's been going on forever and ever and ever.
About something that's on video?
Well, now,
I mean,
now they're on
this
video.
is the issue, right?
Look,
We see
Derek Chauvin went to trial, right? The whole
Hit
thing was
me.
on video, and that's his constitutional right to contradict what we saw on video. So, but I mean, look, Trump's Department of Justice going to trial and someone being found not
That's
guilty.
a brave
Luckily,
take.
Under my law firm, over the last 5 presidents, Department of Justice has gone to trial, and they've been found not guilty by lawyers in my office. So that's not so unique. But I will say there have been some arguments by the Trump administration in the Supreme Court of the United States and in other courts of appeals that have strained credulity.
Hey, if either of them support it, don't do it.
Is that the right word?
Yes, it is.
But
I
the
think
flip
that's a
side
good
of the coin
description
is
of it.
that often is what makes new law. I mean, that's often what makes people think
but
and
it can
make
also
new law.
it can also be just it's just
you're lying.
Nobody believes this, because also, again, when you're talking about things, when you're not just legal theories, but like actual events that have occurred, and actual evidence. There was a case of an incident in which, I don't want to say Border Patrol, but immigration officials arrested a woman who they drove into. And everybody watched the incident and said,
We did watch this. This was nuts.
Dragged her out of the car and arrested her, and then dropped the charges later. These are the things that are happening.
And part of this challenge is there are people who feel empowered and emboldened to just make bald-faced lies, and then there's people like this young man who was the security guard at a farm where there were undocumented workers on the farm, and he's like, here's my passport, let me just get it for you, I'm a U.S. citizen. And they didn't care. Just dragged him out, brought him, put him into custody. He was detained for 2 or 3 days. So those of us who have to now prove that we are legitimately U.S. citizens don't feel that confidence that the American justice system is going to be treating all of us equally.
So on a lighter note, the sandwich guy.
I was going to say.
Oh, this is an Adam Mockler.
Because he is free. This was the testimony from the
well,
Border.
fucking. Yes, I know what you mean. Was he on CNN? It wasn't. Where's the... Excuse me.
And Tucker was enraged.
Do they have the original CNN video
His
link?
anger was to have him on his podcast.
Wait, so he was so enraged he decided to have a friendly interview with Nick Fuentes. The problem, listen, the problem is not that he held the interview, it's that he normalized this type of ideology. I think the Republican Party is for the first time being forced to face the monster that they've created in Nick Fuentes. Throughout my entire youth, I've watched Donald Trump normalize, not Nick Fuentes' rhetoric, but a type of extremist rhetoric that the U.S. has never seen before. Now, that is manifesting in the GOP, or at least Tucker Carlson and big wings of the GOP, welcoming in. Tucker Carlson is welcoming in somebody who believes the Holocaust didn't happen, or he thinks if it did happen, it was a good thing. He thinks that black people deserve less rights, women deserve less rights.
You can't say that about Donald Trump.
The Republicans do
about
not.
Jewish people with Donald Trump.
That's what I'm saying.
He wore a yarmulke at his daughter's wedding.
The way that Donald Trump speaks about the Democratic Party, the way that Donald Trump speaks about people who disagree with him, has normalized this extremist rhetoric. He said that we were gnats who need to be taken care of in front of the military. But the point is, a lot of young people are being sucked into this pipeline. I don't think the Republican Party, the old guard, is ready for what's about to smack them in the face with this new guard.
I'm just curious.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did you just say smack? Now that's violent, bud.
To follow up on that, Adam, there is a
What's beginning? What it just generally what's in the beginning?
thought that because of what happened to Charlie Kirk and how he was killed, that there are people who were sort of in his tent. Charlie Kirk he hated Nick Fuentes. There was a battle between them, and that those people have now moved to support someone like Nick Fuentes. Do you see that happening?
I agree with that analysis.
So it begins is in reference to a Truth Social post that Trump did after Zoran won and all of the Democrats swept. He just tweeted, "So it begins."
What's up, everyone? Adam Mockler here, and you're going to want to watch this video until the end because I just hopped off of CNN Newsnight, my favorite show to go on, of course. And I break down the GOP civil war between Nick Fuentes and his Nazis versus the rest of the MAGA base. It gets interesting, so of course, watch until the end. Make sure you drop a like and double check to make sure you're subscribed. Thank you.
2 nights ago, Mamdani wins, and we're told
He should have tweeted. That's a good. Yeah, there's nothing we could. The one of him marooned on an island when he entered exile. Yeah, true.
he's going to turn the city into a place where you don't have groceries on the shelves, where people can't put gas in their car. You actually know where that's happening? Under government rule, with the White House being under Republican rule, with the White House being Republican rule, with the Senate being Republican rule, with the House being Republican rule. And what do we hear from the FAA? Is that there are people who can't afford to put gas in their cars because they're not getting paid. You're worried about Mamdani being a socialist. Let me finish. You're worried about Mamdani being a socialist. I'm worried about the Republicans governing.
Based. Sorry.
This is why actually Republicans don't like big government, because it is extremely unreliable, and that's why they don't.
What do you call sending the National Guard into different cities and tariffs on everything? That is the epitome of big government. Oh my God!
Want
Fuck
more
off.
government the way that Mamdani is proposing, but they're in charge. I hope that Arthur.
So Republicans want big government isn't like the police kind of way.
The Democrats are listening to you. The issue is, if you're listening to the mainstream media, 87% of coverage for the Democrats has been positive during the shutdown. So they look at this, they think they're winning.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Is better for him. The minority whip talks about having leverage.
I know, like, the stereotypical look of an alien, sure.
And they don't really have the incentive now, right? They look at the margins that they won in Virginia, where lots of angry government employees turned out to vote for Spanberger, and they think, I don't want to give this up. At the same time, Axios is reporting that House Democrats are putting tremendous pressure on Senate Democrats not to cave, not to compromise, or they will have, quote unquote,
Yeah, because we want to keep SNAP benefits, or not SNAP benefits, sorry. Well, yes, SNAP benefits, but also fucking Medicaid for people. Like, yeah, sorry.
hell to pay. So I don't think Democrats are in a position where they are interested in negotiating based on everything that's being reported and that we're hearing from them.
Democrats are...
We are absolutely... Oh, sorry. Let me preempt Chatham Mockler here. We are absolutely willing to negotiate. That's the whole point of it being shut down, is we've been completely omitted from any negotiations. That's why the government is shut down right now, because Trump and Senate Republicans are too pussy to face up to Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck fucking Schumer.
They're absolutely about to negotiate. There's reporting today that they're ready because they have leverage. First of all, I just want to say, the idea that the Republican Party is the party of small government, as you claimed, is a joke under this administration. Donald Trump is taking stakes, active stakes in multiple companies. Donald Trump is expanding his executive power, trying to trample all over Congress, trying to appoint people in key positions so that they can take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. But I do want to say...
So what do you want? What do you want big government here in New York? Why is that
say,
something that we should
why
advocate
do I want,
for?
you don't know
the government open.
You don't know my position.
I want the government. The Republicans have voted 14 times to open the government.
Let me just finish. Republicans have voted 14 times to strip health care away from millions of Americans. It is incredibly obvious who has the moral high ground in this government shutdown, and it's the Democratic Party. They are just trying to prevent
millions of Americans
Who
from
put
being
the
kicked off
sunset
of
provision
healthcare.
for ACA subsidies?
So it could be replaced by something more permanent.
Republicans negotiated.
Democrats.
Republicans negotiated that in.
Who put the sunset provision
Do you
for
understand?
ACA?
Do you understand how negotiation works in Congress?
Ooh.
Two sides have to come together. The
Ooh.
Republican Party.
The first time that we
Fuck.
even
The
have a
Republican
clean
Party was
CR
the
passed.
party.
This is the bill that Schumer and
This
everyone
kid, this is one. He's like a year older than me. He is the better version of me.
else
The
agreed
Republican
to back
Party was the party
earlier
that
this year.
came in.
Why aren't they committing to it this
Listen,
year?
the Republican Party.
Why
was
can't
the,
they commit to it
The
this
Republican
year?
Party was the party that didn't want permanent credits. Number one. Number two.
I actually didn't know that.
The reason why Democrats are the number one just holding off is because millions of Americans are about to get kicked off healthcare. It's incredibly simple. Can I just ask to either of the Republicans on this panel, would you rather see this government shutdown end in Trump's preferred way, which is terminating the filibuster, or Democrats' preferred way, which is extending healthcare?
No, I didn't see it. If you want to watch it, we can. I was gonna watch Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro's argument about it, but we could watch the actual interview because I heard it was just kind of like a mutual glaze fest in a sense. Okay.
What do you say?
First of all, I'm not a Republican.
Sorry. Then what do you
What?
Then what do you say? I want to see what do you say?
I ran for city council as a Democrat in the city of New York. Lost by 100
Then I want to ask you. What do you say about
but
that?
I'm a New Yorker.
Okay, answer my question.
I'm an
Then. Answer my
American.
question. Then. Answer my
These
question.
labels. You know why we are where we are?
Answer
Because
my
of what you
question.
just did. I'm going to answer your question. But this is why we are where we are. Because we've become so partisan. We have become
So fucking negotiate. Okay, if you want to do something nonpartisan, you want to start bridging the gap, go invite the minority party to talk with you, like the Democrats do every single fucking time.
We've forgotten about the people who don't put gas in their car. We've forgotten about the people who can't feed their kids. We're more worried about if. Here's why the Democrats are not motivated to settle this, because history will say under Donald Trump, it was the longest government shutdown.
The second
so it'll
one.
be. It'll be now. It'll
We're getting there.
So
That's TDS, is thinking that everything revolves around this man. Okay, Republicans have TDS way fucking worse.
We're getting there.
So for them, for the Democrats, it's going to be down on his scorecard. Gil, I wish Congress would.
He already has the longest shutdown. No, I'm not traveling anywhere in the near future. I work pretty much every day, so I don't have not stream work, like actual work. So I don't really have time to travel. But I feel bad for everyone that is. That's rough.
Go home, go to their home districts, and see the people suffering.
You want to know who
and
it is?
then come back to Washington and then make their decisions.
Somebody is, and it's Marjorie Taylor Greene, and she's taking the sides of the Democrats actively. She has talked to her constituents, and she said their health care premiums are about to skyrocket. So, again, one party clearly has the moral high ground. Let me ask the same question. How should the shutdown end? The way that Trump wants it
It
to
should
end?
end that it always. There's one way it typically has always ended.
Negotiation.
Under Biden.
Thank you. That's what I'm
Under
saying.
Biden.
Negotiation.
Oh yeah, dude, this kid's awesome.
Always ends with a clean
With
CR.
negotiation.
No.
I reject your premise of your.
Yeah, because it's uncomfortable, isn't it?
So, Donald Trump wants to terminate the filibuster. Democrats want to extend health care credits. Which of these sides would you choose?
I reject that premise.
Okay.
It's just the worst thing on the face of the earth.
And I'm glad she's retiring. I think she did the country a great service by retiring. I think she was a tremendous liability for the country.
And on Dick
I
Cheney.
thought she was an evil woman who did a poor job, who cost the country a lot in damages and in reputation. I thought she was terrible.
Doesn't it sadden you that the two leaders, I mean, what she said is horrible about him, what he said is horrible. I don't have any recollection of Ronald Reagan ever speaking like that about Tip
Martha,
O'Neill.
who started
I don't
this era?
remember. I don't remember Bill Clinton ever saying that about Newt Gingrich.
Who started this era
Even
of politics? You were saying this is not how politics has always been, and I agree, but who started this new era of divisive politics? Was it Obama? Was it Biden? It was definitely Trump. Trump's claim to fame in the political arena was saying that Obama's birth certificate was fake. That was his claim to fame. His second claim to fame in the political arena was coming up with nicknames for his opponents. He was chanting,
Yeah, well, that's what got him elected.
So let me ask you,
That's what
can
got
you
him
concede?
elected.
Okay, but it doesn't change the truth of the matter.
Can any of you concede that Trump was the one, either of you, that entered us into this new era of divisive
I
politics?
thought we were talking about Nancy Pelosi.
We
We're talking about them both, but yes,
Yeah.
she did. She is.
Was it her that entered
I
us
mean,
into
you
this new
can
era?
look. There have been Hillary Clinton making comments about deplorables.
5 years
Obama
after-
talking about
Bull
people's
fucking
deaths
who?
and I mean, I don't think politics has ever been a gentlemanly sport. If you look at back during the Civil War, people were getting caned on the Senate floor and
Trump is dragging us down to the
hospitalized.
depths of hell by breaking unspoken.
And do we want to go to have our comparison for civility be, well, it's not as bad as it was in the Civil fucking war. Like, you know, we can be better than that, right? We can improve. That's a thing we can do.
norms over and over. He is.
I think the one piece though is
Tonight, an eye-raising quote. Absolute shit show. That is what a senior staffer is calling the Heritage Foundation after its leader, Kevin Roberts, defended Tucker Carlson.
Did I play TF2? No. I'm more of a Counter-Strike guy.
Hosting white nationalist and Holocaust denier Nick Fuentes on his podcast. Roberts is now apologizing, but the staffer says Roberts lost control of the organization. There is open rebellion. It is disgust from those there. 85%
Not Left 4 Dead either.
are totally disgusted. Carlson ignited a civil war inside the Republican Party with that podcast. Right-wing provocateur and close Trump ally Laura Loomer told CNN that Carlson is a poison pill to the GOP, and he'll cost the GOP elections in 2026 and 2028.
The reason why he brought him on was Fuentes, on his own, attacked Tucker Carlson's father, wife, and child. And Tucker was enraged, and the way he targeted his anger was to have him on his podcast.
Wait, so he was so enraged, he decided to have a friendly interview with Nick Fuentes. The problem, listen, the problem is not that he held the interview, it's that he normalized this type of ideology. I think the Republican Party is for the first time being forced to face the monster that they've created in Nick Fuentes. Throughout my entire youth, I've watched Donald Trump normalize, not Nick Fuentes' rhetoric, but a type of extremist rhetoric that the U.S. has never seen before. Now, that is manifesting in the GOP, or at least Tucker Carlson and big wings of the GOP, welcoming in. Tucker Carlson is welcoming in somebody who believes the Holocaust didn't happen, or he thinks if it did happen, it was a good thing. He thinks that black people deserve less rights, women deserve less rights.
Hey, how's it going?
The Republicans do
about
not.
Jewish people with Donald
We're
Trump.
watching the better version of me.
That's what I'm saying.
He wore a yarmulke at his daughter's wedding.
The way that Donald Trump speaks about the Democratic Party, the way that Donald Trump speaks about people who disagree with him, has normalized this extremist rhetoric. He said that we were gnats who need to be taken care of in front of the military. But the point is, a lot of young people.
Yeah, no, Chatham Mockler gives the beatdown on CNN. It's so fucking great.
Into this Nick Fuentes pipeline.
That's
I don't
true.
think the Republican Party, the old guard, is ready for what's about to smack them in the face with this new guard.
I'm just curious, just to follow up on that, Adam. There is a thought that because of what happened to Charlie Kirk and how he was killed, that there are people who were sort of in his tent. Charlie Kirk did not, he hated Nick Fuentes. There was a battle between them, and that those people have now moved to support someone like Nick Fuentes. Do you see that happening?
I agree.
Is there a way we can measure the crossover between someone who was more of a Charlie Kirk Republican and that would move to a Fuentes-style Republican because Charlie Kirk got shot? I feel like I don't know if that's such a liquid transition, if that makes sense.
I agree with that analysis. I've been following the rise of Nick Fuentes for a few years. I've been tracking it closely. And
I could be wrong. I mean, I know Fuentes stopped like shitting on Kirk when he got shot. Like, that would make sense, but I don't know ideologically if people are going to change like that.
Kirk was a bulwark against this type of far-right extremism. Charlie Kirk would unequivocally condemn the Groypers who came to TPUSA, but I'm telling you, we are now seeing this vacuum filled. We are now seeing people on Instagram Reels post Nick Fuentes and get 500,000 likes with Holocaust denial. And my worry is, J.D. Vance needs to come out and condemn this. J.D. Vance, when the young...
True, J.D. Vance does kind of represent the Fuentes wing, just like kind of institutionalized.
Republican group chat leaked of people who were Nazi supporters muddied the waters. Do you not see the normalization that's happening?
We're back, and it's time for Newsnight Nightcap. You Sunk My Battleship edition. The famous war board game joined Trivial Pursuit and Slime as new inductees into the National Toy Hall of Fame. So each of you have
What?
just, I'm going to say 20 seconds now because we've learned a lot about Arthur Idala's life to tell us what else should be in the National Toy Hall of Fame. Adam.
All right, this makes or breaks my entire view of Adam Mockler right here.
I think the Xbox 360 deserves a spot in the Hall of Fame. So many
Okay, I think that's a fair.
games that I grew up playing, Call of Duty Zombies, Minecraft.
What is that?
Yeah, you don't know what an Xbox 360
You don't know what Xbox is?
I feel
Ooh.
so
Atari?
Wow.
that you were like, I grew up with Xbox.
Atari, by the way,
Yes.
is in there. Yeah.
All right, now let's watch. Okay, Adam Mockler, so based. Okay, Megyn Kelly with Ben Shapiro, I think. Okay. Yep.
A right wing that embraces its own fringes will end up in the
Oh,
same.
wait, not just the clip. Sorry, I clicked on the wrong thing. There is a not Tucker Carlson. There is a Pierce segment we could watch. Oh God, no. Let's go. What's it? Megyn Kelly. I am enjoying this. Dude, I think things are looking up for us stinky libs. The Republican Party is facing its own fissure. The blame, like Trump's policy is super unpopular. The more he does, the worse it gets for them. Like, that's a pretty damn good time to be a Dem.
Hello, God, it's so great.
Yeah, okay. I don't know if you can hear me
The
clicking.
left gets shamed. The left.
Okay,
They
let's
really good
start.
time, and I'm going to start sweet. You know, maybe they're conservative and
Here.
they're an actor. They're never nasty about it. Like, they're sweet. You know, maybe like a Dennis Quaid who's like, I really love the Gipper. He was the best president of my lifetime, and I'm going to star in Reagan. That's as far as most of them go. You know, occasionally you get like the John Voight or the James Woods. But that's a unicorn. You know, when they're that strong and they come out and they really make the case. More often it's somebody who's like, I'm an independent. We all know what that is.
Yeah, I'm Republican. Are you kidding me, bro?
So, but now we're starting to see the left get shamed. The left celebrities get shamed out of being too outspoken. I'm going to give you two examples. All right, I'm going to start with.
Who? You'd be hard pressed to find an actor that's not like a liberal. That's just how, or a social. That's just like whatever. That's just kind of how Hollywood is.
I don't know if you saw it. You know Jennifer Lawrence, right? Huge star. She gave an interview to the New York Times
Where's
just this
this
past
going?
weekend, I think it was. And there was an extraordinary moment where, of course, they tried to get into her politics, and she is left. She's made that very clear. And listen to how she answered. I'm going to play a soundbite. Watch this.
You have been politically outspoken in the past. In the first Trump administration, you know, you had a lot to say. I'm curious how you feel about talking out now.
I don't really know if I should.
No, you shouldn't.
I think, like, the first Trump administration was so wild, and just how can we let this stand? Like, I felt like I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off. But as we've learned, election after election, celebrities do not make a difference whatsoever on who people vote for.
I don't know if that's like that's just an observation. I don't know what Megyn Kelly is talking about. Oh, the celebrities will stop talking out against us because it doesn't matter that much. I think celebrities should, because I mean, it feels fine. I don't really care that celebrities agree with me, but it's probably a little uncomfortable to know that everyone you're watching on TV fucking hates you. I don't know.
Then what am I doing? I'm just sharing my opinion on something that's going to just add fuel to a fire that's ripping the country apart. I mean, we are so divided.
Yeah. As Googly so eloquently put it, as a celebrity, I feel it perfectly fine to give my opinion, and I do hope it causes some cognitive dissonance.
Yes. Guess who taught her that?
You know why they're excited about that? It's because they don't have to reckon with that fact.
Lesson. All of you. Honestly, it's like she realizes now, right? It's, to steal a phrase, pissing into the wind when they come out. And what do? They hurt their own careers. They embarrass themselves. They alienate
Okay.
half the country. And she goes on to say that maybe I'll just express my opinions through my art. Thank you. That's all we ever asked. Then we can choose whether to go to that movie or not. But, and you know, it may be some woke thing that we think is terrible, it may be some great thing, but if we go to see something that is appealing to us as right-wing people or independent people, we don't want to be constantly thinking about how much...
If you want to fight in the culture war, you have to accept that you might lose. What is this? Like, the culture war, it was bloody. It was brutal. The Democrats took some lickings. The Republicans took some lickings. It's tough. What am I, fucking 800? Who says takes a lick? Whatever.
How much you loathe us, Ben Affleck, right? So she got the lesson. And then just today, there was another moment
Fake culture
with
warrior.
Sydney Sweeney. You've heard of her.
Oh,
I'm
dude,
sure the men in
this
the
was
audience
kind
are-
of wild.
Have you ever heard of Sydney Sweeney? Yeah. And I'm gonna save the Sydney Sweeney moment for when my guests come out, and we'll talk about why.
That was kind of, I won't say wild, like it's not that crazy, but saying, what do you have to say about, you know, white nationalism? When I have something I want to talk about, you'll know. I don't want to soy out about it, but that is kind of odd.
It's equally encouraging. All right, so the point is we are winning. These loudmouth celebrities have gotten the message. Sit down, shut up.
Basically that the U.S. should be a white ethno-state, so like zero immigration, obsessing over preserving. Hey, what's up, Googly? Preserving the. Oh, he's gone. Okay. You're good. What's the method? What do you mean method? Like fully cutting off immigration from anywhere that's not Europe, cutting out, like, exporting or deporting people that aren't white. Like, it's not good. Differences in rights for what, depending on what color you are, like.
That's it, right? We're not listening.
But inside they want to make, if you're not white, you a second-class citizen.
You anymore. And the great democratizer of the internet has taught them that them being ubiquitous has been bad for their political power, but great for the promo of their career.
What the fuck is this? Like slavery, I don't think most of them would go as far as slavery, but definitely not. Like, I think closer to separate or Jim Crow style stuff. Okay, you might be... Jesus Christ, are you playing as Turkey? You got hammered if you're playing as Turkey. 150k casual. I thought you said 366,000. No, 366 total. Jesus. Oh, okay. Yeah, then Turkey's cooked. Time for the U.S. to make whatever this is a national holiday. Turkey #1 in a lot of things. I don't know if they're #1 in a lot of great things. Erdogan world leader, inshallah. Sure, yeah.
And they have to choose. So right on
Okay.
forward to wait for death turning. Burn a pistol door up.
I'm
and
skipping the
right
gold
now,
ad.
Or your local sportsman's wear. We'll get in as many as we can, and then we'll get to our guests.
She looks like Adam's family mom. What's her name? Okay, I was gonna go with the animated one, but this is more Laura Loomer. Cruella de Vil, is that it? What's the animated? This is Megyn Kelly. Kinda, sorta.
Megan.
Hi.
Leanne Johnson from Winter Park, Florida, and I followed you for a long time.
A lot of fans here, Leanne.
Welcome to Florida.
Thank you for having us.
The Freedom State. And I'm just...
No,
I wouldn't
wait,
know
no.
about that. I live in Connecticut.
What? What? Wait. That's crazy.
I'm just wondering, how do we unite our Republicans in the conservative movement that we're not fighting amongst
Yes.
each other
Thank you.
for one goal, to defeat the
Oh, she's in
Democrats?
Greenwich.
Leanne.
Okay. She lives in a more elitist part of Connecticut than me.
My veins. Okay, we're working on it. We're going to work on it here tonight. Did you happen to hear the Tucker interview? Okay. And now we got the other half coming out tonight, right? Ben will be here. We love Ben. Love Ben. And we'll get his thoughts on it. But
I
may I
wonder
tell you
what
guys
Ben
something?
Shapiro's thoughts on that
We have an
interview.
opportunity to make this happen. I mean, they're fighting. They don't like each other very much right now. I think we can make it happen. I think we can. Thank you, Leanne. Go ahead.
Hi, Megan. My name's Cecilia. I'm a little nervous, but
Aw.
I'm from New York, and the town I'm from is very liberal. So being in school, there are a lot of outspoken people and friends on the left, and I tend not to just not say anything out of respect for their opinions and because I'm afraid to say my own. Ever since Charlie was killed, I want to be more vocal when someone I'm friends with says something that I don't agree with, but I'm unsure because I don't want to upset them. Do you think?
So, are these principles of yours or not? Like, you can take a stand if you believe in something. You gotta advocate for it.
As a high school girl, I should
And
be
you gotta
more
put it to the
outspoken about my
test.
feelings on politics, and what can I do to get better at it?
Oh, that's a good question. So,
I love the Republican victimhood complex. It's so funny.
I would boil it down to the Supreme Court and free speech. You know, free speech, as you know, is protected by the First Amendment, and the High Court and most normal courts are very, very loath to regulate it because they understand the government cannot regulate free speech. But any government can regulate time, place, and manner of speech. It's okay for them to say, you can protest, but you have to be this far away from the event, and you can only do it between these 2 hours, that kind of thing. And I think the
Where
same
is
rules
this
should apply
headed?
to you with your friends. Time, place, and manner. So if your friend's getting all up on, an issue and like berating you with stuff you know is not true, and it's bringing up that feeling in you of like, no, I have to say something, you should say something. But I don't think there's any need to just keep constantly injecting politics.
I think that's fair, actually. Yeah, like, if you want to talk politics with your friends, you could talk politics with your friends. Dude, you are a character. That's something, maybe. I don't know.
Politics into your friendships, because especially for women, and you guys tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think this is how most women relate with politics first. Ben and I have actually had many times. about
This comment, Ben Shapiro seems like a person who would watch Andrew Tate and masturbate while... No, you didn't say anything wrong. I'm just saying that is... It's a wild thing to type. I don't know if I disagree with it. You know?
this. About how, like, you go to your average dinner party, and a lot of guys will talk about
Oh.
sports, they'll talk about news, politics, and the women talk about their lives and their boyfriends or their husbands and their kids.
Never mind. I don't agree with Megan Kelly. She said, hold on. Us girlies, we should not talk about politics. That's too serious. What? Megan Kelly, what are you talking about?
Kids or themselves and their goals. And so if it doesn't come naturally, don't force it in there just to convert a friend. Because I do think it's important to keep people who are liberal in your life and friendly. And so you're reminded of our shared humanity, you know? And if the price of that is not talking politics, no problem. But it's important to have friends across the aisle so you're remembered. We love them. We don't love their politics, but we love them as our fellow Americans. And anyway, having said that, like in the school setting, with a professor or a class that's ganging up, say it loud and proud, girl. Fight the good fight.
Hi, Megan. First
there.
of all, you are absolutely amazing. Can we just all give it up for Megan Kelly? It's
Thank you.
unbelievable.
This is the drunk guy. This is what a drunk guy sounds like. as a guy in recovery.
Thank you.
So
He's got a
my
drink
question is,
in
we
his
have
hand.
better ideas, better people. I hate to say
This guy's hammered. Oh my
better
god.
politicians, but I guess we do. And yet we can't get people to turn out to vote unless Donald Trump's on the ballot.
I know.
Everyone, Donald Trump's no longer on the ballot. What can we do to stop the Marxists, to stop these absolute lunatic evil monsters? I love you to pieces.
Thank you. You're not wrong. I mean, let's face it, we need more inspirational figures, don't we? We need, like, not everybody can be Donald Trump. I mean, literally,
Thank
there is
fucking
another
God.
Donald Trump coming up the ranks. And he has a son named Donald Trump. There are 3 of them.
That's
But we're going to have to find more inspirational politicians. And how are we going to get them? Oh, hell no. Oh, no. My life is so happy. Why would I ruin it with that? I genuinely think you have to be more fucked up a person than I am to want to be I'm a
Whoa.
happy person.
Megan.
I'm well adjusted.
Language.
That's not the kind of person that runs for office. I mean, even Trump, he's a very strange man. He's awesome, but like he's very odd. It's hard to find somebody who is like who wants that power. It's hard to find, but I do think on Team Red, we've got a lot of great people on the bench. They're just all in the administration, and we need to find them at the local level.
You were talking about Alabama earlier. What kind of name is Megan? When you see like the Michaela with like a bunch of Y's and extra G's, like that's the what do I want to say here? That's just because they have to be unique, man. They gotta. That's their way of being more unique than someone else. Or yeah, it's just that's a pretty good indicator of a MAGA type. is the Y's and the G's and all that.
You need men and women with
I
swagger
might be fucked.
and courage and like a driving honesty and willingness to use it. And right now, JD is totally 48, is he not? I think he's a clear 48.
No, it would be more. Here, I'll spell it out. It would be. This would be my MAGA name.
You could throw a Marco too. But I think JD, there's just no way. Like, you can't have the Secretary of State and all the other 10 roles Marco has bypass the sitting.
Like, okay, the JD Vance versus Marco Rubio is already starting. We saw this yesterday. Fuck. I want to watch it again because the audio got fucked up on the last clip I tried to do. Trump live Trump meet. Yeah, it was here. Marco. Right? Was it in the transcript? Was it this
I think
part?
we can say, Marco, we have a very strong piece. This is a strong piece. We have many countries involved.
Last dance for J.D.
in the Middle
Vance?
East.
True.
Essentially, these countries are all involved. They want to see peace in the Middle East. And, Marco, what would you say about that?
No, I think that's right, Mr. President, and you deserve a tremendous amount of credit for making that possible. And now, I think the only reason why it's going to continue to happen is because of the president's role in this.
Fuck, it was early on. Marco Rubio said something. Fuck, I'll try and... JD? Fuck, there was a question where
Unleashed with
Just Dance Vance, he becomes more... Dude! Okay, sorry, like actual ADD moment. Trump FIFA picture. This image... fuck, where is it? Come on, it's been blasted everywhere today. Trump FIFA president. This photo is everywhere today. How can I not find it? God damn it. Yeah, this one. Oh my god. The picture of him sleeping? No, this one. That's crazy. Dude, I saw people coping on Twitter about this. Like, clearly these liberals have never heard of a shadow. I'm like, I'm sorry. It's Trump's hair is too thin to cause a shadow. His head, also, there's no shading on his face. The lighting is great. His head would not, there's not some magic light beaming just from the back of his scalp that's only covering this part of Trump's face. No. No chance. That is crazy. Oh, Trump eclipse, true. Yeah. I am soy. I will laugh about that. Say. This is it. Oh, fuck.
Games, I want to tell you that. So maybe I'd like to ask you, Mr. President,
No, it's not
say
this.
a few words if you'd like, and we can go through the list of the 5.
I have to look for, like...
Then we'll have a little dinner, please.
The war in Ukraine, the United States interests, and your partners here tonight, too.
Well, I can say that the exports from Russia are way down.
If
We'd just like
I
to see an end to the war. We'd love to see an
may,
end to that
maybe?
war. So many people are being killed. A lot of Russian soldiers are being killed. So we think at some point...
Fuck. All right, I'll look for this off screen. Yeah, I'll pass on
Vice
that.
President.
I'm a liberal.
So in any
Of course
event,
I
we need to
am.
encourage local elections, and we need to find better people. That's part of the battle. Like, these candidates are uninspiring. With all due respect to Winsome Sears, she was not a good candidate at all.
JD Vance
And
is
nobody
not an
was shocked they
inspiring
lost,
candidate.
right?
Also, mic check 1, 2, 3. Are we crackly?
Chiarelli was good, but New Jersey's crazy. Hi, go ahead.
Hi, Miss Kelly. My name is Genesis. I'm a student from Florida State University.
No crack?
Hi, nice.
Thank you so much for coming and just being such a great role model for young women like
Also,
me wanting
dude,
to make an impact.
This stuff? It's caffeinated Sprite. Diet Coke Lime. I hope they make this a permanent thing.
In the political world. My question is, in light of Mamdani being elected,
Don't worry about it.
in which
Yes,
I know, in which I feel is in a large
The only Coke I take is Diet.
part due to young college-educated people. How do you combat the kind of
I don't
thinking
drink, I
that
don't do drugs.
socialism is a good thing?
Well, that's one of the few silver linings of him winning, which is they're going to see it in real time.
I actually agree with that point. I think Mamdani, but I'm happy Mamdani won. That's a difference. But I do think it'll be an interesting thing to see how social Dems react to some of these policies maybe not being as effective. Now, oh my God. What I think will happen is they'll say, yeah, that's because he was forced to moderate. If he was actually able to do what he wanted, it would be the best thing ever.
You know, I do think much of this battle has to be fought on the university campuses. You know, they really have become indoctrination factories. Like, I used to think when my kids were little, oh, it'd be so great if they went to one of these top elite colleges. I was always very impressed by that. I went to Syracuse, which is fine, but it's not one of those, yeah, right on, go Orange. And my husband, who went to Duke undergrad and Georgetown MBA, he's like, Meg, yeah, but he was like, Meg, you put too much emphasis on that. Like, in your mind, this is like this great thing because you didn't exactly go to one of those, but he's like, you are so wrong. Like, half the people get in.
My husband said my college degree is stupid. You don't understand. They're woke now.
Based on connections or whatever. And now I see it so differently. Now I feel like if my kids don't wind up at an SEC school, I'm not sure I'm going to pay for it. You know? So I do think we have to start at the colleges. That's short answer. Hi there.
Hi, Megan. First of all, congratulations on your trip to space.
I thought
Thank
that was
you.
a dude.
Thank you.
Hey, what's up, Beck?
Hello.
How's it going?
Hold up, I have this stupid fucking push a talk on. Hold up.
Okay.
That's better. Now you get to hear all my clicks and creaks.
Yep, sounds good. All right, I'm adding a Discord browser source as we speak so that the people will be enlightened when you're speaking.
Okay.
And that you're not some amorphous voice out of the blue.
No, I'm an amorphous guy.
You are an amorphous guy, brother. Okay. Say something?
Hello.
Oh, would you look at that?
Whoa.
Ta-da! Production quality.
Holy shit, that was fucking fast, man.
Yeah, bro. I've been...
Hey.
Okay. So, what'd you want to...
Oh, not much. I just was bored.
All right.
Just
Well,
walked in.
you can help give some commentary on Megyn Kelly and Ben Shapiro. So we're soying out a bit.
Yeah. No, I caught the fucking Mockler stuff.
Yeah.
And then that was fun.
Mm.
And it was
Have you been?
Yeah, not a ride, right? And thank you so much. Please bring out season 2 of that your parody.
With love, Megan.
Yeah, well, about the Duchess of Camelot.
Yes.
What?
That's right.
My question is, you are not just an independent media person. You're now a giant media mogul. Watch out, Barry.
Dude, every Trump person looks like this. It's like
I
a
know.
wide-eyed.
Dude,
Listen here.
Earlier, there was the drunkest man ever.
Like on this thing?
Yeah. Here. Okay, so we're at 1536. Let's try and find... Fuck, where's this?
We're going to work on it here tonight. Did you happen to hear the Tucker interview? Most normal about how, like...
Yeah, this guy.
And they're done.
Love you, sis. Everyone,
I see this.
we have better ideas, better people. I hate to say better politicians, but I guess we do. And yet
God,
we
okay,
can't
hold on.
get
Let me put on my headset. Dog, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's got a drink in hand. Right. We were here. Who let
That guy
I
is
don't? That's the most sober Trump voter.
True.
That's in the Republican circles. That's considered an intellectual powerhouse. I think we have the better people, the smarter. I feel like I have the pass to make fun of alcoholism as a former alcoholic.
You are not just an independent media person.
Probably
You're
the
now
circle
a
jerk
giant
shirt.
media
Yes,
mogul.
that's what we're
Watch out,
watching.
Barry Rice.
It's so funny to watch
The
this.
problem is, in the independent space, there's some people who can be dangerous, who have millions of subscribers.
Holy
who
shit.
say
The
things
eruption of
that
Mount
people
Everest.
listen to that are picked up by other people. I'm talking about Candace Owens.
Okay.
Dude, the Republican
Whoa.
interfighting culture war is going to be so fun as it unfolds. It's already a grand old time. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
And first, when she started
I don't even know what
with
the fuck's happening.
Brigitte Macron, okay, I don't care if she's a man or a woman. The journalistic story is she was really a pedophile and a high school teacher who got together with her student.
That part we know is true.
Okay. The question is, then when Charlie died, she's gotten nuts. So how
That is also very
can
true.
you and other people that we respect and admire stop this?
Well, I've got to be honest with you. I have no desire to stop it.
Huh?
I-
Whoa. Okay. Okay, fine. If you want to widen your tent, like, I gotta say, the issues we have as liberals is kind of nice. Our tent widening, having a bunch of issues with the social Dems versus the centrist Dems. That's nothing compared to white nationalism versus neoconservatism versus MAGA. Oh my god. This game is Balatro. It's a poker-inspired roguelite. I find it quite fun. It's like poker with a bunch of power-ups, kind of. If you like card games, you like, sounds and numbers and all that, I'd highly recommend.
I don't.
WAD. Sponsored by
local
by the
I
way.
think it's healthy to have
I wish.
Candace Owens out there saying exactly what she
that'd be
believes
awesome.
and pursuing truth as she understands it, and having an honest relationship with her audience. Now, I understand that many people disagree with what she's saying and don't think what she's saying is factually true. I understand that. I take no position on that because I can't watch Candace's show every day. I've got a 2-hour show to do of my own. But whether it is or
the fucking Republican, I don't know. Never heard of it. Yeah,
But it's also
actually, I don't know that guy.
I don't know, man. I don't know how to explain it. It's like, I don't care about their slop that's like polluting what you hear every single day. I have my own slop that I have to shovel on you, actually.
Yeah.
I have to shovel more poop onto you, actually. So,
it's like,
there's just so much poop out there on top of you. I just can't keep up with it, but you guys keep listening. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. That's a good way to put it. They're both competing over the same people that they're trying to shovel shit into.
Yeah.
And
basically.
now they're like, well, the Candace, that's too much. She's not taking a lot of my audience. They're already buried in bullshit. Now the Fuentes question is a big one for them because Fuentes is cannibalizing. He's feeding more mouths. So, yeah, I think that's what Ben Shapiro is going to be talking about when he comes on.
is really of no consequence to me. This is America. She's entitled to her point of view. She's entitled to say it, and she does it very articulately and brilliantly. And I think she's a very interesting broadcaster. Honestly, like for me, I don't really care if everything is perfectly correct. And she's been right about a lot. And I understand the controversy. Trust me. But I think it's great.
How do I delete a thing in chat?
She's out there saying her thing, and you have your strong opinions that she's wrong, and you can stand up here and say like she's so wrong. I think she's dangerous. Okay, that's fine. You should not click on her face then. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But like, I listen. We're going to talk about Nick Fuentes tonight with Ben. I'm not a Nick Fuentes fan, of course, obviously not. But even Ben doesn't want to see him canceled or like eradicated from the conversation. I'm not talking about violence. I'm just talking.
I think Ben Shapiro would very much like Nick Fuentes to not be part of the conversation.
Like, make it so that you can't hear him. This is America. We've always had nutcases out there. We've always had racists out there. We're fine. Like, the answer to speech you do not like is not less speech, it's more speech.
Okay, but then the counter to that is now we've flooded the zone with speech. There's so much fucking speech, and now we have a disparate information environment where Republicans and Democrats do not even agree on what reality is. It's fucking crazy. This is not something you solve with more people saying more shit.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's just a stupid line.
Hi, Megan. My name is Kanani, and I am a proud Marine Corps daughter.
Awesome.
Wife and mother.
Thank you.
What?
And it's the Marine Corps birthday's Monday. Just had to put that shout out there. I want to say that my family's praying for you and your family's protection. And my question is, don't laugh at me. Why do you think the trans athletes aren't comfortable or it's not acceptable for them to have their own little place? They can call it suspicious packages, Battle of the Bulge, whatever you want to.
Jesus
really
Christ.
funny.
Yeah, this
This is the funniest shit I've ever heard, actually. This is really good stuff.
Does she put her husband's rank on her car bumper?
No, her
She
dad's,
demands
her
a-
husband's, and her son's. That's literally insane. Unless her son is her husband, then that would, it's not that insane actually.
She walks into Starbucks and demands a veteran discount.
Go with it. I'm saying, do your thing.
She puts active duty on job applications.
Just do it over there away from my daughters.
Yes, yes. It's a great question.
Whoa,
Battle
yes.
of the bulge.
Oh.
Suspicious packages. Do you think they'd
So
use a
funny.
restroom with suspicious packages on the front?
Oh my god. Dude, when I studied abroad in London, there was just individual stalls. That was the bathroom. There was no...
Exactly, yeah.
I was like, this is kind of based. No, I mean,
Yep.
like, yeah.
No, of course, the reason is, and we all know, first of all, it's not women pretending to be men who are the problem. It's the men pretending to be women who are the problem. And that's because the overwhelmingly...
Why?
They're pro-trans in one direction.
They're actually pro-trans. They actually don't give a fuck at all.
vast majority of them are, sorry, but perverts. They're not people who are genuinely
Whoa, that's a brave take in front of your audience, Megan.
confused. They're autogynephiles who get off dressing like women, and the whole point is to be seen by other women while they're doing it, while they're pretending to be us. And so we're part of their sexual fetish. That's why they can fuck off. I'm sorry, but it's like...
Whoa, Megan!
Jesus! We have to fight this battle.
He said it.
Finally.
She said it. Yeah. Finally, someone said it.
Gender confused. I actually know some of these people, and for those people, I have nothing but empathy. But they should be given
Oh
an
my
independent
fucking
space
God.
to use. They should be accommodated with some sort of a facility they can go to.
Bro, the
Bro,
the trans sports league is gonna have 10 people in it.
No, and also this is the ploy. So okay, first of all, she said all trans men are okay. That's first, okay. Then she was like, every trans woman that I know is cool, but all the ones I don't know are pedophiles, actually, or something.
True. Wait, I didn't catch that. That's.
It's like, wait, so it's every single one you know is cool, but all of the ones you don't know are bad?
That's the Megyn Kelly certified. Yeah, dude. It's like, remember, there's like a saying, I don't remember it exactly, but it's, the best way to defeat racism is to meet another person or whatever, or to meet someone from that. But this is the thing about Republicans, they're so close to getting it half the time, but just completely miss the point.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
And I understand, especially if you are genuinely a gender confused man. You're worried about like going to the men's room when you look like a woman. I see that, and that's why I think in the same way we have like family bathrooms where you can change your baby at the airport, why can't we have just a gender neutral bathroom, just a single stall where they can go?
That's what we have.
Or that's what like the single stall bathroom is. That obviously, if you talk to Republicans, they're not happy about that.
Right.
Or, I don't even know. I don't even like. I don't even. I can't. You know what? That's actually not true, because some Republicans are fine. Some others are like not fine with any of it. It's like, bro, every single. It's the most. It's actually the most complicated issue of our time. It's actually.
It doesn't
crazy.
need to be. It applies to like maybe 10,000 people.
Oh yeah, I know. That's not what I meant by complicated. I mean, like, everyone has their own take on it.
Yeah.
Like, there is every single person, even like left people, have like their exception of one. Oh, this Rule 32 actually. Trans Rule 32 I actually don't believe in. Believe it or not. So it's, yeah, that's what I mean by complicated.
Yeah. Yeah. Type shit.
And the sports thing, that's more complicated. They can have their own category, but they cannot come into women's sports.
Wait. Okay, wait. Sorry. Wait, what'd she say? She said no to women's sports, right?
She's saying no trans women in women's sports.
Okay, yeah.
She's saying they should have their own league. It's like, what? that doesn't really help.
Or opens division. I don't know. Yeah.
No. Hi, Megan. I'm Chris. And back to your SEC school point, I actually
What the fuck? You're supposed to be a liberal.
go to the University of Texas, and I would say that's not a school where you should encourage your children.
No, it's not. Okay.
No.
Traitor.
So it's actually one of the more places where people are like, oh, you know, it's on
The
both
hell?
sides, guys. No, it isn't. And the analogy I like to use for that
Conversion
is people
therapy.
you can't be politically violent to the left. It's just obvious it only
True.
happens to right wings.
They got him.
So what would be your advice to people that are just praising this? And I mean, we even saw Virginia, the AG just get elected that praised the death of Republican children and puppies. Who wants to kill puppies?
Yeah.
People are upset when puppies die in movies where
No, this guy has to be a liberal. What happened?
the human, so that's just insane. So what would be your advice? Because I think it starts at Gen Z. We
Yeah.
need this generation to be less violent, but at my university, people are praising Charlie Kirk's death. They're so happy James Jones was elected, Zohan Ramdani, all these violent people. So how do we fix
As a liberal, I'm still conflicted on the J. Jones thing.
Yeah.
I don't think they're convertible. You know, that's not something we can reason somebody out of. Like, I'd really like to live. Could you please let me and my family live and my fellow conservatives live? Like, that's not going to work. They can only be defeated. And that goes back to the question of how are we going to get better politicians? How are we going to get Republicans elected without Trump? That's something the Republican Party really needs to do some soul searching on. They're not that great at candidate selection. But the only answer is, I hate to quote
More
Barack
right than you
Obama,
know.
but don't boo, vote, vote. That's all we can do. They must be defeated. And my one sliver of hope on Gen Z is, yes, Gen Z is a mess. But the back end of Gen
Is
Z...
Nick Fuentes. That's who I'm happy with. Nick Fuentes.
Zoran is the guy that just got elected for New York's mayor. He is a Democratic socialist.
Are in it, is very conservative. The back end of Gen Z coming up, especially the young men, but the young women too.
It's not really.
Everyone in high school is fucking conservative. Every dude in high school is, well, except you, is conservative.
They have seen the lunacy. These guys have been subjected every year of their lives to Black History Month and Gay Pride Month and Women's History
How
Month.
dare they?
God, yeah, I was
How
gonna
dare they
say.
For Columbus Day, and, you know,
do that to
let's
them?
Talk about our
Those
lady parts, and let's talk about implicit
young
bias.
children.
And I mean, they're all like,
Yeah, they're like that about math too. Like,
That's good.
none of them is taking this seriously, so I have hope in them. Thank you for the question, and good to know about UT. All right, we'll do two more, and then we'll wrap it up.
Hi, Megan. My
Hi.
name's Leah, and I'm 15. My friend Kendall and I are actually starting a TPUSA chapter at our high school.
Yes.
Shout out to Kendall.
Good for you.
My question for you is,
we need more liberal trolls at these events. Do you think Zoran is M-Preg as well? I gotta stop reading chat just to read. I gotta
Wait,
do
what?
a mental
What is
filter.
that? What?
Male pregnancy.
Yeah, I don't. Is there like a photo of him being fat or something? I
don't know.
I want to go into the
I
career
don't
of
get it.
political commentary like you, and I was wondering what path
Yes,
you have to get where
dude,
you are
that's what
now,
we
and
need
what
more
advice
of.
you could give me to start my career now, and how I can make a difference.
Thank you for that. Well, you know, my way into news was somewhat circuitous because I started as a lawyer, which I did for almost 10 years, and then I got into news. And I will say I highly recommend doing something else before you go to news. You know, I'm always a little suspicious of the people who go right into news and never do anything but news.
Like Charlie Kirk?
Because it just seems...
Yeah, I mean, you got him.
a little vain and weird. Like, it's good to go out there and earn a living.
Dude,
like,
wait, did you
actually
know
working.
the same year he dropped out of community college, he already had sponsors for TP USA?
Inside.
No, I'm not saying inside. I'm just saying that's how crazy.
There's a lot of money
Easy
to
was,
be
bro.
made. A lot of money
Yeah.
to be made grifting conservative.
And doing something hard before you make this turn. I think it'll make you a better journalist if you do too. As far as like
What?
building up your career and
Oh,
building
we
up
might
these
be
skills, you just got
fucked.
to do it. The only way to be a good
Oh,
broadcaster
so thank you, Megan.
or, you know,
The
somebody
Shia
who
LaBeouf
you learn
technique.
from, is to do it over and over and over and over and over again. And you can't get any better unless you do that, right? Just repetitive talking. And so just put yourself out there. And the great thing about it is, it's a skill that you can use no matter what you wind up doing. So if you are a good public speaker, or you're comfortable being in front of people, you can use that skill in anything. Even if you're not actively working outside the home, you could bust that out at a wedding. You know, you could bust that out at a party, but like...
That's from a long time ago. I did not think anyone looked at my bookmarks. There's also one for recipes.
If you project a sense of confidence when you're speaking to others, and you get it by
Dude, yeah, I was
repetition, as I said.
Yeah, wait, what was my fucking bookmark? I deleted my, for some reason it auto like bookmark stuff like randomly.
Oh, weird.
I had like a retardedly stupid YouTube video bookmarked, like I watch it or something, like every day, like motivation. I don't know. Sorry. Like, yeah, it's really funny.
That's good.
And I was like, wait, what are you talking about? Whatever, yeah. It's funny.
That's funny.
It'll take you anywhere. So start with
Major
that. Say
Tate
yes to
motivation
public
speech.
speaking or
True.
speaking in front of
Yeah,
a room. Could be
exactly.
4, could be 5, could be 5,000. As much as you possibly can. That's the promised way home. All right, we'll do one more and then we'll get this thing started. Sorry to those of you standing in line, and thank you for standing in line and being here. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Megan, for taking my question. And I'm a follower. I'm here with my friend Kelly that told me about your show last July. And so I've been a big fan since. So thank you. I also follow Two Way, which I found on your network. And so this
It's an
is
Andrew
based
Tate
on one of
quote.
their
You would know if
conversations.
you
It's a question about
watched enough Grindstyle videos.
They've mentioned a bunch of times, mostly Sean.
Is it
Feel
anti-vaping?
that coming in the air. Yeah, I think so.
about
Yeah,
the
but I've
Republicans
seen
not
that
having
clip.
a way forward with health.
It's like every time you see, I can't do a tape, but I know the
keep saying
one.
repeal Obamacare, but they don't have a good thing to replace it with. So it's a two-part question. Do you
Oh.
agree with that statement? And can you have someone on your show that would talk kind of
Actually, wait, secret based? Like, yeah, if you don't have someone to replace it with, probably not going to get very far.
through what we can do for healthcare going forward, especially with the affordability?
Oh, so Mike Johnson doesn't know the Republican healthcare plan. Fucking Trump definitely doesn't. JD doesn't. None of the politicians know the Republican plan. Surely Megyn Kelly will be able to answer this.
Thank you
thing
for that.
going on.
Yeah,
so what
that's
can
a
we
good
do
question.
for healthcare?
Yes, I can. Thank you for the suggestion. And they're not wrong. The Republicans, they do not have a plan.
Oh.
We're dealing with this government shutdown right now because the pain of Obamacare and all the new provisions that Obama put in place is about to come due. All these years later. He was elected in 2008, right? So it's been how many years? I can't do the math that quickly. But they postponed all the pain, much of it, from Obamacare till now by these subsidies that...
Obama.
When do you think the subsidies, that is a loss in tax revenue every year? What do you mean this pain was put off till now? Excuse me? The year they went into effect, there was pain felt. It's a direct revenue loss.
That would falsely prop up people who are using Obamacare into being able to pay these premiums, and now they're about to go away.
Falsely prop up? Sorry, what do you think the
fuck
point?
are you talking about?
What is the other term for Obamacare? It's the Affordable Care Act. Tax subsidies were a method of making it affordable for people. What are you speaking of?
How dare you
And the
prop up
truth
my
of Obamacare, which is that
my chud son?
How dare
healthcare.
you use government tools to... What? Dude, Chungus country.
it's ridiculously expensive is about to become known. And
What do
they're
you speak
scrambling
of, foul
on Team
language?
Blue to prevent you from feeling that and seeing that and knowing they're the ones that did it to you. Unfortunately, the Republicans are in the position of having to either watch the American people suffer and say they did it, or do something to help, right? To help solve
Like, take away the subsidies. You fucking...
a Democrat-created problem. And honestly, my own view is they should scrap the whole nightmare and just start anew. No one wanted this thing to begin with. It jacked up.
Dude, like, how are you so
I know. I like.
Cost of healthcare. It did divide us from our doctors and our plans, which became crappier and covered less. And so while now,
Yeah,
100% real.
Well, yeah, yeah. First of all, that's fake. Second, the point wasn't perfect healthcare for everyone. It was to get people onto a bare minimum level of healthcare where they were otherwise uninsured.
you can get pre-existing conditions covered. It created a whole host of other problems with which we have not dealt. And look, you could take the money we're sending to Ukraine. You could take the money that we
Fuck you.
would devote to other
Wait.
European and other
What?
Israel?
countries to try to
Right.
save them.
Maybe.
And devote some of that to American healthcare. But I think there is
Nope. Skip that one. Yeah, I care 10 times more about funding Ukraine than Israel.
have to be some help for
Yeah,
people
like what?
who are not going to be able to handle their health care once these subsidies are removed because you didn't put yourself in this position. The Democrats did this to you.
Wait, guys, who needs military money and shit? The poor, like one of the poorest countries in Europe, and honestly, one of the poorest countries in the world. Okay, that's okay. Or a fucking fintech fake money bullshit, $10 billion per capita country in the Middle East. I don't know. Know which one, guys. But.
I think Israel's doing just fine. It's actually like the reason.
Literally, they're doing. This is the greatest prosperity of Israel of all time. Like, dude, how many apps are they making a day? Probably like 15 apps or something. Revolutionary fintech apps.
Yeah, a bunch of cybersecurity companies. They're doing fine. But like, it's helpful for us to fund them because then we get a say.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
On the vine. Thank you. All right, let's go. If you've ever Googled yourself,
Nope.
With Andrew Klavan, who I am, Michael Knowles, and Ben Shapiro. And we're going to kick it off in no particular order, though, with Andrew Klavan, who I know you all know and who needs no introduction, but let's give him one anyway. Take a look
Yeah,
at this.
I know that guy.
Trigger warning, I'm Andrew
Every
Klavan.
single time I hear this type of song.
Andrew Klavan Show.
Sorry, did you hear that?
Trigger warning, I'm Andrew Klavan, and this is the Andrew Klavan Show. My fight
Yo.
is to get people to see that they're being lied to every day. Feminism raised some really interesting issues, really important issues, but now it's just leftism in a skirt. So there is a really 0% excuse to
This is your fucking highlight reel? Dude.
talk to a third grader about his sexuality if you are not his parent. They talk.
If I'd been on the media for some significant amount of time where my name is known and this is my highlight reel, I'm making like a shrimp and grilling myself. Oh my god.
Talk about him.
Dude, no, this is great stuff. What do you
Really,
mean?
it's only justice. The holy crap debate.
We finally beat Medicare.
Holy crap. You can have all kinds of different opinions. You're smart people. We're not going to agree on everything. Luckily, I'm so old that before you can screw everything up, I'm going to be having lunch with Jesus, all right?
Wow. This is not tough in the USA. This is tough to 30% of the USA.
Is this tough in the USA? Toughest shit I've ever seen, man.
Oh, dude, they got the Charlie Kirk Memorial streamers.
I love the fire. Do you love the fire? It makes me think of Charlie. He loved it so much.
God.
Great to have you.
It's so nice to see you.
Oh my God, we never see each other in person. This is a thrill. It's the nature of our industry now. It's all over satellite.
Everybody's on TV.
So it's been so fun for me to actually see
Wow.
people. All right, so
This
I
is
have so
high
much
level
to share with you.
hearted stuff.
It was really good
We've
stuff,
talked many
dude.
times about your religious background.
Yeah.
And I have questions because I've been searching on my own faith for a while now, but especially.
Oh my god, every single Republican now has to LARP as some kind of born-again Christian.
It is actually crazy.
Like, they were like, oh, fuck, we are losing. Let's hold on to... Like I said, there's 4 main constituencies of the right. One of them is the evangelicals. And so they're like, all right, we're losing the neocons. We're losing the groypers. We have to hold on to the pop. They're not going to lose the populace. They have to hold on to the evangelicals, or their movement is done.
Especially since Charlie died. Yeah. Have you felt more faithful since Charlie died? Yeah. Right? I think a lot of us are like
No, I do
Wow.
not.
having a renewed
That's not what I was gonna say. It's just like
Oh,
it's
I thought you were
obviously,
about to defend Post.
No. It's like, I don't know. To me, it's obvious that they're lying. Like,
Yeah, it's transparent bullshit, but it works. As long as it works for enough evangelicals. That's all they need. They don't need it to fool everybody. They just need enough.
for what it is. I mean, I've always been a Catholic, but yes.
What the fuck?
wait, what'd they say?
Yeah. Right? I think a lot of us are like having a renewed faith and a renewed search for what it is. I mean, I've always been a Catholic, but
Charlie Kirk matters? Is that what they're saying?
yes. Oh,
Charlie Kirk matters.
Charlie Kirk does matter and still matters.
Yeah?
It's the most sober guy in the audience right there.
So you're somebody who you have
Second most. That guy that asked the question.
Oh, of course, my bad.
You were born
My
Jewish,
bad.
you were raised in a secular Jewish family, and then you converted to Christianity at 54?
49.
49, okay, 49 years old.
But yeah,
And
it is
you
crazy how
speak
the
about your faith so
people
beautifully.
have
I've learned a lot about the Christian faith from
dragged
you,
his
actually.
corpse
And
everywhere
you are
to
like
make
Charlie in that you
points.
can look through any political lens and infuse your faith into what we're seeing. So, first of all, just tell us about how that transition, that conversion happened to you.
Well, it's a 35-year story, so I'll have to condense it quite a lot. But it really had to do with fiction in a way. When I was 19, I read the book Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, which is about a murder. And it was just at that moment when the moral relativists were coming up into the colleges and teaching you that one culture is just as good as another. Who knows what's right or wrong? You think one thing is right, I think another thing is right. And I read that book, and there's a brutal murder in it of two women, one of them a retarded woman, and it's just so pitiful. I thought, no.
Oh, Megyn Kelly. They got her. Okay, yeah. Candid, or whatever. Fill in the blank.
Some things are wrong. Some things are wrong, and they'd be wrong even on a planet where everybody said they were right. And that kept me from falling into the pit of moral relativism, but it stuck me with the idea that if there is a right and wrong, there must be a supreme good, and that supreme good has to be a consciousness, because only consciousness is good. Well, you're applauding.
Yeah.
Summarize what he just said. Anyone in the audience, I fucking dare you.
But it's hard to work in my business to believe these things. And
You know, Andrew's a very successful author, writer, and screenwriter.
Yeah.
Not speaker.
And so slowly that worked in my head, and I couldn't quite accept it. And I had a terrible, when I was in my 20s, I had a terrible breakdown. Suicidal, depressed, just absolutely at the end of my rope. And I couldn't reach out to God then because I was so stubborn. I thought, well, then it's just a crutch. Then I'm just in pain. But through what I truly believe was a miracle, I found a shrink who actually healed me, which may be the only time this has ever happened in psychiatric history.
I love Republicans so
It's
much. I hate that gay therapy bullshit. Also, I went to therapy and it really helped me.
That's what it's everything.
It's
I love
everything.
trans people if I know them. I love psychiatrists if I know them.
It's the Tony Soprano.
Wait, what? I don't get it. What is that? What
he
does
goes
sound?
he goes to a therapist in the show, and everyone's like, "Oh, you see a shrink? What the fuck?"
2 years, I went from
Yeah, it's crazy. It's like this thing we shit on it. It's like an assumption to shit on it in our communities. I saw it, and it was kind of good, but that's crazy. Must be one in a million. Fucking A.
being suicidally depressed to being a very happy, kind of jolly person, doing really well in my career, doing what I always loved doing, which is writing novels. And then I thought, well, now I've got no excuse. And I started to pray. And prayer transformed my life. And this is...
Okay, think about the order of events here. He's super depressed, can't do anything. He goes to a therapist. The therapist helps him a ton. His life changes. He then says, I started to pray. And he claims his life changed then. Sounds like the therapist kind of fixed you, man. I don't think prayer had shit to do with it.
And I started to
yeah,
pray.
I don't know. Like,
And prayer transformed my life. And this is what I always
That'd be
tell
the-
people, you know. People always say to me, like, you know, how do I connect with God? I thought, call him. His lines are open, you know. It's like, I mean, talk to him. And I started out with a
Let me
3-word
talk to
prayer,
you.
which was thank you, Lord, because I had come from such a horrible place in my life to such a beautiful place.
Thank your fucking therapist, man.
And then it got to be like 15 minutes, 20 minutes, sometimes half.
This is like that fucking meme of like there's a bunch of surgeons who've just like operated for 48 hours and the family comes in, oh thank God. Motherfucker, thank me.
Pretty funny.
An hour, sometimes an hour of prayer every day. And at the end of 5 years, I was now a screenwriter and a novelist, and I was driving my BMW convertible in the hills of Santa Barbara, complete jerk. And
Sounds kind of awesome.
and I said to God, you know, I said, gee, you've given me everything. You just transformed everything.
Can you make me have hair again?
What can I do for you? And it came back to me instantaneously, you should be baptized. And I'm driving my car, and out loud I went, you got to be kidding me. You know?
Were you attending Catholic Mass? What were you going to at the time?
I was Episcopalian,
Okay.
which is no longer a religion, but at the time it was.
He's not. Definitely not.
Now I'm an Anglo-Catholic, but then I was an Episcopalian. And
I like too how like the Christianity in this country for the longest time was Protestant, and then all of a sudden they decided, nope, we're doing Catholic now. Okay.
Total Catholic victory.
It took me 5 months. I started to argue with God about this, and I thought, I can't really believe in these miracles and this stuff. And I went back, and I had read the Bible all my life because as a novelist, I knew it was the center of all art, and all Western art is based on the novel
best
in
thing
one way
ever.
or another. And when I went back and read it for the first time as if it might be true, I thought, oh, that makes sense. And listen, I'm not a literalist. I don't think every word is exactly what it means. Some of it's poetry, some of it's legends, some of it's all kinds of, but it's all the Word of God. And when I read it that way.
That's a good point. Religion to them is like fashion. I agree. They wear it to show something, to signal something, but in their heart of hearts, they could not give a less of a shit. This guy went to therapy. The therapist really helped him. And he can't say that to this crowd. So he has to cloak it. He has to put on the clothes of religion and turn it into this big God story. Like, ugh.
Way, it all made sense to me. And I knew that it was going to ruin my Hollywood career, which it ultimately did. And I knew it was going to, I thought it was going to start a terrible fight with my father, who had once told me if I ever thought of converting, he would disown me. And we had sort of made a separate piece. And I thought, well, I'm going to have to tell him because I give interviews and he'll see it. And he came to visit me. I was living in California. He and my mother were living in New York, and they came to visit me. And he walked in the door, and he said, I'm seeing double. I have to go home. And this was a joke in my family. My father could never take a vacation without having an emergency that caused him to go home. So I laughed it off, but he was, in fact, has his final illness. And
Oh,
so
Jesus.
I couldn't tell him at that point. It would have just broken his heart. So I spent a long time going back to New York, training with this priest, this Episcopal priest I knew, and then visiting my father, who was fading away. And he died in a week that was both Easter and Passover, which was very meaningful and sad. And then I came back for his memorial and left the memorial and went to the church and was baptized.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like
how did you go to Jesus? Like, because you kept
Right.
reading after that
Yeah.
Old Testament, and
Well,
you know that's a big shift when you read the
Yes.
second part and say that's for me as a Jew.
Well, the thing was, I knew a lot about both testaments because I was writing novels, and it informed the way I thought. And I knew that Jesus was the major character in all of Western
Can we skip
civilization.
this? This
And
is
the
boring.
idea
Yeah, I don't
that
care.
we can't
Guys,
know God and
actually, I don't.
a little bit.
Yeah, I don't even know if this is like an actual guy that people care about.
Rubies is in trouble. Get a few.
What's
then you're
Michael
covered
Knowles'
all
highlight reel?
hostess gifts. So
Arm. Okay, my next guest does give him a run for the money.
She
when it
spit on
comes
him.
to Intellect. Michael Knowles.
Yes, dude.
Doesn't
No
give
way.
a shit if you don't like him.
Whoa! Careful, we got a hot shot.
incendiary
We got a
things.
bit of a badass
It's
coming to
hard to make
stage.
My jaw
Whoa!
drop, and Michael Knowles does it regularly. And he does it by just being totally, unapologetically, fearlessly
Except of publishing the Destiny debate.
honest, but with such
Sure.
intellect behind the points that it really is like chewing rubies in your mouth when you repeat his words and hear him speak.
Yo.
Here's a little quick intro.
That sucks.
That rocks.
Outrage boiling over at the University of Buffalo. Hundreds of students and community members gathered in protest.
Do you have anything else to say?
Hello, I'm Michael Knowles. I'm a conservative podcast host. I am surrounded by 20 LGBTQ plus activists.
I'm gay married. Who? Right? Like,
you're not really married.
I'm sorry. I'm going to outright call you a fascist.
Oh, no.
Permanently banned by TikTok. Every time you come on this show, Michael, you're in trouble. What'd you do? What did you do?
I'm always in trouble.
Plenty of those white conservative men that you like so much seem quite happy. Just take a look at this clip.
Joy Reid, she has just been canned. Kicked to the side of the road. Her show is over.
Okay, well,
The grass behind me, this is like, I wasn't kidding when I said I actually want to talk about, like, tax rates once things are normal again. This is just explaining why, like, the rationale behind a marginal tax rate and why it's fair and a flat tax is not. It's about the marginal utility of a dollar as you increase in wealth and having a tax that scales proportionately.
we got Michael there. Michael, anything you
Also,
want to say?
yeah, his highlight reel is so shit. Like, these are the actual...
It's just other
This is
people
like-
talking. His highlight reel is other people talking.
Very nice to meet
It's
you. Now
actually
there's
so
no longer
bad.
a market for that absolutely vile content, and I think that's good for the culture broadly. And now we can all chat on Pierce's show. We build, they destroy. That has been true.
Didn't Ben Shapiro get in trouble for that one?
Since the terms left and right entered into politics during the French Revolution. If they want to tear it down and knock it down, let
Do I think owning businesses should be banned? No. I'm a big old capitalist. I love my private property. I love that the market. I believe in markets. I think some things are probably better allocated by the government, but I think the markets do a pretty damn good job. I just think there should be some government intervention when it comes to negative externalities.
let them try their very best. Pay them no heed. We're going to keep moving forward.
Dude, this is hardcore.
Yeah, bro.
Megan,
This is
did
a
you
hard
say
hitter.
talking to me is like chewing rubies?
This is Michael Knowles. It just, I don't know, Beck, you could probably give a better synopsis of who he is. He looks like a fish. Yeah, it's another. Yeah.
Dude, I don't. He kind of came out of. Where was he? He's like, I think Matt Walsh was. He's like older than this guy in the. Oh my God, his legs.
I know.
Bro, they're just really skinny and he's. Wait, what the fuck is this? What is this frame, man?
It looks like Deadpool with the baby legs.
Yeah. I literally don't know where Michael Knowles came out of, but he just like came out of nowhere and he's like the most famous guy ever now or something. Like, yeah.
This is him.
Yeah.
I want that in my Twitter bio. That's really good.
Yeah.
Good. I like that.
You take all the thoughts I have in my head and make them sound so much more eloquent and informed. It's one of the many things I love about you. One of the first bonding
he's
moments that
cockshy.
I had,
Love you.
You know, you guys will understand how this is personal, is you were on Fox News. you
Damn,
said
these
something
chairs
totally
suck.
reasonable about Greta
I would probably look
Thunberg,
dog shit as
and
well
then
on
Fox
these.
canceled you, and you were never allowed to come back on.
That did happen. I was on Fox, and I was asked about Greta Thunberg, Saint Greta of the Blessed Sailboat, who was... You're familiar with her. Okay, for those who don't know, she is a truant who thought that the sun monster was going to kill us all, and so she sailed a boat back and forth with, like, private jets flying overhead and whatever. So, anyway, I said...
Okay.
The girl was 16, 17 or something. And I said I thought it was wrong that the left would exploit a girl who was mentally ill because her mother wrote a whole book
What'd you
about
say
how she
exactly?
had these mental illnesses. And I said that's wrong to do and you shouldn't exploit kids for politics. And then they canceled me for that.
Fox News.
The hell? Why would they cancel you for that from such an innocent statement?
Did he say retarded on Fox? Is that why he got kicked?
I have no idea. Literally no clue.
Because of that comment, I remember
Oh, looked it up
DMing you
in
saying,
a different tab.
"What utter bullshit."
I
This is
appreciated that.
So wrong, and a beautiful friendship was born.
A
from that
European
point forward.
anchovy?
So
By the way,
yeah,
that's the only
I
good
could see
thing that's
it.
come out of Greta Thunberg's activism is our
That's it.
friendship.
That's
Yes,
it.
yeah.
Thank you, Greta. She's way off of that cause now. Now you know she's a globalize the intifada type.
Yeah, there's no more money in the sun monster, so she's got to put on the keffiyeh. That's
They
more
switch
valuable.
it like that, like that. It's amazing, right? So you were born and raised in New York City.
I was raised in the suburbs. I'm a suburban man. Though I guess I lived when I was really little, I was in the city, and I lived in the city later on. And after what occurred on Tuesday, I don't think I'm ever going to live in the city again.
Yeah, I know. I lived in Manhattan for
Wait, he lives in New
17 years.
York?
I can't say I'm totally shocked by what
Bro,
they did
fucking-
because they did elect Bill de Blasio twice.
Oh, I guess he did just
Who
say
is
mentally
truly
ill.
an idiot.
All right.
Yeah, I probably.
I don't think-
don't know.
Woke Fox? What the fuck?
Zoran Mamdani is an idiot,
Yeah.
but Bill de Blasio is dumb as a donkey.
Megan, I fear that Bill de Blasio is like Winston Churchill and Ronald Reagan combined
Oh.
compared to Zoran Mamdani.
Oh, God. I
my
think this
God,
guy's
that's so
clever, and
real.
I'm a little fearful of how clever
this
he
is
is.
rough.
What do you make of his ascension?
A lot of people asked me when Zoran was running, they said, Michael, isn't this terrible that a Muslim is going to be the mayor of New York City? And I said, we should be so lucky if he were actually a Muslim. Look, I understand Christendom's had a little conflict with Islam for about 1,400 years now, so it's a tough situation.
Good one,
However,
bro.
at least if he were actually Muslim, I could speak to the guy. He would believe in God. He would believe in a moral order. He would believe in an ordered society. We could have a conversation.
I cannot. Like, I'm listening for boos from the crowd.
It wouldn't be good. We have a conversation. I fear it's worse.
It
than
wouldn't
that.
be good?
I fear when you look at the Muslim
Bro.
communist Zoran Mamdani, he leans a little more on the communist side. I think he is a cringe millennial leftist who is every one of your worst classmates at university. He's like that guy, and he is going to destroy New York City.
Yep, I know. It's happening, and that's what they voted for, and we're all going to have to sit by and actually watch it. What does it say, though, about where the Democrat Party is? And do you
Okay.
think
Like,
he is the
oh my
future? When
God,
they
I hate
asked
this. I hate
Hakeem
this.
Jeffries that, he said no. But Zoran Mamdani won by huge margins. And if you don't think there are other
Sure.
Democrats in other cities right now saying that's the way to win elections, you're wrong.
Who else would the future
I don't know if we can go judge the morality of a religion based on what the guy did, like, 1,500 years ago? It's just, like, I'm sure you can dig through any of the major religions and find fucked up shit.
be? It's not Mrs. Pelosi. After a very brief 64-year political career, Nancy Pelosi is retiring, it seems.
Did you hear that news? She's not going to run for re-election. She's
She-
85.
I don't want to violate any SEC rules or anything, but if you are invested in the Nancy
Yeah,
Pelosi
no, I know, but, like-
tracking stocks, sure, get out right now. They're going to drop.
Just like she does.
Yeah, that's right. So
I'm just saying I wouldn't use that as a tool to evaluate the, like, religion as it exists today.
is she the future? Is Schumer the future? No. Kamala Harris, the former future president, was asked about this. Who's the future of the party? Do you have any leaders? Because for the first time in at least
AOC,
25 years,
my queen.
there is no leading candidate for president. The Democrats in 2000, 2004, the leading candidate with 25% of the vote at this time in the cycle was Al Gore. After that, it was Hillary Clinton. After that, it was Joe Biden. There was always someone who had this role. There's no...
Sorry, Newsom is the leading candidate by far.
No one right now.
Let me check
And Kamala was
Polymarket on
asked
that,
about this,
but
and she said, "Oh," and she kind of giggled, and coconuts fell out of the sky, and then she said,
Well, okay, I'm sorry, I laughed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I laughed at the coconuts.
Zohran Mamdani, she named him. We have
Okay.
Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett.
I really like
We
Mrs.
have AOC,
Coconuts.
whoever.
I think
And
she's
so,
awesome.
You know,
Yeah.
you got
At
it
least
from
the
horse's
coconut part
mouth
of
or
her.
some part of the horse. They're saying that this is the future of the Democrats, and I believe her.
Wait, sorry. What's
Zora
Newsom at?
39%.
Okay.
Now, he's right. That's
I
not
feel like
25%. That's pretty damn high.
No.
It's a lot higher. I don't know. It's going to come down to between Newsom, AOC, and Pete Buttigieg. I'd throw my lot in with Buttigieg, but...
No, I'm sorry, Dustin. That's a bad political take.
All right. But I'll
Like
vote.
from a not like because he's a bad politician or whatever. Just it's because it's like probably not true.
Not true?
You know what I mean? Yeah, I just don't think he's. I think Pete has one of the lowest chance of becoming the nominee.
Oh, yeah, but I'm saying, like, at least from what I've heard him say policy-wise, I'm in a lot of alignment with him.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, I like, yeah. Okay,
That's
I
what I
agree with
meant.
that. Okay,
It's
yeah.
like, obviously I'll support the Democrat no matter who it is, but when it comes to the primary, which is the time to fight it out, I'll reevaluate and then support who I think. But right now it seems like that's Pete.
Mamdani cannot be president. He was born in Uganda, and he's Ugandan. Like, he
It
cannot
never
be
stopped Barack Obama. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Don't clip that. Don't clip that.
It's so fucking funny.
Chat clip that.
You get canceled again.
Dude, his legs are so tiny.
Karine Jean-Pierre or Kamala Harris?
I will have you know, and I have this on good authority, Karine Jean-Pierre is a black queer woman.
No.
Yes.
No.
I heard that on TV.
How do you know?
I heard it many times from Karine Jean-Pierre. So it's a tricky battle. I mean, maybe
Dude, this
maybe
is
she's
so
like a fox,
cringy.
that Karine Jean-Pierre. She held that job the whole time, and there was no actual president the whole time. So Karine Jean-Pierre effectively might have been the president for like 3 years.
Do you view Kamala Harris as an intellect?
You know, St. Thomas Aquinas shows us that all human beings are made up of,
This is the pinnacle of Republican comedy.
you know,
Wow.
matter and intellect. You know, we have will and intellect, and part of that is memory, and part of that. So, inasmuch as she is a human being, I suppose I grudgingly have to admit that she might have some intellect, but that's the first thing that's made me doubt Thomas Aquinas ever in my entire life. So, I don't know.
Same. You had an interesting
The funniest
opinion
thing ever.
recently on Sydney Sweeney. Now, we talked on the show about the dress she wore.
Well,
Did you like the dress? Split of opinion, maybe. So I
Okay.
came out against it. I love her. I think she's great. She's very brave. But I didn't like the dress because I thought you went too far. You know, and it was Allie Beth Stuckey on the show that day who said, "Can we draw the line at areola?" Like, we're all for titillation. We love the return of actual women, you know, to these events and as the headliners and so on. But like, headliner good, headlights not good. You know, there should be some
Okay,
modesty.
whatever. You know what?
But you
I
had
don't
an
have any
interesting
thought on
take
this.
on why the dress actually was kind of conservative in a way.
Because it pissed off the liberals, it showed the feminine whatever. Let's see.
It's a Straussian reading. It's an esoteric. I'm not recommending. I would never send my daughter out in the Sydney Sweeney dress. I do not recommend it generally. However, I have to point out, what was the event that she wore it to? The event was called the Power of Women Gala. And what do we know about Sydney Sweeney? We know that she's a registered Republican, reportedly. Love that. We know that just today some liberal journalist was trying to bait her into all these stupid answers about her
Sorry, about condemning white nationalism? Like,
ad, and she just completely shut it down. She's got better message discipline than the entire Republican Party put together. We know that in a culture
Yeah.
of androgynous they-thems with crazy hair and 15 septum piercings, that Sydney Sweeney looks normal, like a really, really, really pretty normal person. And so I thought there was this esoteric message very anti-feminist, which she said, you want to invite me to the Power of Women Gala? I am going to show
I'll show you a woman's play. What is the point being made here exactly?
you a big part of the power of women. And so I'm not saying it's conservative. I'm just saying it's not feminist. It ain't feminist for sure.
Yes, I actually
Whoa.
love that point. I
Freaking
take your point 'cause
owned.
His take is that it's awesome because it's against women's empowerment. It's what? this is fucking guy.
I remember, not to compare myself to Sydney Sweeney, sadly, I wish I could, but no. But it was 2016, and we were headed to the Republican National Convention, and I was anchoring for Fox, and it was a crazy time. You know, it was like Trump and, you know, just so tumultuous, and it was crazy for me at Fox because that day we had gone out to the Republican National Convention in Ohio, and
Literally.
that day it broke on the air that Roger Ailes was credibly accused by all these women, and that I had been cooperating with these investigators, and it was just like my whole life was on the news, and then I had to go do the news. And I went out to do the coverage that night, and of course all these leftists are like, she's a girl boss, that kind of thing. And I remember thinking, I'm not one of you. Like, this is, I didn't want any of this out there. I was dragged into this kicking and screaming. Like, I don't want this to be that. And that night I wore the
I don't want to be known to have cooperated with investigators on a sexual assault case. Yeah, no, she went independent. People do watch her.
it's like spaghetti strap outfit to do the news, and it was kind of that moment, you know what I mean, where I was like, I'm gonna sauce it up and
Voluntarily.
remind you all that
Yeah.
I'm not on your team. I'm gonna bring the heat as a woman who's not looking to be out here in pinstripes, like grabbing people by the balls and castrating them. Right? You can do it all. You can be a news anchor, you can take yourself seriously, but you can also be sort of a saucy person who men find attractive and who you want to find you attractive, right? Because you're a regular American woman. So I kind of relate to what you're saying.
Yes, you know, look, I'm all for modesty, truly.
I'm watching
I
Megyn
didn't even
Kelly
see the
against
dress at
my
first.
will.
My producer said to me, he said, Michael, why aren't you leading the show and closing the show with Sydney Sweeney? You know, their ratings would be through the roof. I said, what? I saw some headline and pay attention. And then later on, it popped up in my Twitter feed, and I said, all right, got to get custody of my eyes. Hold on, let's see. Go to
Custody of my
Hold
eyes.
on, I got to go to some other news website or something. But I thought,
Oh, instead of reading the news, I saw some boobs, so that's it for me.
in a culture that is so confused as ours, in a culture that doesn't know the difference between men and women, it is a relatively
This is so
conservative thing
chungus.
for a woman to really be a woman and
Yeah.
really
It's true.
show everyone.
We're going to talk about that soundbite that you mentioned of Sydney Sweeney a little later, but
Of course we are. Why
we talked with
wouldn't
Andrew a bit about his faith and his conversion from Judaism to Christianity. And of course, I know you're deeply religious, that you're a Catholic, you're a devout Catholic. And I did not know until I was actually preparing for tonight that you doubled down on your faith. You found your true conservative Christian faith.
Everyone's doubling down. He's so
Let
awesome.
me guess. This was in the last month or two?
Your devotion to Catholicism until you were at Yale? That's not a thing. Who goes to Yale and becomes more of a devout Catholic?
I think they're going to rescind my diploma when they find out that was the consequence of it. Yeah, I was, I always prefer
Dude,
the
I
term,
hate these people
instead
so
of devout
much.
Catholic, I always prefer the term practicing Catholic, because I'm going to keep on practicing until I get it right. Might take a long time.
No.
I have 12 bodies in my garage.
I'm
practicing.
Greek time for catechesis generally, and then by the time I was 13, I was about to be confirmed. I said I'm an atheist because I was a very clever little boy, and Christopher Hitchens had that posh accent.
I have a theory about Sydney Sweeney. Euphoria in markets while Euphoria on TV. Elaborate.
I don't know what that means, man.
Oh, fuck. No, not our Megyn Kelly coverage. Shit.
No, Megyn Kelly. Spelled weird. I just realized that.
Yeah.
Megyn. Megyn.
We should be so lucky if
Megyn.
You can do it all. You can.
Okay, the last
the
bit's
Democrats
about faith.
celebrated it.
Yes.
And we should be furious, and we should reassert some order to conduce to the common good
Yes.
as a national wake-up call.
Amen. Michael Knowles, thank you.
Thank you,
for
Megan.
everything.
Thank you to all of you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Wow.
All right, what's next? An ad about gold? An ad for a Christian search engine?
Chewing the rubies.
100%.
Well, you may have heard of my next guest. Let me tell. I'm just going to steal a couple minutes to talk about Ben.
Michael Balls.
I first got to know Ben when
That's good.
I think he was 10. He looked 10. And I was on the air at Fox, and he started coming on. And he was obviously so smart, right? But he was so young. And you were kind of like, are people going to take him seriously? Like, he's so young. It's like, but all you
Isn't
need
gold
to
going
do is
up like
spend 2 minutes
correlated
with
with
Ben
people
Shapiro and
losing
realize that
faith
people are
in
gonna
the
take him
stability of the
seriously. No, we're
world?
good. We don't have to worry about that. I quickly fell in love with this guy and his political commentary and started putting him on more and more and more and more and more. And in the ratings game, which is cable news, you can see how somebody does. Like, do they rate? And you can see it minute by minute. Does the audience go up when he's on? Does it go down when he's on? Does it hold steady? And we'll take either go up or hold steady, but if it goes down a lot, then you never see them again. And every time Ben was on, you could see it skyrocket because people were learning something. He's got the gift of gab. I mean, he's completely articulate and can make his points without any stuttering, without any ums and ahs, without any hesitation. But he's always substantive, right? And you always learn something. Agree, disagree, doesn't
I'm sorry, Ben Shapiro absolutely like no shame in it, but he does whatever.
matter. You learn something from Ben Shapiro because he's always done his homework, right? You never think, oh God,
Gotcha,
that guy's going
yeah.
to come out with empty-handed. He's got that big brain. He's got the legendary IQ. It can be very intimidating, talking to him at first. But I'm proud to tell you I'm now one of the very few Americans who listens to the Ben Shapiro show on 2.0. It's not easy to do.
What does that mean?
You can listen to the Megyn Kelly
Oh,
show on
2 times
2.0 with the Ben
speed.
Shapiro show.
Yeah.
Megyn Kelly, fine. Ben Shapiro, no. You have to be an expert. So we became friends over those
Dude,
years.
Ben Shapiro sounds like well, we can
And
actually.
then,
I'll
of course, I
just
left
find
Fox.
a
I
Ben
went to
Shapiro
NBC, and
thing. We'll watch it at
everybody knows what
2x
happened
because
there.
that sounds funny.
So there I was, sitting on my couch, feeling sorry for myself, licking my wounds, thinking my career's destroyed. Literally, everybody's calling me a racist. Nobody wants to
All right,
hire me.
folks,
I'm a
today
joke
is-
in the industry. I've gone from like the top of my game to someone everybody is laughing at and treating with scorn. And who reached out to me?
Today on the show, we're going to go.
Who actually
Sorry,
reached out?
you hear
sent
the
me a
ghost
text
of
and
Ben
said, "We need
Shapiro
to talk."
as I'm loading this up. All right, just for funsies, playback speed. Let's go. Oh fuck! I forgot playback speed change is broken. Never mind.
Ben Shapiro. He saw I was down. He saw I was hurting. And instead of what most of us do, honestly, what I do too often, and just kind of say, like, oh, that's sad, and move on, he actually reached out and said, I want to help you. And
Dude,
you need
he's
to
such
get
a
off
nice
that
guy.
couch."
What a nice guy.
And he didn't have to do it. Ben, his life was great. His show is completely crushing it. The Daily Wire was on fire.
I know.
He was busy, man. Did not have to take 2 minutes to think about me. And it wasn't like I had done him any extraordinary favors at Fox. He was a star. He was brilliant. Anybody could have seen that. I wasn't some special, spotter of talent. So he said, MK, you need to come out here to the Daily Wire in California, where they were at the time. Now they're in Nashville. And see what we're doing. And see whether you think you could see yourself doing something like this. And he wasn't like, you must work for the Daily Wire. I want to make money off of you. I think you're a commodity. I could buy into the Daily Wire. He was like, you need to do this, and the country needs you to do this.
Wait,
so I
what?
did. I flew out there.
He wasn't like, you need to come to the Daily Wire. You need to get it. He said, you need to do this.
Which was a big step for me because I was really just stress eating at home most days. And showed me all around. And not only did he show me all around the Daily Wire and show me exactly how he was doing a show and how one could do a show, but like completely, he was like, here are our financials. What do you want to know about us? Like, here's exactly how here's what this costs. Here's what the advertising is. Here's how you could do it. This is how much it would cost you. Like, it was amazingly transparent on somebody who
It's
like,
a contract
didn't know any of this. It was,
negotiation,
like,
of
the amount of
course.
trust that he put into me, having me out there and showing me. I was like blown away by it. And I left the Daily Wire that day and Ben saying, this is what I want to do. he inspired me fully and completely.
They discovered the negotiation part where you're like, okay, how much money am I going to make?
And I didn't totally know exactly
Generational talent. All right.
up until the 1990s.
Okay, wait.
And I
Okay,
will be
ready?
forever grateful
What's the
for
ad going to be? Place your bets. Place your bets.
Did you know that up until the 1990s, all chips and fries were cooked in beef tallow? Those memories of you at McDonald's in the 80s, that was beef tallow.
Oh man,
seed
even
oils.
I didn't.
But
I
then
couldn't
big
even
food
think of
companies
that
made
one.
the
So
switch to
good.
cheap,
It's
highly
so
processed
good,
seed
man.
oils. And now they make up 20% of the average
Seed
American's
oils?
daily calories. This is why I'm excited to tell you about masa. It's a chip that's doing things differently. You have 4 masa chips, you feel sated.
Why?
You don't have to eat the whole bag.
Place bets if his lip filler has been dissolved yet.
Masa chips.
Did you get banned? Is this? Are you the one formerly known as T-Bozzles?
T-Bozzles got banned?
No, you just have a second account?
Oh.
Ingredients: organic corn, sea salt, and 100%
sorry.
grass-fed beef tallow.
I'm gonna
That's
sweat
it.
out for a bit.
No seed oils, no junk. And let me tell you, they are so good. They're crunchier, they're tastier, and they do not break into your guac.
Are you saying I have
Plus, they
lip
leave you
oil?
feeling
or
light,
Ben
satisfied,
Shapiro
and
does?
energized. It's truly, truly true. No crash,
I
no
guess
bloat.
so,
Go try
'cause
them.
the
You're gonna
first
taste
time
the difference,
chat.
and you're gonna love them. Ready to give masa a try?
Yeah, no,
Go to
his
masachips.com/mk,
Bozzles.
masachips.com, and use code MK for
Masa
25%
chips.
off your first order.
I don't
That's
want to. There's so many.
MK, code MK when you
There's
check
a
out.
lot of
To get
jokes you can make
25% off your
about
first order.
masa chips.
Don't feel like ordering
but
online?
I'm not
Well,
going to do
Masa's
it.
now available nationwide at
It's
your
like
local
the
Sprouts.
worst name
supermarket.
ever.
I know. That's why I was making fun of the "Make America Safe Again." Really, I'm diehard MAGA. I'm diehard.
You know he's a total
I can't even
juggernaut.
make
His show,
Yeah.
it's in a league of one. He's reinvented this
League of
entire
Legends,
industry
some
and
may
lane.
say.
He started the Daily Wire, which gave us geniuses like Clavin, Knowles, Matt Walsh, who we love, who we just talked to 2 days ago, and many, many others. And I have
There's got to be a word for something that's its own parody.
ending love and respect for Ben Shapiro. Take a look at this, and we'll bring him out.
Me too, man. I have unending love and respect for someone.
Speech. Some students who didn't even go to the speech have made appointments with a therapist to deal with the
Oh my god. That's actually, that is pretty funny.
As he was attempting to give a speech. And I was told by the police officers, if you do that, there could actually be a riot. Look at me. I mean, like, do I look like a physical threat to anybody? It's not rude to say that someone who's biologically a male is a male. Facts don't care about your feelings.
You cut that out
Self-care,
now,
but like-
or you'll go home in an ambulance.
Yeah, that seems mildly inappropriate for a political discussion.
No, I know.
If you're going to criticize the meritocracy as an outgrowth of white supremacy, then you're going to have to tear down the system that you've succeeded in because you have merit. Joe Biden, there's only one
You can't criticize the system. You're black and have money. Fuck. Level 1 take.
thing the guy is good for, and that is being wheeled out in front of a parade that's already moving. He's like, oh, look, I'm here. And Ben Shapiro.
Good Joe Brandon impression.
I think you're going to love us a lot more.
Okay, that's not a good Trump impression. It's really bad.
Okay, Mr. President, appreciate that. Fox News just called it. It's over, gang. This election is done. It's toast. You can put it in the fridge. It's finished. The greatest political comeback in American history.
Saying it's over, gang, in your highlight reel? Holy shit.
A huge victory against the woke left that needed to take it directly in the teeth. Well, folks, I just got back from the theaters seeing Barbie. This movie is not just a piece of This movie is a flaming piece of dog.
40-year-old man, by the way.
Piled the top, an entire.
No, wait, how old is Ben
It's one
Shapiro?
of the worst movies I've ever seen.
It's like 75 or something.
I may have a desire to sleep with many women, but I do not.
I agree with me. Yes, that's true.
Congratulations on
41.
Yeah.
Charlie's voice is not silent. We're gonna pick up that bloodstained
I like
microphone
the
where
Barbie
Charlie
movie.
left it.
Fuck you
And to those
guys.
who would intimidate, who would seek to stop us, who would seek to end free discussion and kill people who speak freely, we are not going to stop. And I have two words. You.
Whoa. The hard
Holy shit,
hitters.
chills, bro.
Dude, actual chills. There's a little bit of cringe.
Yes. The man, the myth, the legend, the one and only. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me, man.
They have pyro?
That
Yeah,
walk
bro.
down memory lane.
That was great.
Right?
Man.
I am so
Dude,
happy you're here. This worked out so well. You've been in the news lately.
Yes.
Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah. A little bit.
How's your last year been?
The last year has been interesting. Obviously, huge victory for President Trump, which was the big news of the last year. All the transformative policies that he's put into place, that's been wonderful.
The what policies?
Had the opportunity to
What do you
see him
say?
do some
The
of these historic things in person.
transformative. Transformative,
How
but the trans
how dare he
policy.
say that?
Obviously, huge victory for President Trump, which was the big news of the last year. All the transformative policies that he's put into place, that's been wonderful. I've had the opportunity to see him do some of these historic things in person. I happened to be in Israel for the Jewish holidays when he was giving that historic speech at the Israeli parliament, which was unbelievable. I mean, it was truly tremendous. And then obviously you figure after an election things are going to cool down, and then things don't cool down. And so
Why is he
it's
talking
been
like,
busy.
oh my
Obviously, since
god, guys,
Charlie's
I can't believe it.
murder, which I think all of us reacted in precisely the same way. The security threats went up dramatically. I've had obviously personal security since I believe 2017, maybe 2016. I've had about 10 years of personal security. The last 6 years has been 24/7 security on me as well as on my 4 children. And that's been accelerated even more so in the aftermath.
4 children without ever getting your wife's pussy wet. That sounds rough.
Of Charlie's murder. So that's
So
on
that
a
tweet.
personal level, that's been.
No. I love the Ben Shapiro culture war shit. Actually, a pussy's not supposed to get that wet.
Not fun. The good news is that the security guys are very sweet, and
God
my
damn
kids
it.
get along with them great, and they have lightsaber fights with them, and they think that this is kind of normal.
They have lightsaber fights with. Never
It
mind.
isn't
So-
normal, and I wish
What
that
are you
the
doing?
country would go back to normal, but it seems
Never
like
mind.
it may be a while.
Can't.
You've been dealing with this for a long
No, that was I'm pretty sure that was a real tweet.
time, and I've seen it personally.
No,
I mean,
no.
I've seen you surrounded
The
by
pussy
teams of
thing?
security,
Yeah.
And I was
Yeah.
going to say, and I mentioned this last night, that if God forbid
Or it
something
was a
happened to most of the
section
gay
on the
riot
show
guys,
where he
we would
goes,
know exactly who did it immediately.
a
If
woman's,
something happened
I
to
don't
you,
know
God
what it
forbid,
was.
It would be like an Agatha
I forgot.
Christie
I need to stop
mystery.
trying to say
There's so
Ben
many
Shapiro shit.
possibilities because you're loathed by the far left, and you're loathed by what we.
Also, I discussed this issue on my show. My only real concern is that the women involved who apparently require a bucket and a mop. Wait, sorry. As I also discussed on my show, my only real concern is that the women involved who apparently require a bucket and a mop get the medical care they require. My doctor wife's differential diagnosis, the bacterial vaginosis, yeast infection, or trichomonas, or whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, and then whatever.
Yeah, I'm just bad at the fucking voice, and
Used to,
it's
and
yeah.
maybe
Yeah, it's
some
not
people
saying
call
the
it
same thing.
alt-right.
Fine, I'll try and find.
And I remember we used to talk about this on the Kelly File because some people called you alt-right.
Kelly
And you
File.
would explain, no. I'm not alt-right. I'm loathed by alt-right. So what is alt-right and why do they loathe you?
So there is.
Here are some of the lyrics. You ready?
I'm Marquise.
Okay, nope, that's an edit. Why is it all fucking remixes?
Super empowerment. Here are some of the lyrics. You ready? Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. Hold up. I said certified freak 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak. Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. P word is female genitalia. Bring a bucket and a mop for this wet ass P word. Give me everything you got for this wet ass P word. Beat it up, N word. Catch a charge. Extra large and extra hard. Put this P word right in your face. Swipe your nose like a credit card. Hop on top, I want to ride. I do a Kegel while it's inside. Spit in my mouth, look in my eyes. This P word is wet, come take a dive. And continue along these lines. And it gets
Wow. Maybe. What the fuck is this? Okay.
A group of people in the United States who are rooted in an idea of grievance against the system that they believe has put them underfoot. And those people believe that essentially they are underfoot because of their white status. And thus, they must take revenge on anybody who is disproportionately benefiting from the system that tends to, in their own minds, be Jews. And you see this mostly refracted right now through a young man named Nick Fuentes. He's 27 years old. He is the leader of a movement called the Groypers. I don't know if any of you are familiar with this, but he
Wait,
is,
are they
he
cheering?
says
No, they're
and believes
saying
truly
boo.
awful things.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
truly awful things. Not just about Jews. I mean, he has said, for example, that the Vice President of the United States, this is a direct quote, I believe, is a fat gay race traitor married to a Jeet. That's a direct quote
And
about the Vice
upset
President.
that he named his son Vivek.
Yes, he also has suggested and spent years
Very few
trying to
boos
destroy
noted.
Charlie Kirk's organization.
Jesus.
Charlie, in texts that have now been revealed, called him vermin for exactly this reason and had banned him and his followers from TPUSA because he believed that Nick Fuentes and the Groypers and white supremacy didn't belong as part of the conservative movement. And so the alt-right became this, or they're two sides of the same coin, or they're parts of the same sort of broad movement. And unfortunately, I think that they've gained a foothold in sort of the internet subsystem. I don't think they have a foothold in mainstream America at all. And I think one of the mistakes that people make
You say
is to
kick
think
this
the
guy
internet is
out? What, Ben Shapiro?
real life. The internet is absolutely not real life. And the first thing people need to do is turn off X, which is poisoning brains and making people think that not true things. It's basically like war games. They think the missiles are real. The missiles are not real. The things happening on X are not a reflection of real life, but they can bleed over to real life if enough people take them seriously.
So you and I have talked about Nick Fuentes many times over the years and our many appearances together. And
I mean, if you want to take that up with Republicans, I, on the left, am going to laugh my ass off every fucking moment of the Fuentes-Shapiro war. I am not interested in helping you or the right sort this out. I'm here to laugh.
And that's how I knew about him, because he was saying absolutely terrible things about you. And I am going to show a video, please forgive me, of one of my first introductions to this guy, Nick Fuentes, and what he was saying about Ben. This is a video of him showing himself playing Grand Theft Auto, right, a video game where you shoot people. And
The disenfranchised youth left is being absorbed by other more moderate left people. People that say retard, people that aren't like super woke, but just like good policy.
and he's pretending that this character in the video is Ben. Let's watch.
Oh, that's funny.
Is he just shooting Ben over and over and over again?
He's just playing GTA.
Oh, that's funny. Man, that makes me laugh and laugh. That's a funny one. What a chance encounter that was. I think I just saw Ben Shapiro.
That was the clip?
That was, how dare he?
That's, wow, brutal. I don't like, I'm not a fan of Fuentes, but that's not what I thought that clip was going to be. I thought that was going to be way worse.
It goes on.
I mean, I would hate for people to believe that the Nick Fuentes sort of, my problems with Nick Fuentes are about me, because they really are not. They are about the fact that Nick Fuentes is a truly horrifying person who believes truly horrifying things. And again, there is a reason why Charlie Kirk despised him. There is a reason why every mainstream political commentator has been highly critical of him. It's the reason why these are not arguments. This is not a person who's making arguments. He is a Hitler-loving troll, and I say that advisedly. He literally says on his show that he loves Adolf Hitler. Okay, so the reason this has come up in recent weeks is because Tucker, your guest last night, decided to have him on last week and to completely gloss him, in my opinion. And you can make up your own opinion as to what you think Tucker was doing during that interview, but I know what it looks like when Tucker Carlson decides to be an aggressive interviewer, when he decides to ask...
Yeah, wait, is this a question? Are they surprised that Tucker Carlson is going to fall on the Fuentes side versus, like, the, I don't know, Ben Shapiro side? I thought that was a given. I thought we knew this about Tucker Carlson. What?
ask difficult questions of people. Tucker is eminently capable of doing that. He did it to Ted Cruz quite thoroughly. But he decided for any number of reasons, and I try not to attribute motivations to people, that he was going to treat Fuentes with kid gloves, that he was going to not ask him about any of the things that I just mentioned, literally any of them, and to essentially normalize Fuentes, act as a sort of gateway drug or as and what I've called Tucker as an ideological launderer of bad ideas over the last couple of years. And this is not coming from a place of animus for Tucker on a personal level. I've known Tucker for a very long time. Tucker and I, whenever we're in personal situations, we get along great. I think I saw that Tucker talked about how we were at Charlie's memorial in the vice president's box together, and he's correct. I mean, we saw each other, we said hello, we talked, it was very friendly, and all of that. And it's also true that a couple of days after Charlie's murder, he reached out and he called me and he said, listen, I know that we're at odds, and we've been at odds for a number of reasons, mainly political. I mean, again, on a personal level, I'd go fishing with Tucker anytime. The real question is, for me, I got into this business because I care about the ideas and I care about the ideals. And so when you're determining what is conservatism, what should the future of America look like, and where do you draw the lines, those are the questions that I need to answer in my job.
I do think that, like, the Shapiro, Megyn Kelly may lose this in fight to Fuentes.
Nah.
You think? At the very least, the Fuentes wing has a stronger chance than these people are willing to give credit.
No, I don't think so. I think Americans are not. They're like, I don't know how to explain it. Americans are American, and they like a certain thing. And no, I don't believe this. And they say that they might Americans be like, I like Hitler because he's like avant-garde or something. But no, they actually don't. Like, I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, so I think the hyper-isolationists, like, strongly anti-immigrant, no matter what, this undertone white nationalist movement is probably stronger than people give credit.
Oh, I feel like people think it's. Well, wait, maybe we're just.
It depends on people. It depends on what people you're talking about, I guess.
Yeah, right now I think the general. I thought everyone knew that. I thought it was like a thing that they're like very popular right now, like the most popular one ideology.
Oh no, that's not the assumption I was working on, but
I think people think Americans are more racist than they actually are.
I would agree with that statement, but also, like, I don't know. I feel like people are underplaying the Fuentes wing because it is a larger tent, I think, and it's soaking up people pretty quickly. I don't know.
I thought it was already pretty large. We might be on different.
Yeah, we might be talking past each other, or not like that. But yeah. Anyways,
my business is really not about friendship. I have lots of friends, people who I love, with whom I disagree.
The lefties are being like cemented right now. You're seeing the rise of a lot of young liberals and more voices for. Yeah, the Bernie Bros are a different breed, though, I guess. I don't know.
This is complete cope. I'm sorry, dude. Really.
Young liberalism is on the rise. Yeah. Ever since they're like, all right, fine, you can say retarded again. Everyone, a lot of younger people are like, okay, we're back. I mean, you'll see. I mean, Trump's.
Yeah, we'll see. I guess.
In politics and don't believe they should be leaders in the
don't
conservative
think we're seeing the
movement,
same
for example.
thing.
And that to me is the real question. In any case, Tucker reached out. He said, we've had a bunch of disagreements, and
Yeah, bro.
what
Most people don't have the fucking job or time to protest all day.
Yeah, and also if you look at voting demographics, young people are far more left, and older people are more right. That's I'll pull it up.
Is what he mentioned. And I said, Tucker, you're totally right. Let's do that. That would be great. In fact,
the TSA?
The DSA,
Oh,
the Democratic
Just
Socialists
why
of
the
America.
TSA? How did that bring you together?
The Democratic Socialists of America. And the reason
No,
I'm
that
taking,
I know.
And, yes, and the reason I'm taking out
TSA
my
only
phone
divides people.
is because, yes, the reason I'm taking out my phone is because it's.
All right,
I don't
this
just,
is from
you know,
Pew.
I like to evidence what I'm
like,
saying.
it's
with,
a pretty,
you know, actual.
it's a pretty clean trend line there.
And
And
the
when
text
was
exchange
this?
was very nice. I mean, here's what the actual text exchange went like after the call. So I texted him.
2023.
Thanks so much for
so
calling.
I can try and find a more
Yeah,
recent one, but
Should we do a show
Yeah,
together
I think
talking about the DSA threat,
this is like
Democratic
part of my
Socialist
thesis
America
that.
threat, and orienting in the same
Wait,
direction?
well, hold up, let me mute this.
yeah, sorry. I
Oh,
said
thank you.
Yeah.
No, you're good. I'm sorry, Ben Shapiro just fucks my train of thought up so hard. I think people moved at a super, like, I think that those numbers are very outdated compared to the last election.
Probably.
Where I don't know if you know what these mental images are coming to, but there's like a TikTok where it's a girl and a guy, and the girl like jumps into the guy's arms, and they say, "We can voting Trump, knowing that we can finally afford groceries again," or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No. But
okay, it's so funny. I think a ton of young people moved rightwards.
They did,
and I think that has completely shattered. Like we're back to 2023 numbers because they weren't actually like with their heart wasn't in really with the mass deportation stuff. It's more that they were like thought Dems were lame and like sausage guys. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
they were like
yeah.
sausage. But like Donald Trump was like eggs and bacon type thing.
Yeah,
Do you know what I'm trying to get at? Or no?
think
Well, you know what? We'll see in 2028, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a
I think-
general shift. But, okay, so this is 2024. Like, if you want to go by the No Kings protest, yeah, it's just going to be people that aren't having to work anymore. Retirees. But, yeah, ages 18 to 29 still went Dem. And men under 49 only very slightly went Trump. Like, it's not...
Yeah, yeah, and I think those numbers are now 2023. I think people...
With his approval rating where it's at, I'm sorry, the young Republican movement is on its way out. Because this guy isn't exactly a face for everybody.
Happy to do whatever it takes to bring everyone back together for the fight that matters. And Tucker then wrote back, thanks, man, I appreciate
probably
it. I'm going to
cannot
spend the
type
next
that
week
in
or two
Twitch
thinking
chat.
about how to be most effective. The country is clearly on the brink. I reached out repeatedly. After that, nothing happened. And again, I thought it was a good idea at the time.
I think you're coping.
I think I felt differently after I saw what he did with Nick Fuentes, and after he proceeded, in my opinion, to spend the subsequent weeks doing literally nothing to fight the left. I say this with sadness because Tucker used to be, I think, a deeply important part of the conservative push to win. The number of times that Tucker Carlson has mentioned Zoran Mamdani since October 5th on his show is once. And it was in the context of Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson talking about the appeal of Zoran Mamdani. Just by way of contrast, not because I'm a perfect representative here, but because you talk about Zoran Mamdani a lot. A lot of us have. Since October 5th, I did 17 separate shows on Zoran Mamdani, including 4 in the last week before the election.
Okay,
Because when you're orienting
and?
against the left, you really should orient against the left.
Okay, so
Wow, holy shit.
Wow. Wait, because that works so well for Democrats in 2016 and 2024 is just orienting against the right.
I think, just to be clear, so the breakdown from the like detente after Charlie was him interviewing Fuentes. Like, was that the next thing that happened? That
Yeah, if you think that you got holes in your brain, brother, like she might try and run in the primaries. There's no chance. It's gonna be between AOC, Newsom most likely. I'd say AOC second most likely, and Pete Buttigieg. Like, there's no room for Kamala there.
led to the blow up.
I mean, Yes. I mean, I had not spoken a word. There
So
are
it wasn't
things
that he attacked you, like, or you had
no,
something?
I don't care about
it was
people
that
attacking
interview.
me, and I don't think Tucker cares about people attacking him. I mean, like, again, we're professionals. We're in a business where people comment on what we say publicly. Again, this is why I think you and I differ on our angle with regard to, for example, Candace Owens. I think that what Candace Owens is doing right now is evil. It is evil what she's doing right now. Okay, and I say that again.
But
it's a little crazy.
Like I didn't opine on whether it's evil or not, but my position is it's really none of my business. And
why is it? But I have a question. Why is it none of your business? I mean, you comment on these things for a living.
Please care, please care, please care.
Yeah, but for real, like, why is he arguing?
She's just not. What is Candace Owens doing? She's on one. She's talking about, like, the Israelis killed Charlie Kirk, going down a bunch of different rabbit holes. She was talking about how, like, different numbers it correlated with zip codes and how it was all a big plot. She's a little bit off her rocker.
I'm not mother of the internet.
No, but if this were on the left and somebody were accusing Charlie Kirk of his wife having murdered him, I assume that you would be talking about it.
Okay.
Is that what Candace is accusing Erica of?
Yes.
Of murdering her own husband?
She's accusing TPUSA insiders and other members of the right wing, including Seth Dillon, of being involved in the murder of Charlie Kirk. Yes.
Okay. Like I said, I don't take in that content, which is an honest statement. I don't have time to watch Candace's show.
I believe you. But the point that I'm making
I'm with
is
Megan Kelly on this one.
Like, in our business, I think it's
fucking
important.
touching that.
Listen,
Friendship should not
friends.
trump.
We don't even know each other.
I understand, but even with Tucker, friendship should not trump our manifest requirement to speak out when people do and say things that are both detrimental to conservatism and morally wrong.
Okay, so I don't totally disagree, but I think the way of handling that, at least for me, is much different. So I saw things go south between you and Tucker, at least from my vantage point, when you disagreed on Israel. That was obvious. And he was, well, let me just make my point. Sure. And so he was saying things that were critical of Israel and our policy towards Israel.
Stop debating her.
Because Megan Kelly is facing a choice. Does she fall the Tucker Fuentes way, or does she follow the Shapiro way? And I think we'll see.
And then you did one show where you did what I thought you should have done if you disagreed with him, which clearly you did, which is say what you believe and what you think is factual, and like educate your audience on what you think are the real facts and give them the evidence for it. But you named him, and it felt like an attack. And that, to me, was the beginning of the end, where he was like, now it's on. Because he felt personally attacked by you, as opposed to just challenging his idea. I think you named him, and you kind of diminished him. And, he's an 800-pound gorilla, and if you mess with a gorilla, he's going to fight.
That's what you don't like about her?
To me, that's where it started to go
of the
south.
two
Because I remember that
teams,
day being like, oh, shit.
I think both of these people are opportunist leech bags. That's actually my biggest fear, is that everyone's an opportunist. Even people on the left.
Yeah. People act in their own best interest. That's what you can trust them
No,
to
but
do.
you know what I... No. Yeah, sure. But I would hope that, like, even liberals have, like, principles that they keep by. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I actually don't think... I think all of these people would be bowing to Fuentes if he had, like, a large percentage of the population. I don't think... Yeah, I think you saw it with Ben Shapiro, how he was like... After Jan 6, they were like, oh, he basically was like, thank God I don't have to fucking shill for this treasonous ogre guy.
True.
And then the moment he's like, yeah, I love Donald Trump. Everything Donald Trump says is actually the best thing ever. Donald Trump. And I'm scared now, knowing that there's like so many. The people that are like, why I left the on her voice, that Chinese lady who was like the #1 Democrat liberalism person, like actually didn't care about any of the things she, like, I guess cared about. Like, it's weird. I don't know. I feel like it's I hope it's just a right issue and not a everyone in political power issue. Like, I hope Nancy Pelosi believes what she.
I think she does.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think she does, but I don't know. Like,
I think
yeah,
Schumer.
That's
That's
my
AOC.
biggest.
I think Jeffries. I think these are. Like, I don't think it's as bad as you think, because there's some. Okay. Also, no, bud, dude. The Republicans could obsess over the culture war. That's why the trans shit was such a big thing for all of the 2024 election when Kamala Harris didn't fucking mention it. Every conservative I get in here says, "Oh, I left the left because it was too woke," and talks about culture war, Gamergate, all that shit. Like, it's kind of been left behind, at least on the left. I don't hear much about it in the left spaces I exist in. And every time a conservative pops on, it's something culture war related. At least in my little corner of the internet.
That I do not love America. That is a direct quote. That I do not love America because I was spending too much time covering the October 7th attacks, and then proceeded in January to then say that I wanted his children to die in a foreign war. Okay, so those are different.
That's a rhetorical.
No, it is
point.
not. I'm sorry, it's not. An attack on motivation is a very different thing from an attack on an idea.
His point was that you were sounding like a neocon, and he's upset with anybody
God
who wants us to
forbid.
get too involved in Israel's conflict because he feels it endangers American children.
Okay, the idea that, number one, the idea that I want.
So actually, this is an example of a principle that Shapiro has hit, right? He doesn't want to show for Trump, but he will. When it goes to Israel, that's his line. Like, since now that it's butting against it, he's willing to fight. He wasn't willing to fight on Trump. He's willing to fight on this. So it has hit. He's blown past a bunch of principles, and he's hit one that's strong.
Yeah. I see.
The United States is directly involved in Israel's conflict is not true.
No, I know that, Ben.
I've been urging Israel to get off of American aid for literally.
Well, like, what do you expand by what you mean? What issues fall under the colloquial culture war? Damn it! I finally got colloquial right, but not culture. I hate saying that word.
As long as I have.
I use it so frequently.
But I'm making clear what his point was.
But my point is that that's not his point. And again, none of this.
So we disagree.
We disagree
Whoa.
on the interpretation of what Tucker has been doing for the past 2 years.
No, not disagree. It was a glaze fest for the last two hosts. Why can't it be like that for me?
Today, in his newsletter, I mean, I can directly quote it if you'd like. In his newsletter today, he claimed that Zoran Mamdani is not anti-Semitic. This was his newsletter today, this morning.
He's not.
I mean, I'm happy to read the text. It's a little extraordinary. But again, it is kind of shocking stuff. So here's what Tucker Carlson
It's super
wrote in his
shocking,
newsletter
Ben.
today, or what his.
Zoran Mamdani is actually anti-Semitic.
For a lot of the right, that's points for him, not against him. Like, that's.
Yeah, sure.
I don't.
Newsletter says.
Holy shit! What?
He said, "Is the incoming mayor a fan of Israel? Does he want America to fight its wars? Not particularly. But a Jew hater? That's a different conversation. We've never seen anything to suggest he falls into that ugly camp. If we're talking about fighting the left, defending Zoran Mamdani, who literally said that he has no opinion whether Hamas should disarm, who posed alongside the 1993 World Trade Center unindicted co-conspirator, who would not disown globalize the Intifada, who suggested that whenever there is a New York Police Department boot on somebody's neck, it's an IDF lacing
It's the populace versus the establishment, I guess.
the strings, to suggest that that's not anti-Semitic in any way, no way.
Okay, but listen.
Or
I'm going to give you a defensive.
It's gonna be the communists and like far right. So you guys have fun with them. They don't vote for us anyway. Enjoy bonding over Israel and Israel only.
Tucker here, and I don't need to defend Tucker because I'm not
JFK liberals. I feel like that's every guy on Twitter. I'm a JFK liberal.
Generally, where he's coming
Commies no good. Well, that's the part of the left that agrees with you on certain things. So the rest of us, no chance.
He would say his problems are with Israel, and he would say that shot that Mamdani laid against the IDF is a shot against the IDF. and Israel and how.
Oh
he's
shit,
going
she's
to
standing
pro-war.
by it. I don't even know if Zoran stands by his
All I can
quote.
say is when
Wait,
Tucker
let me just say
Carlson
this, let me
finds
say this,
himself
Ben.
in complete alignment with Zoran Mamdani, it is very difficult for me to believe.
It went hard in Germany. You guys kicked the hell out of liberalism. Not you guys, but like the communists and the fascists band together, shut the liberals out, and then the fascists won. I guess.
That he does not agree with
I think
Zoran
Tucker
Mamdani.
is in a place right now of the same place that Charlie was getting to toward the end of his life, the same place that some people had tried to drive me, which is you're under withering, nonstop accusations of being something you know you're not.
Well-
but from some people who you love and who you've been protecting, at least in my case and Charlie's case, for 2 years, who you've been completely defensive of. And Charlie and I both felt, and
Oh my
we
God.
talked about this.
He's
on
getting
the show,
steamrolled.
like, what's
Shapiro.
happening here?
Ben
Why are we
Shapiro.
dropping
Where's my
I'm
2016
losing the facts
Ben
and logic.
Shapiro?
The facts and logic are hurting my feelings. The facts and logic are hurting my feelings. Ow.
We're Zionists.
These hurt quite bad.
You may notice. I'm just talking about me here. Are there people who are overzealous? Sure. Have I ever attacked you?
No, never.
Did I ever attack Charlie publicly about any of this?
No.
Okay, he and I had
I'm
disagreements
saying
behind the
it's
scenes.
publicly.
Did I ever-
You're like,
Good
you
good
get
slip in
defensive,
there.
and I think
And by the
Tucker's
way,
feeling
by the way,
defensive.
I waited to attack Tucker until he glossed Nick Fuentes, that has nothing to do with Israel. Nick Fuentes hates Jews.
I'm not
and
saying
Tucker
you didn't have a
massaged
right
him.
to go after him. I mean, I think you did what you thought was right, and you felt, and he mentioned you a few times in his interview with Nick.
Yeah, you can't make direct or like stuff like that. Just don't insinuate violence. Can't do that. Not in this chat.
He did, but again, I don't think it's about that. Because if he had not mentioned me in that interview with Nick Fuentes, I still would have said something about it. Because again, glossing people who are white supremacists is bad electorally on a pragmatic level. A right wing that embraces its own fringes will end up in the same position.
I also love how Ben Shapiro refuses to say glazing, so he says glossing.
Okay, so that's why I want to get into it. Embraces.
I'll get one glass donut,
So
please.
now, having spoken to Tucker,
Please, can I have one glass
I
donut?
actually see that interview very differently, and I did listen to the interview, and I knew what Nick Fuentes was, and I think he did show himself to be who he is. It wasn't his most vile stuff, but you got the feel for what this guy was. But I really think Tucker was talking to him, Ben, to put like a bumper on this guy. Because what Tucker was urging him the whole time was to understand
I don't
that
want to watch this
collective
interview,
punishment
but
for anyone who
I'm
is
so
wrong. It's
curious
deeply
now.
immoral, and it's anti-Christian, which this guy is supposed to be, and reminding him of how deeply immoral that is. That you should not be looking at a group of
Who's the
people,
next guy? Alex
whomever it
Jones?
is. Like, the left
Like-
does it to everyone, like whites mostly, but like this collective shame, white men in particular. And there's a group of people like Nick
See,
Fuentes that does it
that's
to groups
culture
of
war
Jews.
shit.
And he was making the case
whatever.
throughout the whole interview in the way that Tucker does. He's not like you or me. He's not like pointed and
That
cross-examining.
is not true.
And was
That
making-
is fundamentally untrue.
No,
Ask
no, no.
Senator Ted Cruz whether that is
He
true.
gave it to Ted Cruz because Ted Cruz is a politician.
That's well, hold
Yeah.
up, hold up. So only politicians get cross-examined?
You don't. Well, look,
Truly?
it depends on the person.
Tucker
That's-
would never
I grade Trump on a curve because he's not a politician.
cross-examine a person who's not a politician. That's his rule?
Tucker has excoriated public figures who purport to speak for us and represent us for many years. Nick Fuentes is a podcaster civilian.
Okay, I just have a question. We all in our industry are constantly excoriating people who are in our industry. It happens all the time, every single day.
Okay.
Okay. Again,
But we're talking about his interviews.
we can agree to disagree on your interpretation of what Tucker was doing there. I think everybody should watch and determine for themselves what they think Tucker was doing in that interview, and I urge you to watch it back to back with the Ted Cruz interview to determine
Sounds like he's
whether
about
you
to
think that was an
cry.
aggressive Tucker Carlson interview, and you can judge for
I
yourself.
didn't say
You
it
don't have
was
to take my
aggressive.
opinion.
I didn't say it was aggressive, and I don't think he would say it was aggressive.
And I
think
think
his point was this guy, first of all, he's become
Oh,
a behemoth,
man.
sadly. He's got 5 million viewers on Rumble. He's got 1 million followers on X.
I agree.
This is all before Tucker Carlson. And he was platformed, I hate that verb, but he was platformed by Patrick Bet-David. And he went on Dave Smith's show, and he went on another big show. He's been
Actually, I listened to Hassan. He was platformed by Destiny.
getting more and more purchase in the political ecosphere, including
And-
right wing.
And I think that's
Patrick
bad.
Bet-David has a huge show. I know, but
Patrick
did you
Bet-David
know
did
that
more-
Patrick
Pat-
Bet-David had him on?
Patrick
Did his
Bet-David-
life blow up?
Patrick Bet-David did a significantly more aggressive interview with Nick Fuentes than Tucker did.
Okay, but my point is simply he's growing. He's growing in stature. And so what I saw Tucker do was not whitewash his ideas, but try to put bumpers up on the guy. I know Tucker well, and I think that was his approach. And the way, if you want to put a bumper up on Nick Fuentes, is it helpful to say, you're fucking vile, you're an anti-Semite?
Yes.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it
that
is.
doesn't put a...
Yes, it
no,
is.
it isn't. That makes
Yes,
the
it is.
audience feel good because you have hand-to-hand combat, but it doesn't help change that guy's view or his extremeness at
I
all.
don't know. I don't watch Nick
I'll tell you what
Fuentes.
doesn't change Nick Fuentes' view. Tucker Carlson with his arm around Nick Fuentes, grinning for the camera, while Nick Fuentes tweets out America first, and then triumphantly goes on the air the next day to explain that he has essentially used Tucker Carlson as a vehicle for manipulating other people. Okay, that's what Nick Fuentes is saying, not me, Nick Fuentes. Okay, and Nick Fuentes, and by the way, I will again say that Tucker Carlson, when you say to somebody in an interview, do you condemn anti-Semitism? And then the person says, sure, which is what Nick Fuentes said. He said, I'm not an anti-Semite, which is blatantly untrue. Yeah. A responsible journalist would then follow up.
I don't know. I don't consume enough Fuentes content or any Fuentes content.
And then he allowed him to talk about, quote unquote, organized jury, followed by Nick Fuentes being treated to a disquisition by Tucker Carlson about why Christian Zionists of all human beings on earth are the people that he hates the most.
He took that back.
You can't take that back. How do you
can
take
too.
that back?
He did.
How?
This meltdown. Oh my god, I love it.
Christian Zionists are actually
How does she know that?
Is very quick.
I don't watch Nick Fuentes. He took that back, actually. He took that quote, actually. He took that one back.
She came prepped.
Oh.
She's excoriating. Wait, she's
Interesting.
excoriating Ben. Sleeper Fuentes agent over here, Megan Kelly.
Dark Fuentes. That's
Dark
Fuentes.
Maybe Megan is gonna join you. Maybe. Oh no. Oh brother.
Quick to self-flagellate, and he went on with Dave Smith the next day, the next week, whatever, Monday, Tuesday this week, and said, that was stupid. I didn't mean that. He said, I'm angry at people like Lindsey Graham. I'm angry at people like Ted Cruz because he thinks they run headfirst in these conflicts and they don't think about what's going to happen to American
wait,
kids.
Hold up. If we're talking about firing inside the tent, everything Lindsey Graham, okay, and I'm not a huge Lindsey Graham fan. He votes with the President of the United States 100% of the time, and Tucker spent yesterday's show excoriating him as a psychosexual death worshiper. Does that sound like firing outside the tent? Again, these are the questions.
I'm not offended.
Again, the questions that I'm asking here, I'm not asking you to do anything, Megan.
No, I know.
Okay,
I know.
I'm not.
Our beef is not with each other.
I'm not.
Ben Shapiro deemed too woke for the new right.
Okay. When I draw a line,
like that's
I'm not offended.
like that line
Does that
there.
sound like firing outside the tent? Again, these are the
I'm
questions.
not offended.
That's a man. You could have put that in 2016.
Again, the questions that I'm asking here, I'm not asking you to do anything, Megan. No, I know. Okay,
I know.
I'm not.
Our beef is not with each other.
I'm not. Okay. When I draw a line with regard to what I believe Tucker Carlson is doing to the conservative movement and what he is fomenting, that is because that is my info, and everyone can make their own decision as to whether they think that I am right or whether I am wrong, and where they choose to draw the line with regard to the conservative movement. The question for me is always whether somebody's statements are forwarding moral values that I think are worthwhile. I did not get into this business for the money or for the clicks. You didn't either.
Neither did he.
What was that?
Neither did he.
I mean, he may not have. That's fine. I certainly did not. I'm only going to speak for myself. And what that means for me is
like
that
a
if I
little
see
subtle
somebody
Ben Shapiro
basic
ambush. Oh
moral
my god.
values by having on a Nazi, and in my own view, you can take your own view, in my own view, gloss the Nazi, then I'm going to speak out about that, and I'm going to point out that there is a long pattern of him ideologically laundering terrible ideas over the course of the last 2 years, ranging from traveling to Russia to sniff the bread and explain why the Russian regime is actually wonderful, to
Holy base,
saying
Ben.
last week that the Venezuelan regime of Nicolas Maduro is actually not that bad because they're being attacked by, in his words, globo homo.
Tucker's made the point, I'm not going to here to be Tucker's defender, but he's made the point that Maduro is culturally conservative.
Who gives a shit? The guy's a communist dictator. Everyone in his country is eating dog. He's shipping fentanyl to the United States to kill Americans. Why do I give a
Soviet
shit
Nazi.
whether he's
Yeah.
anti-LGBTQ rights? This is the number one thing about Nicolas Maduro. You know how far down the list you have to get before you can get to anything remotely representative
my
about
God.
Nicolas Maduro?
Dude, this is a great debate.
This
huh?
is awesome.
About the criticism that
Oh man, if this is an appetizer for the rest of this like fallout, oh, I'm so excited.
give Nick Fuentes a hard time, right? He didn't bring up the stuff that we were talking about. No, he didn't. And here's what he said. It seemed to think that we've way overstated the number of Jews killed in the Holocaust. He's ripped on poor Usha Vance in the most offensive terms, which I mean, so what do you say to those people who say, why don't you
He's so red.
You know, do your own interview the way that you want to do it. You're not my editor. Buzz off. I mean, I don't know. You want to go yell at Nick Fuentes? I'll give you his cell. Call him and go sit and yell at him and feel virtuous or whatever. That's up to you.
I agree with him. I agree. No, I agree.
Do whatever you want, bro.
He did.
If you want to yell at Hitler, I mean, that's on you, bro. But you're not my fucking editor. Buzz
Here's the other
off.
thing I want to say. We all have different approaches in this
Oh,
industry,
I got
you know,
him.
and there's been a lot that people in podcasting have said that I disagree with, including many of the names that we've discussed tonight.
And we disagree too. I mean, yes, of course.
But
She brings out Nick.
yes, rarely.
Sam Cedars, fucking Ben Shapiro with Nick Fuentes.
But sometimes we do. But my own personal approach.
Oh, no,
generally when
Nick
it's someone
Fuentes.
Who's on my, what I consider to be my
He is on the
side.
stage.
This is the entire question. Whether I consider Tucker Carlson.
Oh no, Nick Fuentes, what a nightmare.
I got it. But I would
What a
just say,
nightmare.
just for the record, my own general approach, and this is my audience here, so they know, is in general, I will take on a position and I will make clear
Oh
how I
my
feel.
God.
For example, I've been asked, and some of my
Chat,
audience is mad at me for
what
this,
the
but
fuck?
what do you think happened to Charlie Kirk? And I believe a man named
What happened to
Tyler
my liberal hug box?
Robinson shot and killed Charlie Kirk. I believe he was influenced by trans Tifa, radical trans activists, that he fell in
What?
with a lunatic
What is
that goes by
happening?
Lance Twigs, that guy was extremely radical.
Oh, that's
and
what I
that
thought she was
he
talking
and
about
possibly
something
a band
else.
of others convinced this guy that violence was the answer.
I thought
And
they were talking
believe others
about
knew about it
Charlie
before
Kirk
Charlie
was
killed.
taken
That's what I
by
believe.
trans Tifa.
And until you can show me cold, hard proof that it was something other than that, that's what I'm going with. And I don't want to do or say anything that will jeopardize.
Why not cold hard proof that it was? We stand type 2 errors here, not type 1. Alright? We don't convict without evidence for multitude of reasons, but we prefer, as a society, to let a guilty person go. That if we don't have enough evidence, we can't prove it. That's a type 1 error. We say that someone's innocent when they're not, over a type 2 error, which is saying someone's guilty when they're not. All right, that's what our society has chosen to prefer. I'd agree.
Jeopardize the FBI investigation and prosecution of that guy to make sure he spends the rest of his life either behind bars or on the wrong end of a firing squad. But that's so I feel like I can make these points without attacking people who generally are on my side in fighting the deranged leftists who are killing us.
But my point is, so 2 points. One, you have to define your side. You do. There are limits to the
All
side.
the people who don't want to kill others based on their political ideology.
Welcome to the Democratic Party.
I would agree with that, except for the fact that, as you showed, Nick Fuentes wants to kill others based
Jay
on their
Jones
political
feel
ideology.
like-
He's not with me.
Oh,
My point is that Tucker.
Yeah,
Dark Democrat.
That's too dark. I'm all for dark woke. That's
He was joking. He was joking around. He was playing.
those texts were pretty fucking rough.
Treated him as though he was on his side.
Yeah, it was,
I see it differently.
Exactly. They were super. I don't know.
Over the line.
I know you do.
Exploratory interview where there was a possible attempt to put a bumper up on this guy.
I think that we don't have to go over ground that we've already covered. We can agree to disagree on that, and everyone can make up their own mind after going and watching the interview yourself.
Why don't we do the Larry David? I disagree to disagree. By the way, is it gloss or glaze?
I've heard it both ways.
Yeah.
Oh, gloss, like a glossy,
You
like
have kids who do the brain rot talk? That's what they call it, brain rot, those terms? Like he's got Riz. I don't know. I've got 2 teenagers and a 12-year-old.
I mean, listen, my original verbiage is that Tucker was fluffing him, so I guess that was more G-rated.
That's a porn reference, right?
It is.
It's a porn reference. Yeah, he's not afraid to say it. So let me ask you this. There's some risk to both of you in this. You know, it's like Godzilla and King Kong having this battle. There's some...
Man, Godzilla and King Kong fell the fuck off.
Yo.
Dude, Godzilla vs. Kong. That was a great movie, by the way. Oh, is it Tucker versus Ben? I thought it was Fuentes v. Ben.
some some risk to both of you because you both have very large shows, very large audiences, and there's probably some overlap, or at least there would have been 2 years ago. So is this in any way, did you feel any reluctance to, have this?
The only, okay, so I was reluctant because, again, he and I had texted about the idea of orienting in the same direction, and then I decided that we were, in fact, not oriented in the same direction. Okay, but am I worried about, the career risks? No, because to me, there's sort of a Laffer curve when it comes to influence. So famously, when it comes to economics and the Laffer curve, the idea is that if you tax everybody at 0%, you receive zero tax revenue. If you tax everybody at 100%, you also receive zero tax revenue because everyone stops working. I think there's an influence curve as well, because I thought about this a lot before this.
This is so, Ben, who goes to the Laffer curve to bring home the point about...
Like, yeah, that is kind of what the Laffer curve is. But like, it's just a suggestion that there's a upper limit on tax rate that continues to be effective. So if you, let's say that magic number is 50%, if you raise the tax rate to 51%, you start to decrease the amount of revenue you get. But,
so smart, but then he knows that we don't know what he's talking about, so he defines it.
So if you have no influence, but you speak out a lot, then you have no influence. If you have tons of influence and you don't speak out when it's appropriate, you also really have no influence.
I guess it does.
And so for me, the question becomes, when is it important to speak out? And Megan, you and I have been talking behind the scenes about many of these same issues for a very long time. And so you know that you've known me for a very long time. I'm pretty good at conflict, but I don't like conflict. I really don't.
You've been trying to put this one behind you guys for a long time.
Didn't you wasn't that like the entire reason you have a platform? Was fighting with people?
Very long time. Consistently. For a very long time. In fact, for 2 years, I can read older text messages. After that initial blow-up where Tucker was suggesting I have dual loyalty and all of this, I literally texted him and I said, Tucker, we seem to have gotten crossways somehow. I would love for you to come on my show. I'd be happy to come on your show. We'll do it. And he proceeded to ghost me for 2 years. Okay, so
he was not in a headspace. I didn't talk to him about this, but my assumption is he was not in the right headspace to
for
have
2
a
years is a long
Damn, that's running cover for Tucker. That's crazy.
Time to be not in the right headspace.
Well, but look at the 2 years we've had, right? Look at the 2 years. It's all related to Israel. It's all related to Israel.
I do not agree. I disagree. I fundamentally disagree.
I was picking fights with you before the Israeli conflict.
It wasn't about picking fights over Israel. Okay, again. You're trying to turn it into he picked a fight with me or I picked a fight with him.
No,
For me, the question is the principles.
It blew up over the past 2 years.
I don't think that it's a coincidence that obviously anti-Semitism simultaneously blew up with the war of October 7th.
Yes,
that's
also
true.
so has conflict and controversy involving feelings over Israel.
Of course. And now the war has been over for several weeks, and Tucker Carlson is writing newsletters about how Zoran Mamdani is not an anti-Semite. What does that have to do with Israel?
If you'd have told me to pick a side that Israel would fracture this heavily, I thought it was going to be the left, but man, it seems like it's coming down on the right. What the fuck?
That's a hangover from being called an anti-Semite at every turn and feeling angry about it.
You know what? I'm a little tired of the excuse that if you are called something enough, that justifies all of the subsequent activity. I've been called.
That is Trump's whole justification for any of his vindictive prosecutions. Oh my God.
Every goddamn name in the book. Every name in the book. And I have not, but I have not shifted my positions because people call me names. That is a childish thing to do.
Ben, with all due respect.
And pardon the language.
You did not have an entire country call you a Nazi for the past week. I think he's in a defensive place right now on charges of anti-Semitism.
I'm not interested in his psychotherapy, Megan.
I am. I love him as I love you.
Well, you know what? And that's why I started this off by saying you're empathetic and you're a wonderful person and you're good.
Dude, he was guilty of that shit. You can't go and cry when you've committed crimes and then you get caught committing crimes and prosecuted. It's soy.
Friend, and I think that there's a reason why in the medical industry you don't operate on your friends or your relatives.
But you're telling me I need to.
I'm not telling you. No,
that's what I'm trying not to do.
No, Megan. Actually, I haven't said that one time here.
Well,
I said that's why I'm doing it.
I know, but there are many people.
And you're
who
urging
are
me not to. And I'm saying that is not a move that I can make because Tucker has already closed the door to the idea that we are on the same side.
But he hasn't closed the door to détente. Let me show you another soundbite. Let me just show you one more. But is there any way that you and Ben Shapiro can actually find your way to détente?
I'm not against Ben Shapiro. He did like a 40-minute thing yesterday calling me dangerous and all this stuff. It's like, I didn't watch it because why? But I got a lot of texts about it, and it's like, I don't think Ben Shapiro is driving a lot of this stuff. I don't consider him like the world's greatest force for evil. I don't feel that way at all. I don't actually think about him ever. So I don't want to have a war with Ben Shapiro. I don't know does he really
Backhanded
think
compliments. I love
that me
those.
doing an interview in which I explain that anti-Semitism is wrong to one of the lead purveyors of anti-Semitism, that somehow makes me a Nazi? Like, what is the argument here?
I'm going to ask him tomorrow night.
No, but I don't even understand what the argument is. All I know is that the right, and I've been on the right since before Ben was born, is acting like the left in such
Wait, is he that
an
old?
amazingly precise way that
Ben
I'm
Shapiro's
like, what
41.
the hell is going on?
I agree with Tucker that the right is in fact acting
56.
like the left by again massaging.
Damn,
its
dude, he's on the right
radicals
before
in the name
Ben was
of
even born.
some
You
sort of
14.
I
That does
agree
not
with
sound
that.
détente.
Or 15,
because
whatever.
because again, I'm not trying to turn this personal is a mistake.
I know, but can it happen? If you, like that person who sent
Megan,
those texts
the-
from your end,
the
is that
only
person
way-
still willing to sit with him and work something out?
When Tucker changes his positions, then sure.
so
If
you've
he
got-
does not change his positions, then no, because I'm not in politics to be friends with people. I have children, I have a wife, I have a dog, I have an extended family, and I have
he
friends
doesn't want to be
outside
friends with
of
you
this.
either, Ben. It's about
Yes, but what you're
uniting the right so that we can fight the right enemy on the left. And Tucker is of the right, and Tucker has been fighting for a
Okay,
lot of these ideas
Tucker-
for a
Tucker-
long time, and he's changed this country fundamentally for
I'm
the
not
better.
saying Tucker has never been a wonderful advocate for anything on the right, because I don't think that's true. I think in the past, he was a great advocate for many things on the right, particularly on the immigration issue, for sure. I'm saying that's not what he is doing now. I do not think he is advocating for right-wing positions. He is not conservative than I am by any stretch of the imagination on any possible issue. And when it comes to the question as to whether he is actually making the conservative movement more likely to lose by attacking inside the tent
Oh my
significantly more
god!
often-
I'm so
What
glad.
is this?
I'm so glad liberals got to go through this like 8-ish, 6 years ago. Now it's happening to the right.
Anyone else on the right, while simultaneously massaging again, watch the interview, massaging the nation's leading white supremacist. I'm sorry, there's no détente with those positions. Forget about the person, there's no détente with those positions.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Was this a good discussion? I mean, honestly,
Please talk about the importance of dialogue and more speech.
I give you tons of credit for coming and doing this. It's such a crazy thing for me that I had him booked last night and I had you booked tonight, and then you guys wound up in this. But part of me loves that, I can talk to both of you, but part of me hates this because I don't like it.
I hate it too. This idea that I'm like seeking conflict, again, I'm not.
I know.
It's idea driven.
I
If
know.
the ideas are bad, I am against them.
I get
if
it.
the ideas are good, I am for them. End of story.
I get it.
Whoops for that.
And he would say the same, right? He feels very much America first, and that that we need to prioritize what's happening in our country, and Israel's not on that list, and so on. You guys can listen.
This is this fucking proxy war through Megyn Kelly.
I had an interview. If you want to hear Tucker's full thoughts, it aired today. You probably heard it. Okay, we're gonna take 20 seconds, and surprise, we're bringing Andrew and Michael back out here. We'll have a group discussion. starting
Oh
now.
my god. Is there supposed to be like a cutaway?
I don't know.
Are you guys again?
So,
All right. Oh, the intellectual. Oh, my God, I'm surprised there's not lightning in the room with how smart all these guys are.
what I missed.
You gave us all the easy questions. I like that.
We had a lot of fun. All right, let's actually have fun. Let's kick it off with the Sydney Sweeney moment. Not the dress, sorry. But with the moment, an extraordinary moment she had today, where she was asked quite a question by GQ magazine about that infamous or famous, depending on your point of view, American Eagle jeans ad and how she handled it.
The criticism of the content, which was basically that maybe specifically in this political climate, like
So I just looked at the dress they're talking about. That's crazy.
white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
Like a boss.
That was actually sexier than the dress, I think.
What an extraordinary moment, right?
It's great.
That's watershed stuff up there.
It's the new meme. You know, there's a meme on the internet of like Anakin Skywalker talking to his wife, and then really he sort of doubles down, and it's this like dark right wing. That's the new version of that. She's the new spokesman for the American right.
What?
And I'm willing to go so far as to say right now I'm formally endorsing a ticket of Vance Sweeney 2028.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree,
same.
Mr.
Yep.
Matt Walsh. Wait, what's the name?
Michael Knowles.
Yes, sir. Matt Walsh. Michael Walsh. Yes, sir. Please, man.
Micro holes. There we go.
The greatest message discipline in the Republican Party.
The message.
Hey, so what do you think about genetic superiority of white people and joking about that? I think when I care, you'll know. Like, you know?
Discipline, exactly. But what a thing to hold your own and say, like, no, I won't be making news for you today on that.
It's so great. And she understands the game, right? Which that the lady was after clicks. And if she comments in any way, it'll make a huge headline. She's like, you know, no gas for the car. And now where are you going to go?
But
Smart.
that plus that Jennifer Lawrence moment, right?
Yep.
Drew, is like, they're starting to get it.
Oh, listen, Hollywood is out of work. When I say that, I mean they're all out of work. You could make a movie about white supremacy and they would show up because they are out
It's
of work.
got clicks,
The
though,
business-
yeah.
This is true. The business has shut down. Only the Christian people are making movies, a couple of movie stars who can still make movies. The business has closed. And, you know, the unions
Yep,
are
for sure.
enforcing racial quotas on the films, and you cannot win an Oscar if you don't have a certain racial
Yeah.
quota of the people involved. And all of that is kind of just coming apart at the seams. It's kind of delightful. you know.
It is. It's wonderful. Well, this is not least because this is the Democrats' bench. Like, this is their A team to get them elected, right? This is who they.
Our A team is Jennifer Lawrence. Okay.
Bring out.
Yeah.
This is who they parade out now, and more they're going to be getting a no because if they can hurt the career of Taylor Swift, they can absolutely hurt anybody else, and by they I mean us.
Has Taylor Swift's career been hindered by MAGA? Huh?
So they're learning that we have real buying power and that we can hurt you if you get too political, and we will. Like, we don't use it that often because we're conservatives and we kind of let people live and let live. But like when they try to push Kamala Harris into the White House,
Show me what's in your pants right now.
we stand up and we fight. We find our spine. So I feel so encouraged by that. I don't feel encouraged at all about anything that happened this week, but I feel encouraged by that.
And there was really no blowback to her either, which is sort of the impressive thing. So you remember back in the 90s, Michael Jordan famously was asked about why he didn't start making very loud political statements, and he said, because Republicans wear sneakers too. And everyone went nuts on him. This was considered terrible at the time. And then, of course, the NBA decided that LeBron James was the great face because he was so political, so much better than Michael Jordan because he was political. She said this.
Holy
and
shit,
I
Ben
think all of
Shapiro.
us cheered, and the entire left.
Bro,
Doesn't know.
he's digging his own grave. He's going after the king.
I'm pretty sure he's gone after the king multiple times. He really does not like LeBron or something.
Oh man, it's like 50% of the remaining young people in Ben Shapiro's camp just left.
Kind of backed into a corner. They really did.
They're afraid. They're like, oh shit.
I think that's right.
She can't be pulled around.
But you know, you said something earlier, Megan, that people have to show up for the people who make rebel films and rebel books and all that stuff. There was a film on Apple TV with Tom Hanks where he was a guy fighting Nazi submarines. All he does through the entire movie is read the Bible and kill Nazis. And I thought, everybody should be watching. We should be subscribing to Apple TV.
Greyhound, by the way.
Let's talk about 2020.
Killing Nazis reading the Bible. This is a great movie.
Who do we think is actually going
Bro,
to hold this thing out?
This is the thing,
Gavin?
like, I don't know. Yeah, I wish these people's... no one cares about these terrible fucking predictions where they're like, Mamdani's elected? Guess we'll just have to see New York crumble and fall. It's like, okay, man, whatever.
Yeah.
And like, yeah, they're just like allowed to make these terrible predictions. Like, does anyone actually think these fucking retards can make these smart guys can make like good movies? Like, this is like cope to the maximum. Yeah, and they'll make terrible movies like Girl Ballers or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
That movie with that Ben Shapiro made it or whatever. Michael Knowles made this movie.
No, I know they've made movies and they just suck.
Like they're Yeah, I just don't. I guess you can just say, "Oh yeah, conservatives are the real movie makers," and like nothing happens because no one actually cares about their predictions.
Yes.
I don't know. I'm just.
I guess.
I gotcha.
Right? Yeah, I get like the leading candidate.
Like if you had
right
to put your
now.
money on it.
If you forced me today, I would say no. It's going to be a Bill Clinton-like figure in '92. It's going to be someone who maybe we don't know yet because no one's over that 25% threshold.
I don't know where the fuck he's getting this number.
Probably it is American Psycho, Governor Bateman, Newsom over there. Probably he's the leading candidate. The problem for him, though, is he doesn't know who he is. So he's a very far-left mayor. He was doing gay marriages in San Francisco in like 2003.
God
How dare he.
forbid.
Long before that was legal.
That's the thing. And ask any average American, they will be like, no, gay marriage is fine.
Yeah.
Literally ask any Southern guy ever. That's not okay. Okay, I pushed it too far. Ask 99% of people. Even some.
Not in 03, true. But again, it's a liberal governor in 03.
Yeah, who has values. They have like a value thing.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is not like an own, but they think it's an own, and people like, yeah, the Nick Fuentes guys will say like some outlandish thing that would destroy your political career if the American people heard it.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the trend line from Gallup. So at about 2010, it flipped over between, it's actually declining the amount of people that think gay marriage should be valid. And in 03, it was like 42%. So like, yeah, in California, I got to imagine that's much higher.
Actually, you know what? I saw that new the thing that every political person did that is, who are you, is this person a Trump supporter, Kamala, or didn't vote?
Yeah.
That was kind of crazy how like that gay marriage was a big important thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't think gay marriage should be legal, I think I can guess where you're headed.
You would think so, but it's very common with like Mexican immigrants or Latin American immigrants.
Gotcha. Yeah.
So, yeah, even people that voted Kamala are like anti-gay marriage. So,
but like clearly, it's not a big enough issue for them to change their vote.
Yeah, I guess.
Another thing you do have to take into like this same thing for like fucking Israel. It's like number 20 on most important issues for Americans. Like it's just like it's doesn't matter.
Very left wing. Then
he
tries to pivot and be the new Clinton Democrat. So he tries to be friends with Charlie Kirk. He tries to be friends with Steve Bannon. He's going to cut this middle ground. That doesn't work. Then his press team is tweeting threats at Stephen Miller, and they're going far, far left shortly after Charlie was murdered. So he doesn't know where he stands, and it's just a party problem. The party problem is, the future of the Democrat Party, per Kamala Harris, is Jasmine Crockett and Zohran Mamdani, all these like far left communists. And he understands that no one is going to win
far left guy lost in Minneapolis to a
primary as a white guy who's a moderate who's friends with Steve Bannon, and no one's going to win a general if she's Jasmine Crockett, who sometimes can speak the English language and sometimes apparently can't.
But I saw you say on your show,
They're
this
afraid
is
of
why
AOC.
you believe Gavin Newsom is actually going to run, and he is going to run as the next black president. And the reason Michael predicts this is because of this soundbite. We got one more soundbite for you that comes from an interview he did with 2 former NBA players last week.
But also, you know, it was also
You said the
about
N-word?
paying the bills, man. And it was just like hustling. And so I was out there kind of raising myself, turning on the TV, started, you know, just getting obsessed, you know, sitting there with the, you know, the Wonder Bread and 5 stacks of,
Hey, it's
you know,
like the White
peanut
Stack
butter
5
and
story.
Come on. Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Yeah.
That's how I grew up, bro. Every day in the backyard, just bouncing the basketball, throwing the ball against the wall until the ball is just like fraying, man, and your arms
Entertaining
fall
yourself.
off. That's it, whole thing. So just, and then, you know, then this student that was shitty student is in the back with his head down, all of a sudden started throwing the baseball a little faster than everyone else and started, you know, make a few free throws because I was sitting there practicing 500 of them every damn night. And in high school.
Is the joke he's going to be the black president because basketball? Is that what Megyn Kelly's getting at? Okay.
Yeah, because the black people are like chicken guys or something. They like basketball.
Jesus. Yeah, what is that actually the
Like, that's-
insinuation? Is this the state of
I
Republicans?
like unironically. I think that's. I mean, these people are just
That's
so
as far
retarded.
as the joke. That's
back up there.
Okay, dope.
And it's like, man, and then he's bringing his friends and you're captain of the team and you're like, gee, you know, and it just saved me and it got me into college.
He's got my vote, by
Mi-
God.
Michael said he's
That's the
born
whole. That is the whole joke. What the?
a poor black child.
I was waiting for him, and that, you know, listen, I'll tell you, fellas, smoking blunts was a daily routine since 13.
Okay, it is.
Chubby
Wow.
fella on the scene.
I really.
I'm getting word. I'm getting word that he's trying to overly appeal to black people. I guess, but
that's.
I don't know, man. I think it's fine.
He is such an unbelievable lizard person. Right? Like when you watch him, you can almost see the ridges under his skin kind of moving.
Yes.
And you're waiting
The
for like
hands.
him to unzip.
Yes.
A dinosaur pops out. I was actually
How
in a
about the working class lie? It's such a lie.
It's unbelievable.
He said, you know, he goes, well, my pops went out to get milk, you know, he didn't come back, and finally my dad's came around.
He's
His
literally
dad was
just
the
doing
financial
fucking-
advisor to the billionaire Getty family, and he was a judge. He was a judge. That was his other job. My dad worked 2 jobs. Yeah, you were a financial advisor and a judge.
He was featured in a magazine spread as a teenager with the caption "Children
Hey,
of
this
the
is
Rich."
wild.
I was like Wonder Bread and mac and cheese.
You want to kick someone out of
Okay,
the
I'm
right
just-
tent? You got to kick
I don't
Michael
know.
Knowles out. This guy's a fucking hazard. You were gonna say?
No, I don't know. It's just probably cope. Whatever.
Okay.
You know, I'm going to go a little bit off the board in terms of 2028 picks for the Dems. I think everybody is underestimating AOC.
Yeah, me too.
I do.
Who? Underestimating?
AOC.
Really?
Yes.
Well, that's scary.
Because if I look at the order of the Democratic primaries, it goes Iowa, super progressive, New Hampshire, super progressive, and you get to South Carolina, and that was sort of the firewall for quote-unquote normie Dems last time, right? Because Bernie won both the first 2 states, and then the entire Democratic Party decided to deprive him of the nomination by all getting together in James Clyburn saying it's got to be the dead guy, and so they all mobilized behind Biden. I think that it's harder to do that with AOC because what she represents is Bernie but ethnically diverse, and that is not a horrifying pitch inside the Democratic primary electorate, actually.
And hot. She's
Fuck, dude, fucking creepo over here chiming in with the Sydney Sweeney commentary and now AOC.
Get it.
She
Still,
is.
come on,
She's-
Drew.
I'm sorry.
Stop
she
it.
She is.
Just stop it,
Abuelita.
Drew.
She's
Drew, no.
Ben Shapiro's having flashbacks for the tweets of him being obsessed with AOC's feet. I forgot about that whole thing. Oh shit.
Yes.
No, Drew, no. Stop.
She's no Sydney Sweeney, and I think we can all agree.
No,
she's
Sydney
no
Sweeney,
Sydney Sweeney.
but she's got what Sydney Sweeney's got.
My own personal opinion is you can't be like that constantly angry all the time and like really penetrate the
Ben
language.
is right. Ben is right.
Eyeballs are like half out of your
Yeah,
eye
but,
socket,
no, but Ben,
like all
Ben
the
is
time.
right. She's a good campaigner. She's good on the.
All right,
she
so would you put
absolutely-
money on AOC? Like, was she your front runner?
Yeah, I'm looking at the polls right now. I think that she is. If she's not, I think right now it's Newsom and her. But I think Newsom fades. I do. He's got the same feeling.
Yeah,
about,
I don't think
about
Newsom should
that
run.
Actually,
I think he'll
kind of felt about
be able
a
to
guy
lose.
I really like, Governor DeSantis, in the early primary going in the Republican Party in 2024. I love Governor DeSantis, but in 2023. The idea was that he was definitely going to be the nominee in 2024, and then of course Donald Trump just swamped him, right, and swamped everybody. And so I could see a world where the Newsom moment kind of fades. Like he feels like he's peaking early. In all these races, there's somebody who kind of peaks early and like, oh man, remember that Tim Pawlenty guy? Remember there's like a hot moment where everyone's like, oh, Tim
poor
Pawlenty.
Tim
I like
Pawlenty.
Tim Pawlenty, but come on, you remember?
Okay, but what about like an outsider, like Stephen A?
Okay, first of all, I really like Stephen A. As a human,
I know.
Stephen A is great. As
We
a
all
human
like
being.
him.
But a Democrat.
Oh,
and so
another
Stephen
thing.
A,
I don't know if you saw me tweet about this or maybe only tweeted about this in my dream. The amount of hype that lefties on Twitter were back when I was on Twitter, when they were like, Stephen A is the next working class king. And I was like, this is the worst take I've ever fucking seen in my entire
that was
life.
Never happening.
Dude, Stephen A is the fattest piece of shit ever. Not like fat or in that's not what I mean. I mean like he's like the biggest piece of shit, like the wide piece of shit. That's what I meant. Like it's a large amount of poop. You know what I mean?
What do you
Dude,
do?
I don't.
just
Dude, he's a slime ball, man. I don't know why people like him. He's a slime ball. This is like the guys that Ben Shapiro likes. Oh, yeah. Oh, who are you voting for? I'm voting for the guy that Ben Shapiro and Megyn Kelly like. Yeah. I don't know, dude. Whatever. I don't know how to explain it. I just don't like that guy.
Fair enough.
He's diverse. He's from the outside. He's very good on camera.
That'd be fun. I would love it. Would love.
No? What do you mean? To run as a Democrat? We could do no better. On Team Blue, like to get a normie running as a Democrat, where like our worst case scenario is Stephen A. I feel like that's pretty good.
I totally agree with this. Totally agree with this.
Vance is going to be the next president, no matter what happens. It's
Vance.
Vance and Rubio.
Okay, so here's a question for you.
Unbeatable.
Here's a question.
Wow,
If
that's
it's
the
Vance,
crowd.
Wait,
how does it
Vance
happen?
and Rubio?
Like,
Are you
do they
guys
do it?
actually mentally ill?
Not a shred of charisma between them.
Yeah, what?
God.
The most unelectable people of all time.
I hope they try
Couch?
it.
Convention.
Yeah, what's it gonna be?
JD Vance.
What's the
couch.
thing like? Yeah, and the other guy wears like heels, basically.
That's DeSantis.
Like, oh yeah, my bad.
Little Rhonda.
Yeah.
Like pass a baton?
Well, I think that the hot rumor is that Rubio's going to sign on as Vance's VP.
It's already getting ugly. I tried to find the clip. Maybe I'll find it tomorrow. But yeah, Vance and Rubio are already starting to like highlight their differences.
Right after the midterms, basically. Right, and then that makes a lot of sort of political sense for Marco, right? There are a lot of people who are trying to say that the Secretary of State should run against Vance. If you're just doing a game theory thing here, it doesn't make a lot of sense for Rubio to do that. If he runs against Vance and he loses in the primaries,
First we did the Laffer curve, and now we're doing the game theory. Okay, keep going.
I mean, if you're evaluating
It's like an intro to economics. Whatever.
options, what you would figure is he
Brilliant
runs against Vance, he loses,
games
and now he's toast.
theory
He
guy.
runs against Vance.
Okay, I teach economics or tutor it, whatever. It's like there's high schoolers learning about these concepts, so I can explain to them in like 2 seconds. Well, game theory does get more advanced, but the level 1 game theory they're talking about here is pretty simple.
And then Vance doesn't pick him for VP, and then Vance becomes president. He's toast. The only way that works out for him is somehow if he finishes second, but he's better off then, even if Vance picks him as VP and then loses. So that's definitely Rubio's best option. So I think they probably run a combined ticket. I think they foreclose primaries. I think no primaries.
But like if they sort of come out and say like we'd love to be president and vice president, and this is looking like how is that gonna resolve it, right? There are other very ambitious Republicans in the Trump administration who might have a problem with it.
There are plenty
Stephen
of people
Miller,
who
2028.
want to be president, like every United States senator, every governor, everyone basically. But who's got the juice to do it? You make the point, Ben, that maybe Newsom is kind of like DeSantis was in 24, and I see it. But the difference is there was Trump, and really, I know there was a primary in 2024. DeSantis is great. I love DeSantis. I never really thought for even 2 seconds that there was seriously a primary. Trump was a fait accompli. He was the man. He was the one they were prosecuting. He was the one they were raiding his hat. He was the man, and they jilted him, and he's just this world historic figure. There's nothing even close to that on the left right now. And so, as a result, Trump remains the man. He's basically endorsed that ticket of Vance Rubio.
Yes.
And I think it is, look, there are plenty of people who want to repeal the 22nd Amendment, name Donald to be, Donaldus Magnus, Emperor the First,
Donaldus.
have it passed to Baron Octavian Augustus Trump, and, so on and so forth. Assuming that doesn't happen, Trump can crown Vance and Rubio, and I think that's the end of the story.
All right, but now I have a question for you. I have another question for you. Because we're in November of 2025, so it's a long time before the actual race kicks in. And in between now
This
and
must
then,
go so
we
hard if you're
might have the
fucking-
tariff scheme collapse,
Don't say
depending
it,
on
but-
how the Supreme Court rules. It was ambiguous yesterday. It wasn't perfectly clear 2 days ago that it's going to go Trump's way. We might have eliminated the filibuster, which will be extremely controversial. And you're in favor of it?
The time has come. I would say, if you ask me, the time has come. You have
Okay.
to do it. And actually, the proof.
I don't think
I'm
yeah,
like a big
whatever.
defender of the filibuster and standards and norms and slowing things down. I've loved the filibuster, but politics is applying eternal principles to changing circumstances. The Democrats will do it. There is no question. The only reason they didn't last time is because of Manchin and Sinema. They're gone. These are people who celebrated when the most prominent proponent of civil debate in America was assassinated in 4K. These people will stop at nothing, and you get a real advantage if you're the party to do it first. They've been creeping toward it.
Again, they just state this as fact. Nobody in power celebrated on the Democrat side. Like,
For years.
Yeah, I know.
It pains me to say it. I kind of like the filibuster in principle. Do it. Nuclear option. To quote George W. Bush, nuclear.
I agree. Sure, man. Let's do it.
I have sort of a happy medium counter proposal.
see what the Americans think of you when you actually pass more of your dog shit legislation. I fucking dare you.
And it was actually put forward by our friend Jeremy Boring. I thought it was quite brilliant. What he suggested is that what Republicans should do, he said this a year ago, what Republicans should do is they should say to Democrats, let's do a constitutional amendment to enshrine the filibuster permanently, and if you won't do it, then we'll nuke it.
I like that.
Because that's like, okay, either we're all on board or nobody's on board. We're not going to play this kind of take them on faith game, which I think is quite smart.
I am terrified about the.
That's what they're asking us to do. Trump's like, yeah, if you open up the government, then I'll negotiate with you. No, you negotiate
true.
now, then we'll open.
Loss of minority rights in the Senate, and because
I agree with you.
our team is going to be there soon enough,
That's true.
and we are going to be
I don't-
terrified at what those Dems are going to do to us.
It does give a big advantage to having a.
Dude, I hate these people. What did the Dems do to you last presidency that was so fucking bad? What are they talking about? I'm so scared what the Dems are gonna do to us. They're gonna make us watch black people in the movies. They're gonna make us watch Buzz Lightyear 3. Bro, kill me. What the fuck did we do last year?
Yeah, because he's a fucking crook, man.
Which the public will catch on to eventually,
Yeah.
so he can
W.
start to veto bills. It's going to.
That's what I want the FISA courts to
A lot
do.
more of people getting stuck.
Hey, whatever. Not last year. I meant last presidency.
Totally in favor.
He should be in prison for life. Yes, it's based. Use whatever tools you need to, because the man tried to insurrect the fucking government. He's a crook. They had to change our constitution just for him to run. Get him the fuck out of here.
The less they can do, the
Well,
more
that's
I
the
like
thing. I mean, like that was built in by the founders. They didn't want things to move quickly through the Senate. They wanted conflict. They wanted it to take forever. They wanted it to be really hard to pass legislation. They thought it would lead to strong arming and trying to get bipartisan, compromises done. And we just don't do that anymore. I think it is related to.
You don't do that anymore. When Biden was in office, we negotiated.
The Citizens United, where like money talks, and that's what everybody answers to. Who got them elected, and what do they want? They don't compromise anymore. So maybe you're right. Maybe different circumstances require different measures. But I really do not favor getting rid of the filibuster. I don't. What do you guys think? Do you want to get rid of the filibuster? Or no? How many who do not want to do it?
I love the hill that just shifted to die on here. I don't think it was campaign funds. That's the only part of that statement I have an issue with.
These are very wise, good-looking people. They understand. This is nuke it.
They got a lot of that. The Marxists will destroy us. No paying for Congress.
Don't pay Congress through the shutdown I heard out there.
It makes perfect sense.
Or ever, maybe.
So what is the biggest threat to a J.D. Vance Marco Rubio ticket actually
I
winning?
love the leash you give him.
What was the biggest?
What's the biggest threat to them actually
The biggest
winning?
threat is an economic downturn. It is not even close. So I'm very, very uneasy about the state of the economy right now. In fact, I think the best thing that could happen for the president is likely the Supreme Court striking down the tariffs. If that were to happen, then what you will actually see is some reduction in prices. You will see an explosion in investment, not in the top of the market. Right now,
Sorry, I don't know why your mic's doing
yeah, I'm
that.
not sure why. Right now, virtually all gains in the stock
He
market
just
are going
sounds
to the
like
Magnificent Seven, those top 7 stocks. If you take out the gains from the Magnificent Seven, the stock market has been flat for several years at this point. Everyone in the investment community is pouring money into AI, and I don't think it's going to pay off the way they think it's going to pay off. I think AI is a bubble.
I think that Trump is doing something really visionary, and I'm not sure
Dark
he's
Tess in the
doing it
chat. Shout
according
out.
to a philosophy or just instinctively. But I think he is rearranging the American economy to be able to face off with China, which is going to be huge in about 3 years, if not shorter. The problem is, as he's doing that, he's not paying attention to this one thing that always is a president slayer, which is inflation. And he has not paid attention to that. And so the economy, it's hard to read the economy.
His numbers are bad on it.
Yeah. And
It's
so,
really bad.
So he's getting blamed for Bidenflation, basically. And
Yeah.
that's what I think it played into a
Wow.
little bit in the
So
election,
true.
not as much as people say. But I think that's the
Bidenflation.
thing,
True.
will he turn
Look up
something
Joe Biden inflation on Rule 34, please, Megyn Kelly.
bring down prices? We've got to stop it because inflation is not high.
He
but
has to at
prices
least
are not going
look
down.
like that's his
Yes,
number one
yes.
priority.
Absolutely.
And
He's
right
done
now he
great with
doesn't
gas
look like that.
prices, but
That's
yeah.
why people are punishing him and all of us with people like Abigail Spanberger. I call her Melba. She's Melba Toast. I told her, how did they elect Melba in Virginia of all places? And not to get us started on Jay Jones, right? I mean, let's end it on this. And you can use my mic to answer it. But like, where do we stand now when we've actually seen? Here, I'll take it. Yeah, I don't know why that's not working. Where do we stand now when 2 months after Charlie's assassinated, the Democrats have elected somebody who's calling for assassinations of Republicans and their children? Like, how do we ever get along with these people? Do we try to get along with these people? Do we have dinners with these people? Do we try to compromise with these people? Do we just steamroll these people?
That's why she opened up the fucking. One of the first questions was, yeah, well, let's put politics aside. Now it's, do we interact with these people?
And do everything in our power to get Republicans elected here.
So, I think that we should define who these people are, because obviously I don't think every single Democrat is a person who wants to slit our throats. I mean, I think we all have
Well, Ben, you lost me there.
extended family members who are Democrats. I'm sure we all have friends who we work with who have voted the other way. But there are certainly an enormous number of people.
It's just Ben!
Move
I
away.
want to get closer to you. I want to get closer.
I know you're like Clavin with AOC. I don't know what's going on right now. But
I can dream, can I?
But it seems to me that when we talk about one of the big obstacles to the possibility of a comedy in politics of people getting along is being too broad about who we're labeling. There for sure is a segment of Democrats who absolutely 100% celebrated Charlie Kirk's murder. We all saw it. We all know who they were. That's absolutely true. I don't
Random
think every
fuckers
single
on
person who
TikTok
voted
and
for
Twitter.
Jay Jones was celebratory about his text, in the same way that I think that people, when they vote, tend to overlook, terrible things that their own side has done when they get into a binary race with another side. Again, that's not an excuse for voting for Jay Jones, who is a complete and utter piece of shit. But that is to say, I'm hesitant to malign every single person who votes in an election one way by saying that's the reason they voted for that specific
Actually,
thing.
a
And so I think
coherent
that it's
take.
incumbent on everybody to basically right and left say
And then
that
let's hear what
people
the
who do
rest of them have to
violence,
say on this
obviously,
one.
are doing acts of evil, and it's evil. And I honestly, before before Charlie's murder, I think that you saw this bizarre moment when Luigi Mangione murdered the United Healthcare CEO, where there were a group of people on both right and left. It was almost entirely left, but there were some people on sort of the populist right even who were saying, well, you know, healthcare really is a problem. We should understand his points. And I was like, no, we should absolutely not. We absolutely should not. And these permission structures for violence really need to end.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
certainly agree.
for sure,
I know
dude.
it's fashionable to say we need to hear all voices and we just need a totally open marketplace of ideas, but I'm a conservative man, you know, I'm pretty traditional, and I just don't agree with that. I think that we need to get much more serious about standards and norms in the country. So when someone is threatening people, that's not protected speech. When someone's seriously inciting violence, they're all mad.
Dude, I gotta go to bed. Holy shit, I didn't realize it was this late. Okay, see you guys. Oh my god. Bye.
When
Bye,
that
bye.
happens, we need to prosecute that. That's prosecutable for a reason. I'll go further, though. When, you know, I like a thriving marketplace of ideas, but you can't have a marketplace of ideas or any other thing if bandits keep shooting up the marketplace. And so,
Yeah, because he's trying to cover it up. What?
you know, we saw after Charlie was murdered, it was people who are very liberal were 8 times as likely to defend political violence as people who are very conservative. Almost 30% of young liberals would justify political violence. Many, many times what you saw for young conservatives. This is
Okay, I think that's probably it for me as well. It is late. I have not eaten today. See you all tomorrow, probably.